Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you are watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us on Tembe TV. We are in again for another time of open forum political discussion on the latest development on our political front. Many things are taking place so fast, so we must move with speed in order to catch up and remain on the cutting edge as far as understanding what is going on with our country and its politics is concerned. DP Ruto is still in the US putting up a brave face after the embarrassment of yesterday's happenings of claims of being in the White House and only to be discovered it wasn't true. All the same, today he attended a church service and met some diaspora Kenyans who he gave promises and guarantees with complaints on what is wrong with our country. I wonder what he's been doing for 9 years in order for the country to be where it is, and it warrants complaint after complaint. All the same, Raila Odinga Azimio La Umoja was in Machakos today. One man missing in action, and that is Kalonzo Musyoka, but the rest of the governors were fully present. Governor Ngilu, Kibwana, Mtua, and things seem to be looking up for Azimio La Umoja as they take Machakos by storm and her environs. Thank you so much for those of you that are joining fast and furious. Let's keep doing what is required. Well, we had some unlikely happenings today at the send-off of former Mount ELGON MP Serut. In his funeral, there were chaos. I think a confrontation between Azimio followers and Kenya Kwanza followers. It was chaotic, but it was brought under control and the funeral continued. Let's share more about this political intolerance and all that is happening, and be able to understand and be able to apply ourselves accurately. The link to use to get into the studio is right now in the comment section. You click on it, allow StreamYard to have full control over your camera as well as your audio. Allow StreamYard to configure your microphone and your video for us to be able to communicate rightly. We are glad that you are joining us. We are happy that things are looking up. Salome Mbone, thank you so much. Alum Masaku wanasema si we form ni Azimio. Thank you so much. Robinson Benz, thank you so much for liking the show. Jared Joram Wangira, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Janet Miruka, you are tuned in from Machakos. Thank you so much for loving the show. Azimio La Umoja to State House, that's Joel Samuel. I'm happy that we are all in here. Please let us all ensure that we keep respect for one another. We are all Kenyans, and we are Kenyans by right, not by anybody's preference. And so it is important that we do what is good for us and what is good for Kenya, for that is how things will get better for this country. Kenya is only Kenya when every Kenyan is on board. When a few are on board and others are sidelined, that is not what constitutes Kenya. And every Kenyan is Kenyan because of their constitutional provision. And so you need to have that proper understanding and push to see to it that you play your role right and get things rolling. Well, I still continue to salute Omar, Asante, Kevin, John, thank you so much. Dennis, Kipngeno, asante sana. Kipngeno, Daniel, I salute you. I recognize your presence. Thank you so much. Kipngetich, Bore, asante sana. Big Edi Mose, tunawashukuru wote mnayojumuika nasi katika Mtembei TV. Naomba tu tuhakikishe kwamba tunaweka nidhamu, tunaheshimiana, alafu tunajadiliana kwa uwazi. Now, of course, we must be factual in all our claims for that is part and parcel of what makes this country tick and what makes this country move forward. Well, to help us into the discussion today, I want us to give Mama Selina the first priority to take it and start us off into the discussion. Mama Selina, vipi leo?
Salama Temba, Pena, thank you so much. Asante sana kwa kunipa hii nafasi. What do we say? Ni kusherekea sasa. Hii ni kufurahia every day. Hatujai kuwa disappointed in some part. Na tunakuwa disappointed in other things. Nikianza na mambo ya acha nianzie Kenya ndio nimalizie huku mahali tuko. So maneno ya Machakos. Oh, Penat. The love of the people. Kuna vitu tofauti, kuna vitu ya kulazimisha. Kuna kitu ya kusanya watu. Na kuna that love, ile watu wanajitokezea kwa mapenzi. Na hiyo ndiye kitu tumeona leo kwa Machakos. Wananchi wametoka mpaka hiyo Machakos imekuwa kidogo. Tunataka kupongeza the sitting governors, Charity Ngilu, Chap Kiputa Kibwana, and people are really decided. Na njia moja Penat unaweza angalia kwa nini watu ya Machakos. Mambo ya devolution. Governors wamefanya kazi kwa counties yao. Mpaka raia, ukiita raia wanakuja mkutano yao kwa sababu ile kazi wamefanyia wananchi. Kwa muda mrefu tunajua Wakamba walikuwa kama second class kwa sababu nchi yao ni ukame. Na watu walitake kwa muda mrefu Kambas siwezi sema, lakini kwa sasa hiyo kazi kidogo wamefanyiwa na viongozi yao. Pia nilifurahia Azimio, hakuna mtu walitaka kuongea kuhusu Kalonzo. You know, when people think you are not alive or you are not, you know, kama yani kuna kitu ngumu sana. Penat, wanasema ukitajwa ujue wewe ni mtu. Lakini ukiishi maisha yako bila mtu kukusengenya ama kutajwa, you are nobody, you are nothing. Ile kitu ilinifurahisha, hakuna mtu alikumbuka, kuna watu walijua tu kuna Ngilu, kuna Gavana Kifuta, kuna Mutua. Na sikusikia mtu hata moja. One, hiyo ni kuheshimu watu ya Ukambani, ya kwamba nikikuja kwako siwezi kuja kukutusi. Wewe mwenyewe ufikirie. Nafikiria Kalonzo ile kitu imemuuma leo ni kwamba he was thinking baba ataenda kupika kelele, watu wataenda kusema ameenda, lakini kama kuna kitu hata nyumbani kwako, mama anasema ukimunyamasia, wamama wanasema eri umuchape ndio atalia na anajua hiyo maneno imeisha. Lakini Penat, ukienda kwako unafunguliwa mlango, mama anauliza kama umekula, umenyamaza. Mama anasema nikupatie maji, umenyamaza. Mama anajaribu kukutolea koti, unamwambia wachana naye. Sasa hiyo kitu inauma, na ndio hiyo kitu leo tumeona Machakos. So alafu ile ilifunja record ni mlolongo. Oh my God. Sasa Nakuru mahali haikukuwa na baba, tukaenda Kisii, tumeenda Bungoma. Hiyo yote leo tumekuwa Machakos. Hiyo ingine pai tarehe 12 everything is over. Sasa niliona mambo kidogo pale Kimilili. Kenya Kwanza walikuwa huko. Sasa uwezi fikiria ni mkutano because unahesabu vichwa. Ya Machakos ungehesabu. mlolongo ungehesabu, lakini hii mkutano singine you count. Naweza jua ni wanaume ngapi walikuwa hapo, wa mama, hiyo ni sawa. Hiyo walifanya kwa funeral, hiyo ni mbaya, walishindana nguvu, lakini hiyo ni kumaanisha kuna kitu inaendelea pale. Support, kuna mambo inaendelea. Lakini wenye walianzisha vita kwa funeral bila kuheshimu mtu, hiyo ni makosa. Ninahurumia familia kwa sababu walikuwa nalia and mtu alikuwa mkubwa, but anyway, tuwache hiyo. Wacha nikuje diaspora. Ninafurahi naona kijana moja alisema yeye ni mama mboga, alisema yeye ni bodaboda. Anasema because we are hustling in America, that is true, we have 3 jobs, but wale watu wameshindwa kufanya hiyo kazi wenye tunakuwa huko Bernard. If you don't do that 3 jobs, huwezi kuwa na mahali ya kulala na kukula. So walikuwa nasema tu mambo yao. Hiyo hata hakuna kitu iliniona. Ile ilinifurahisha ni hiyo PPs, hiyo Voice of America, the lady mwenye alikuwa na maswali. Oh my God. Yani nashukuru kwa sababu Deputy amekubali, amekuwa kwa serikali for the 9 years. Na amejaribu kusema kazi ile alifanya kidogo na ingine hakufanya, but the lady squeeze him. Unajua kumbe nyinyi wanaume mkifinywa sana sura inabadilika. Hey Bernard, sikujua wanaume wanaweza kuwa nyeusi mpaka wakuwe blue. Kumbe mnasukumwa na wamama mpaka mnakosa ladha. Oh my God, you know. Mtu anaona kama angekuwa na mahali ya kutorokea angeingia. Nataka kumwambia huyo journalist alifanya kazi yake na aliuliza ukweli. Lakini ile kitu nashangaa, Bernard, hata hapa kwa TV unatupatia time na ukituambia, lakini sasa nashangaza rais mwenye anatarajiwa anapishana, anaongea, hata akiulizwa swali anajaribu kuepa hiyo. Sasa nilikuwa nashangaa nani ana control mkutano, because the lady is trying to say na anaendelea kusema, anamwambia stop, aulizwe swali lingine. So hiyo uongozi pia inanipatia shida, kwa sababu in case you are the head of state na mambo imewaka Kenya, I think leadership is to listen more, kusikiliza zaidi inipora kuliko, kwa sababu kama unaulizwa swali utaki na niliona kwa hiyo interviews imefanyika Kenya, niliona Donald Trump wakati ya nini ya presidential debate alikuwa na hiyo interference. So nafikiri sijui ni mtindo ya watu wenye anafikiria akiinterfere amepita. The listeners will see you, I'm sorry to say, as a fool. I'm sorry, I don't know how to call it. Sijui inasemwa nini, kwa sababu hiyo ni mbaya sana. Nataka na ninashukuru kwa sababu nasikia hivi karibuni Kenya tutaona wale wanasimama viti ya president wakifanya hizo matipet, ndio tuanze kujua. Hiyo mama aliuliza Han Waiguru kwa nini hakwenda kwa hiyo tipet, mbona alipotea na ako Amerika, na huyo mama alitaka kuuliza mambo ya corruption. So msifikiria Americans wajui mambo, they know. Hiyo nyumba mlienda na iko kwa White House, hata huyo mama aliuliza pia. Sasa Kenyans najua tutatusiwa na tunafurahi mtu akitutusi ama akiona, but we are saying the truth. Na kama unapenda mtu yako, unataka kusaidia. I know they will say some words, but the truth of the matter is, wacha wa Kenya wachue ukweli, wacha ulimwengu wachue ukweli. Nikimalizia Bernard, sitaki kuchukua nafasi, nataka kuomba Kenya wapige kura kwa amani. And as we wait for Chebukati, hiyo sitaki kusahau, akimaliza 2 days, 3 days bila kuitana, we are saying hata kama katiba inasema Chebukati asiresign, we will demand that. Hakuna mdogo ama mkubwa. Sabina Cheke alitii amri na alikuwa nasema asipoenda wata disqualify. So mimi nangoja kuona wenye walisema kura imeipiwa, na leo nashangaa amesema IPC ni mzuri. Kama IPC ni wazuri, kwa nini alisema kura inaipiwa? So what are these double standards? Tena sisi wengine hatuna madigrii, but karibu nikubali mtu mwingine alisema kuna madigrii ya miti na kuna singine za engineer sijui na science. So I'm really wondering what is going on. In this one, unasema mambo ingine. Chebukati ni mbaya, wataipa kura. Sasa, deep state ama serikali, nani ana control IPC? Kama anasema IPC iko sawa, kwa nini alileta kitu kama hiyo? Na hiyo ndiyo kitu inasumbua watu. So penat, wacha hiyo submission iwe yangu ya kwanza, na still, najua we are not perfect. Kama kuna kitu tunasema, ama sisi wengine kwa umri, mafikira zetu sinafika jioni, lakini bado tunajaribu. Mtusamee vijana mkikuja, kwa sababu mambo singine tukisema inapitana na mambo ya 21st century that hawakufunzwa kukuwa na heshima ama kujua kuna ile mambo. Tunaomba msamaha kwa sababu mkiona tumepita, tunajaribu kuwasaidia ili wakati mtakuwa na familia ama na watoto wenu muweze kupatia generation yenu direction yenye haitapotea. Sisi tunafuata footsteps ya wazazi wetu, wale walitusana wakatuongoza, na ndiyo sababu mumepata hii Kenya ikiwa hivyo, na ndiyo sababu baba amesimama hiyo miaka yote na Mungu akamuweka kutengeneza nchi ili watoto yenu na wachukuu zetu wakuwe na baraka. Asante Temba.
Thank you, Mama Serine.
Deputy President William Ruto has emphasized the important role of Kenyans in diaspora are playing in the economic development of the country. Speaking after meeting with Kenyans living in the United States, the Deputy President said their contribution cannot be ignored and must be respected. He said if Kenya Kwanza wins in the August polls, it will create proper structures to address issues raised by those living in the diaspora.
Complete the implementation of the Constitution and make progress, or we engage the reverse gear and go back to an imperial presidency. On the ballot is whether we continue trickle down that creates exclusion, or we engage in bottom up that creates inclusion. On the ballot is whether we end up with a universal health coverage or not. On the ballot is whether we have investments in agriculture, improve the productivity of our farmers or not. On the ballot is whether the lady you said works in Joska, my good friend Danso, whether they have access to credit to do their business, and whether there is a regime, a legal regime that protects their business.
There must be etiquette and rules around the economy that are fair, that guarantee fairness for everybody, hence haki na usawa from Ford Kenya. So why would we want to walk different paths? So on the 23rd of January this year, we decided that let us create the earthquake. By coming together. And we were deeply honored that in the midst of the process of political exclusion, we were inspired by the issues that I've talked about, and indeed by God. And we said, let us do the unexpected, the unthinkable.
ODM Taita Taveta branch says it will ensure party primaries are free.
Okay, thank you, Mama Selina, for that opener, and we are happy that you are making progress. The video is about the DP and Musalia and their trip in the US, meeting diaspora people and discussing what is on the ballot that is yet to be declared by Chebukati. Mama Selina says Chebukati should be given time to call the people who are making claims of election rigging. We will be responding on that as we continue the conversation. Kenei, namna gani?
Naam, nimerudi. Unanisikia?
Naona umerudi. Vipi?
Salama sana. Sasa ningependa kuanza na mjadala wa leo. Naona kuna wengine wanazungumzia ziara ya naibu wa rais kule Marekani. Alafu nimesikia wengine wakisema sijui DP alisema alikuwa White House, of which it was wrong. Unajua, in this century of the 21st, kuna a lot of fake news. Mimi mwenyewe si kuona that information ikitoka kwa official spokesperson ama head of communication kwa ofisi ya naibu wa rais. Hii information ya kusema DP alikuwa kwa White House ni information ilitoka kwa these bloggers, haikutoka kwa Hussein Mohamed, haikutoka kwa Itumbi, haikutoka kwa Mugonyi. Sasa mimi nashindwa, mimi zaini nikisema DP na niweke Photoshop niseme alikuwa White House, alafu nikuje niseme, alafu mpinzani wangu anakuja complain anasema sijui alidanganya. Mimi ni nani kwa naibu wa rais? Okay, point number 2, kuna wengine wamesema ya kwamba DP amekuwa William Ruto amekuwa deputy president for the last 9 years. Na ni nini kufanya for the last 9 years yenye anataka afanye in the next 10 years or 5 years to come? Unajua kuna swali ukiuliza saizi, I'm very sure nikiuliza sasa kwa wao watu wote wenye wako hapa ama wenye wanatusikiza ama wenye wanatutazama, kwa wao the between President Kenyatta the late, Daniel Arap Moi, Mwai Kibaki, then President Uhuru Kenyatta, ni rais mgani amefanya kazi kushinda hao wengine wote? I'm very sure hata Bernard utaniambia ni rais Mwai Kibaki. Baada ya wao kunipa hilo jibu, naweza kukuambia ya kwamba President Kenyatta was vice president of Daniel Arap Moi for 10 years. Hapo naye tusidanganyane. Na kwa nini Kibaki akiuliza in 2002 wakati Kibaki alikuwa anatafuta serikali, hakuna mwenye alimwambia you had 10 years, ulifanya nini yenye unataka ukuje ufanye saa hizi for the next 10 years? Kwa sababu gani? Ukiwa deputy president ama ukiwa vice president, kila kitu inategemea na president. Kwa Kenya tuko na president mmoja. Hata Ruto aseme nini, mwenye ataamua kila kitu, muamuzi, it lies on the president. Kila kitu, hata tusidanganye, kama ni bill inaenda wapi, kama ni kusign maneno ya development. Kwa kikatiba we know very well that kazi ya deputy president ni principal assistant. That's very clear. Yeye anafanya ile kitu president amemwambia, sasa yeye anatoa zake, anasema nifanye hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi. Hapo nayo tusidanganyane. Alafu thirdly, niliwatch hiyo rally ya the Azimio yenye ilikuwa where do you call this, Machakos. Ni mzuri. Kulikuwa na governor Ngilo, kulikuwa na governor Kibwana, kulikuwa na governor Mutua, sikatai. Rally ilikuwa successful, lakini tusidanganyane. Huwezi chukua Kamba, huwezi ingia katika jamii ya Wakamba bila kupitia Kalonzo. Hapo nayo tusidanganyane. Hapo nayo tutakuwa tukijidanganya. Maana ukiangalia all those governors, 3 governors, nani anawasupport? Uliona mjumbe mmoja mgani hapo? Uliona senator mgani? Sasa kwenda what do you call this place, Ukambani bila Kalonzo, hapo nao unajidanganya. Alafu nimesikia wengine wakisema sijui hawakutukana. Utatukanaje Kalonzo na ni kwake? Unajua those watu Azimio sometimes they are very sharp. Kuna mali uweze tukana mpinzani wako, hata nini ifanyike. Alafu nataka kuguzia maneno ya Mount Elgon. Yenyewe ni jambo la aibu sana kwa viongozi kupigana mbele ya wananchi. It was very wrong kwa sababu venye niliwatch, I think ni Senator Malala alikuwa anasema governor he will not be re-elected. Then mimi nashindwa na governor, who is a governor or CEO of a whole county, unaamka unataka kumconfront. That was not good at all. Wewe unajaribu kuonyesha nini? Wewe wacha senator amalize kuzungumza, wewe utapewa time yako ya kuzungumza. Kwa sababu it's very wrong. Unaonyesha nini wananchi wenye wamekuchagua? Surely. Hiyo ni ile vitu sasa ndio sisi tunasema, but kuna vitu vingine you cannot separate. Ukiona the governor mwenye who was involved in that clash, unajua tu ana support nani huko juu. Hey, Bernard amemaliza my submission. Na nimeshukuru.
Okay, I patiently waited for you to finish because I have a question for you. You remember a former minister called Michuki?
Yes, I do.
What do you remember him for?
I think introduced Michuki rules or what?
Yes.
I remember him for introducing Michuki rules. That's what
Michuki rules, eh?
Yes, I do.
That transformed the public transport sector, isn't it?
Yes.
What about Matiang'i in the Ministry of Communication?
Matiang'i, I don't think kuna kitu muhimu ameintroduce zaidi. I don't think personally, that's my opinion. Ministry of Education amejaribu kutumia force. Umeona sasa between 20 nasema hata Bernard, I'm very sure wewe unafuatilia hizo maneno between 2016 and 20
No.
and now.
I want us to have a conversation. Don't defend yourself. We are yet to reach that place.
Bernard, najaribu kukupatia taswira kamili. Si umeniuliza kuhusu Matiang'i?
Yes.
And umeniuliza what do you remember him for at Ministry of Education, isn't it?
Yes.
Basi ndo nakwambia Kenye yeye amejaribu kuleta ni kuleta nguvu kwa ministry, yani kutumia kifua in this Ministry of Education. Mimi sioni kama kuna jambo lingine amefanya, alafu maybe ameweza kufungia maybe hii story na exam cheating. Ameweza kumaliza kabisa. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for acknowledging that. And the communication he bulldozed and ensured that the country moves to digital migration against all odds to secure us to be current with the rest of the world. Now, all these two people, there is Matiang'i, there is Michuki, and others you can remember that made things happen. Were they president before they made those things happen?
No, they were not.
So you don't need to be president to make things happen. You can even make them happen as deputy president.
My friend, unajua tunazungumzia hii Kenya, hata wewe unajua vizuri. This Kenya ni rules and regulations lazima tufuate. Core mandate of the deputy president kwa constitution is
na kile nataka uelewe kama kijana ni kwamba mtu akisema mpaka akuwe rais ndio aweze kufanya kitu, huyo ni mchakwa jembe. Na mchakwa jembe sio mkulima. Kama unaweza kufanya mahala popote katika nafasi yoyote. Lakini kama lazima upewe nafasi ya kwanza ndio ufanye, hiyo inamaanisha you are choosing, you are not even ready to work. You are looking for an excuse of why things are not working.
Naweza kujibu hilo.
You get my point?
Yes, I'm getting.
Thank you.
Najaribu kuambia. Just a minute.
Tamatisha tafadhali na half a minute
okay. ndo najaribu kuambia hata unaelewa, tuseme for an example in these organizations, kama wewe ni mfanyikazi, kama hata tuseme uko na nia, good example, tuseme you are an investigative journalist kwa certain media house, wewe uko na kazi yako mzuri, uko na will, uko na nia kufanya ya kuinvestigate a certain story, alafu uko juu, si unajua sasa lazima uko juu ukuwe na goodwill, na sasa kama hiyo goodwill hakuna, what do you expect itafanyika? Hakuna.
Sorry, eti unasema uko juu hakuna nini?
Ndo najaribu kukuambia kwamba kama hata wewe ni mzuri namna gani, alafu mwenye yako juu yako ana hiyo goodwill ama akubaliani na wewe, unajua kuna watu wanaangalia things in different perspective. Maybe ile kitu mimi najaribu kupush, huyu apende na yeye ni mkubwa wangu, so you want to tell me that thing will succeed? Honestly asking.
But if you are working for me, okay, and we are not in agreement, yes, whatever you are suggesting, I frustrate it. Why should you continue receiving salary? You resign.
Basi naweza kuambia kwamba
sikiliza Bwana Kene. Mimi sipingi like wa rais on matters his political position. It's a matter of principle, okay? Hakuna siku moja makamu wa rais amewaambia wa Kenya yeye alisema tubadilishe economy from trickle down to bottom up. Rais akakataa. Haja tuambia alipeleka kwa cabinet kwamba masomo yakuwe bure, uniform ipeanwe kwa wanafunzi bure, rais akakataa. Haja tuambia alikuja kwa cabinet akasema mbolea ipeanwe kwa wakulima, sisi tunahitaji chakula. Alipopeleka kwa cabinet ikakataliwa. There is not one single thing the DP has told us he ever suggested, proposed or forwarded that the president refused, cabinet refused, or parliament refused. So how do we justify the fact that it is political will that he has not had for 9 years?
Hebu nikuulize Bernard, between 2013 2017 hakuna kazi yenye unaona imefanyika? I've been seeing this gentleman crisscrossing this country, launching development projects from this area to this area. Hakukuwa na shida. Sasa mahali shida ilianzia ni between 2018 and 2020 mpaka saa hizi. As we are speaking, the DP was
okay, let's do this. I'm only responding to you, and I'm responding to your sentiments that the deputy president has not done what is required to do because the president has not assigned him to do it, or he has been frustrated in trying to do something. That is what my point of departure. Okay?
Okay.
And I want us to get it clear. Let's do this. Hold on, you will come back later. Mama Selina, half a minute before we listen from Guru.
But ningemalizia tu just less than 30 seconds.
So Biri Kenei, tafadhali tutarejea kwako baadaye.
Sawa.
Okay, Kenei amesema deputy president hajakuwa na nafasi. Hii serikali ya Jubilee ilikuwa ina 50-50. Sasa mimi nataka kuuliza Kenei, wacha ile ya 50 ya Uhuru, 50 ya deputy president, kwa sababu walikuwa wamekawanya serikali mara mbili. Yako ile unasema kutoka 2013 mpaka 2017. Can you tell us kwa hiyo upande yake ya 50 yake yenye alipatiwa nini alitenda? Wacha tuwache hiyo 50 ya Uhuru. Ya mwisho, Kenei umesema, na mimi nataka pia atupatie hiyo clip ya White House, kwa sababu umesema ni blockers. Ni blockers kani waliweka, na ni wenyewe walituambia amekuwa na mkutano kwa White House. Sasa nataka Penat, kwa sababu ni blockers unasema waliweka hiyo, nataka Penat atafute hiyo clip sisi yote tuone, alafu sasa utatuambia. Alafu huyu mtu anaitwa nani, Itumbi alitolewa, we have Mohamed. So tusijanganye mambo, walienda pale opposite White House wakapiga kura, imeumana. Hata watu wanasema the lady who was talking to him alimwambia hiyo kitu imesababisha mambo mingi sana kwa makaseti, kwa ma TV, even in Kenya and even everywhere. So saa ile mumefanya makosa, msiseme ni blockers, and kama utakuwa na blockers wenye wanakupatia aibu, kama utakuwa na blockers yenye wanakuharibia China, why do you have to have those people? Na kama ilikuwa ni blockers wamekuja kukana, kama nataka kujua, mtu mmoja amesimama amesema we are sorry, tulikuwa na blockers yenye wamesema maneno mbaya, lakini sisi hatukuwa tunaenda White House, tulikuwa tunaenda House P ama tulikuwa tunaenda House C, we will agree. But Kenyans mlituambia wa Kenya wamerefuka. That is why now revocation hakuna Mkenya mchinga tena. Asante, sitaki kuchukua nafasi kubwa.
Thank you, Bwana Guru coming. Guru.
Asante Bernard. Ningetaka tu kwanza kabla sijatoa submission yangu, kuna maneno kadhaa huyu kijana ameongea ambayo haiwezi pita bila kukosolewa. Kwanza ni kusema kwamba ati Kibaki alikuwa makamu wa rais wa Daniel Toroitich arap Moi. Hiyo ni sawa na tunajua hiyo sisi ambao tumeishi hiyo miaka, lakini pia ajue kwamba Kibaki alitolewa kwa serikali kwa kuwa makamu wa rais kwa miaka mingi, kati ya pale alitolewa na pale alikuwa rais, na sababu ni kwamba hawangesikizana kwa sababu Kibaki mwenyewe alikuwa anaona mambo inaenda mbaya, na kwa Daniel Toroitich arap Moi mtu yoyote alikuwa ambaye anakosoa policy zake ama anaonyesha haridhiki na vile anaendesha serikali alikuwa anaondolewa akiambiwa kwamba is disloyal. So hiyo mafikira kwamba sijui huyu akinja atakuwa mzuri kwa sababu hata Kibaki alikunja kuwa mzuri baadaye, hiyo atoe kwa akili yake. Pili, anasema mambo ya mbroga. Mimi najua Hussein kwa sababu mimi nimekuwa kwa hii field miaka mingi ya uandishi wa habari. Kwa hivyo Hussein ndiye aliandika hiyo maneno, na Hussein si mtu hivi. Hii si mbroga wale wanachukua standard 8 wa kutusi watu kwa mtandao. Hussein is a respected journalist in Kenya. Unfortunately, they are now actually spoiling his profession because they are making him to lie. And to lie for a journalist purposely is actually one of the most cardinal sins you can do to your profession. Yeye ndiye aliweka hiyo kwa mtandao na wakatoa haraka baada ya kujua kwamba imesababisha mambo ambayo hawakuwa wanatarajia. Kwa hivyo ningetaka kumshauri huyu ndugu yetu kwamba awe anaangalia maneno kwa undani kabla hajakuja kuongea hapa. Tatu, amesema kwamba nimefurahia ile maneno Bernard umemuuliza fulani anajulikana na nini, fulani anajulikana na nini, Matiang'i, Michuki. Ukitaja jina tu ya Michuki wa Kenya wanajua ile alifanya. Ukitaja tu jina ya mtu anaitwa Matiang'i unajua ile kazi amefanya. Ukitaja tu jina ya Mgoha unasikia watu wanajua ile amefanya. Sasa huyu jamaa wake ukimtanja nini watu wa Kenya wanasema amefanya kwa miaka hiyo yote amekuwa kwa serikali. Tusidanganyane hapa. Ukweli ni kwamba kumekuwa na makosa kubwa ya huyu candidate ambayo wanasukuma kwa sababu ambazo sijui faida ni gani, lakini uzuri ni kwamba Wakenya wamekuja kuerefuka kwamba hata si sana mtu ametoka kwenu, ni maadili. Mtu ana maadili gani na anaweza sababisha kurekebisha kwa maisha ya watu namna gani. You cannot change the spots of a leopard. If your lifestyle has been that of corruption consistently, which has been captured consistently in international and national media, you cannot now come to tell us that that person will come and reform and do a very good job for us. That will not happen. Okay, let me go to my submissions.
Hold on, Guru. Before you go to your submission, let him give him right of reply. Can I have a minute to respond, please? Unmute and respond.
Wanipata sasa?
Before he responds, we are speaking on it before he responds. Because
Alex and Kamau, you will ask after he responds. Be lenient to him now. He has 2 responses to make. If you make them 4, itakuwa mnamaliza yeye. Aya, can I respond right now?
Okay, wacha ya kwanza kuna Selina aliweza kuuliza ya kwamba alikuwa anasema ya kwamba Dennis Itumbi
I'm yet to give submissions.
Kuna mic iko na Okay, nilikuwa nataka kujibu mama Selina alisema ya kwamba Dennis Itumbi ametolewa kwa tuseme kwa ofisi ya naibu rais. I want to tell Selina ya kwamba Dennis Itumbi yeye kuna kitu inaitwa digital strategist kwa office of the DP. Alafu Hussein Mohamed is head of communication kwa ofisi ya naibu rais. Hiyo ni vitu mbili different. Haya, ya jambo la pili alisema mambo na bloggers. Blogger, kila mtu anaweza kuwa blogger. Si kusema sasa blogger mwenye tuseme mimi saizi I'm willing blogger na blogia deputy president. Sasa ile kitu mimi naweza sema
please, we are helping you. Please don't take us around, okay? If Hussein Mohamed is who in the office of the deputy president?
Head of communication.
So the communication that Hussein Mohamed gives is straight from the DP's office, isn't it?
Hebu nikuulize Bernard. Uliona in this Twitter handle ndo najaribu kukwambia uliona hii information yenye walikuwa nasema hivyo kwa official Facebook yake ama Twitter yake?
The person who broke the news of the DP being taken to White House is Hussein Mohamed, who is the head of communication in the DP's office.
No, so unajua sasa hii ni 21st century. Kuna a lot of fake news, my brother.
So you don't know whether he's the one who broke the news and you are here to defend him.
Kama ni ukweli ni yeye, si bado ingekuwa hadi wa sasa.
Tafadhali, hebu tusimaliziane muda tafadhali. If you are not sure he's the one, then you have no capacity of talking on his behalf or even defending him.
I'm very sure. I'm very sure.
You are sure that is what?
Yeah.
Sorry?
Okay. I'm very sure si ndo alileta hizo habari. Alafu ya mwisho
si alileta habari.
My brother alikuwa anazungumzia sijui maneno na
Kenei, are you the head of communication
my
in the
brother alikuwa
DP's
anazungumzia maneno. What?
Are you the head of communication in the DP's office?
I'm not.
What is your role in the DP's office to know who has broken news and who has not broken news?
Sasa unajua mimi najaribu kusema nyinyi mlionea wapi? That's what I'm asking. Mpaka sasa hakuna mwenye amenijibu.
Let's have this then Alex come.
Alafu ya mwisho.
Ngoja hapo.
Kuna huyu amuuliza maneno na integrity.
cha mawasiliano kushtumiwa mitandaoni kuhusu madai ya Ruto kuzuru ikulu ya White House na kufanya mashauriano na viongozi wa ngazi za juu. Msemaji wa kampeni za urais za Ruto, Hussein Mohamed, kupitia mitandao ya Twitter na Facebook alichapisha video na kudai Ruto alizuru ikulu ya White House, lakini wakosoaji wake wakadai anawahadaa wa Kenya kwani alizuru jumba mkabala la Dwight Eisenhower. Katika ziara yake Marekani, Ruto amedai kuna njama ya wizi wa uchaguzi, huku akikosoa mapatano kati ya Rais Uhuru Kenyatta na kinara wa ODM Raila Odinga. Ujumbe kutoka kwa waziri msaidizi katika Wizara ya Mashauri ya Kigeni, kitengo cha masuala ya bara Afrika, Molly Fee, ulithibitisha kukutana na Ruto hapo jana, ambapo majadiliano yaligusia suala la uchaguzi huru, haki na amani humu nchini mwezi Agosti. Ruto anatarajiwa kukamilisha ziara yake Marekani na kuelekea Uingereza kwa msururu wa mikutano, miongoni mwao kikao na askofu mkuu wa kanisa la Kianglikana Justin Welby kabla ya kurejea nchini juma lijalo.
Is Bwana Kene still here? Alex, give him a piece of your mind as we move on, please.
Oh, he's not there, but for those who are in the comment and believing that this boy was saying the truth, I receive all communications at UDA even before they are published. Hussein Mohamed said it on Facebook and on Twitter, and he needs to know that. Secondly, there is no logistical holding water right now for DP's meeting. He needs to know that everything that the DP has been doing has been on a watershed bubbler, because nothing he was promised by his handlers here in the US, including the logistics, is going on. Even the carnage place he went, it was by fault that he had to get a last minute, which they confused to be the White House. So the handlers of the DP here in the US are the biggest cartels. They lied about halls, they lied about a dinner, they lied about every event that was in the itinerary. And now the DP is desperately looking for places to go to finish his 4 days here. So he needs to know that these things that he's refuting, the itinerary was given. Even today's meeting that is going on right now as we are talking, I am seeing it in Zoom. It has not been held in the place that they were told. So the cartels that were here who ate the DP's money are people who know that even the dinner that you had, it is not only 3 people who paid. There were people who believe in Ruto who paid that, who are my friends, but their name and money are not even in that list. So I want to tell the boy that came here that saying that Hussein did not say that. Hussein is the one who broke that news, both in his Twitter and his Facebook. I just wanted to respond that before I give. And DP's meetings have been a biggest bubbler ever. There is no coordination, and even some people who are organizers of some of his meetings have not gone to Washington, D.C. Their phones have gone silent. So this boy needs to know that.
Thank you, Mr. Kamo.
Actually, if Kene was here ningemwambia, unajua anasema ati Ruto cannot do anything until he becomes the president. So my question is, we know he is the biggest farmer of chicken in Kenya. Why doesn't he give people of Sugoi subsidy of chicken and eggs so that badala kununua 12 bob, wanunua hata 6 bob? You know, something kuonesha how serious he can bring subsidy in this country. Hata kuku badala ya kuuza 700 auze 200, au wapatie subsidy bana. Because sasa akiswambia ati anangoja kuwa president ndio change mambo, then we can't believe him. Historically, he has never done anything significant to show that even this bottom up, I think, is an afterthought. After kurealize sasa kuna kitu inaitwa presidency, now he is telling people there is a way you can be brought from down up. something that he cannot explain. So Kenai should tell Ruto, do it in his village, subsidy of eggs and chickens. After that, then tutampatia kura, hata mimi nitampatia.
Okay, thank you Mr. Kamau. Naomba sasa tuende kwa Guru na mimi hakuna swali lingine. Kenai akirudi atapata nafasi. Guru, make your submission.
Yes, Bernard. I don't know that I have been scaring the UDA adherents so much. I have noticed a trend where whenever I ask them questions, they run away almost immediately. I would want them to stay on, but I'm unapologetic about it because I can't stand propaganda which cannot be, and information that cannot be verified, or denial of obvious facts that can be verified. Anyway, what it is that it is now emerging that our deputy president, William Ruto, would want to get presidency on the basis of rice, propaganda, and all those things that we would really want not to come back to Kenya. We cannot allow a situation whereby a leading presidential candidate would obviously be part of a scheme that believes in deceiving Kenyans and cheating his way into leadership. It would be tragic if we took that direction, because a leader is known by his want. If we allow a situation whereby our country is taken over by people who can lie with their straight faces, like you have said today, he has put a brave face in the right of a debacle of the trip that he has made to the US. It is sad. In fact, I don't think there is any other presidential candidate in Kenya ever who has really tried to use deception to get into power, including the so-called Hasra narrative and the so-called bottom-up economic model. All these are just gimmicks that actually mean nothing to Kenyans. And it is unfortunate that these people don't have conscience that what if you are given that power by those youths that you are cheating? What happens 1-2 years down the line? Would you foment a situation that you cannot handle? Because you don't play with the emotions of young people who want to turn around their lives. You'd rather not promise them anything, but tell them that you do something for them. But when you obviously try to get power through deception, it is very, very sad. This is a country that has very many desperate youth who have never used their knowledge simply because our country has not been producing jobs. But when you have a presidential candidate who obviously sees no problem in cheating his way to leadership, it's very sad. Now, it is also unfortunate that he's also destroying the careers of young people like Hussein Mohammed, who has built a reputation over the years as a reliable journalist. When you use him in that manner, it is sad because he may not get a job elsewhere once this man hands to Sugoi. Anyway, when you look at what has happened in Machakos, the person that is in trouble right now is Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, because his bunker points are going down very fast. I said in this forum some time back, if this man does not make up his mind very fast, you will find that his community moved on long time ago, and there is nothing he will do about it. So you'll have to go to where they are, obviously on a diminished, platform. Whether he goes to Azimio or he does not go, it will not make a difference. However, I know Baba is very caring. You'll accommodate him. I was in Machakos some few weeks ago. I talked with a few people, and it is obvious that they have made up their minds. The person they are waiting to make up his mind is their leader, Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. But they have made up their mind. What they are waiting for is what deal, what they will get out of it, and which they seem to have entrusted on Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. So, but then again, if he does not make up his mind very fast, you will find that his community has moved on, and you find himself in a very bad political situation where you have diminished his personality as a key figure in this community. Going back to what has happened in the chaos in Mount Elgon, you are aware that this region has been very volatile, and you can also imagine the underlying issues to do with land. You are aware of the support land defense forces, which actually the government had used to use the military to suppress. Those issues of land, I am sure they have not gone away completely. They are still festering, and therefore there is a possibility that the different political formations there represent the kind of different sentiments that are, because I understand it's more or less a cosmopolitan area. So it is very insensitive for politicians to go and make reckless statements in an area like that one, and more so during a burial of one of those who actually took part in some of the decisions that were arrived at in terms of land adjudication in the area. So I think it is a lesson to us Kenyans that despite what could be underlying as challenges in our communities, we should keep peace during the elections. Problems will not go away all of a sudden, and that there will always be solutions going forward. This is not a life or death issue. Even up to today, those who, those in German who caused the Holocaust are still being hunted and taken to jail. So justice is very stubborn, and therefore it is good to give it time in case there were things that were not done right. I believe this country is developing, and these are things that can go being made right. And I know in the personality of Raila Odinga, who has been very consistent in advocating for righting the wrongs that have been done to Kenyans in the historically, although there are people who don't like to hear history. But he's one personality we can trust, that he can revisit some of these bitter feelings that are festering in our communities and have them redressed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Guru. We appreciate your submission. Somebody's asking, I think it's Abiambo, what is Kiraito up to with his to and fro? Where is he going with his political moves?
I think Kiraito is one person who is experienced in politics. The truth is that, as I told you the other day, our community is slowly getting the alternative facts away from the propaganda that they have been fed for a long time. So Kiraito's situation is not different from what is facing some of the political leaders in the area. They do not know. They are not very sure, because the people are still, the people are still in between. Although because the deputy president went there before, he has what I would call an edge in terms of people. I think he could be having about 60 something percent. There's another 40, between 35 to 40%. And therefore, because it is local politics, I can understand Kiraito's dilemma, because if the 60% are sticking with Ruto, and then 40% are shifting on the other side, then it would mean he may not enjoy the votes of those the 60% on the other side. So we do not know how the situation will develop there, although there is a statement that the agriculture CS Munya, Peter Munya, who is very influential also in the area, said, he said that in Meru, the persons who will not stand with Azimio, they will go hard against him or her. So Kiraito was given a lifeline in the fact that Munya pulled back. Actually, he was one of the formidable figures that would probably have brought him down. So we are waiting to see how the situation develops, although that does not change the fact that Baba has over 30%, 35%, maybe 40% of the vote in this region. Asante.
Okay, thank you for that response. I believe that's clear enough. Tumsikilize Mireri. Tafadhali tukae kwa muda wetu wa 3 to 5 minutes ili watu wasikae kiu sana. Mireri, karibu.
Thank you. But today, according to the topics that we are discussing today, the first, I will just start with Raila Odinga Azimio La Umoja in Machakos. Through that, it was fine, and I appreciate, because if you see the way they welcome him, just show the way, meaning there is a path there. But again, in this politics, if you are not serious, and you look how Alfred Mutua, governor of Machakos, is just growing, soon he will overpower Kalonzo Musyoka, and he can overtake that chance of Kalonzo King as the Ukambani kingpin. Because Alfred Mutua has a step. He is moving fast, and he coordinates with other leaders like Ngilu. Meaning, if they just have that power, they are going to overcome Kalonzo Musyoka. And Kalonzo may not even capture with them. Again, in part of Machakos, if you are keen, you look how they coordinate with Alfred Mutua. Due to what Mutua has done there and what Kalonzo has been doing, if you just look there, there's a big gap there, but Alfred Mutua is going to overcome him soon. Again, in chaos for former MP funeral at ELGON, there's something that leaders should know, all leaders, that in a funeral, even if you are doing politics, but you should not hit other the way Malala did it. That is not a politician, because that one is a funeral. Even if you know something that this person cannot, you should not just shoot to him directly. You must find a way of delivering that point to him. So Malala is not fit to be a governor, because the way he handles people, if you look, his competitor yesterday, he complained again with competitors, saying that competition should not brag over that. Even if you are a leader, you should not tell your friend that you should not brag. It is a competition. You should just compete. And that just show you that Malala, even no way. I'm sure he's going nowhere, and he's going to be beaten in this election. Again, Ruto's politics in USA, it is so funny, because if you see how they are handling themselves, like a Kenyans, you are just get embarrassed. You find, like yesterday, what they did of that fake news, you find they are still going on with it. Again, if you look how they today, there was a man who talked, who says that he is a hustler. The first point that man delivered, just tell you, he asked, they are doing their job there, but when they deliver it to their motherland country, they don't see the fruit of their job. What is happening? He asked before he says he is a hustler. Meaning, this man was concerned with what was happening. If corruption is not, has not been ended in country, there is no way. They will just work, even if they form those units where they say that they will form. There was something they said that they will form for only those people who are abroad to deliver something for development of our country. But if corruption has not been ended, there is no way. They will deliver the same way they were doing, but there will be no fruit over that. Only those. Any question?
Thank you for your submission. Let's hear from Kenya, Spain. And I wanted to call your attention to what Honorable Bundi has posted. If you want to check which political party you've been registered voluntarily or involuntarily, you dial *549#, follow instructions, utajulikana wapi umewekwa na UDA ama umewekwa na chama kingine. Thank you. Mkenya from Kenya, Spain, karibu.
Hello, good evening everyone. Hope mko poa. Sisi huku we are fine. Wow, although as here we are under fear. Watu wameanza hapa kuongea about that war. Sijui kama huko Kenya zimefika hizi. Then I think venye nimeona today I watched Azimio Machakos. And I've seen how things were. I think they are doing good. Starting with what Mr. Buddha said. Yeah, that thing about where you which party you belong. That thing is like from last year, wakati huduma number came out. That's when you that thing they were calling that Nanjoku, we used to say electronic IDs. So when you used to ID your huduma number, it gave you everything about the political party which you belong. Hata zingine haziko Kenya. Even some of them I haven't heard about them. Because kuna zingine hata zilikuwa zinaitwa I can't remember them because there are various parties which they are not even in Kenya. Okay. Mjadala wa leo. There's one of my brother who was here saying that our deputy president was not given chance to serve Kenyans. But I think for him, he doesn't know how the government works about every office. Just to use a simple word, it's like in a school, and every class has a class teacher, and then we have the principal. The class teacher is the head of his class, ama her class, whatever. So the class teacher has responsibility to know whatever his class is doing, how the students are performing, and is his responsibility to control. So it's like that. Juu huyo kijana maybe yako anaelewa what is the government and what so it's about the offices and ministries. So every ministry has what everyone is supposed to do. Hata ma MPs wetu, each one has responsibility kwa hiyo constitution ametoka. Hata hao wenye mnaita mnawaita, unajua mimi nitoka Kenya kitambo, hata niliacha zingine hazinjaekwa. Those ones you call them wanaitwa njao, kitambo tulikuwa tunawaita makanzalas, but now I think they changed the names. They are not councillors, they MCAs. Yeah, even them, they have the responsibility. But what's the problem here? We Kenyans, we don't know things how they are supposed to be. It's like we are ignorant. Hata mpaka hatutaki kunjua what our leaders are supposed to do for us. What are those political leaders we have chosen them? We have voted for them. What are they supposed to do for us? So huyu mtu anakuja anatudanganya tuna kitu kidogo. Maybe anatuambia serikali imenizuia, nilikuwa nataka kuwatengenezea hii barabara, lakini si mnaona serikali imenifanyia hivi, and that's a lie. Huyo mtu, there is a money which are given for that responsibility to do that. But us here tunakuja tunaambiwa na mtu ati mliona nilikuwa nataka kufanya hii, but it wasn't possible because the government did this and this and this. So before people they talk some things wakisema ati rais amezuia watu kufanya mambo, just investigate, search for yourself. Now unjue how the government works, how those people works, the money which are given to those people, before we come here and start putting cross to our president, where is not supposed to be crucified. Our president amembeba vitu mingi, watu wamemchochea vitu mingi, even hata wengine wanajaribu kujiosha na jina lake. Whatever we know, that's not how it is. We know watu tunawa elect, we vote for them, na wakienda huko wanatusahau, they come back after 5 years wanaturudia tu yale maneno, but us is like we forget very easy and quickly. Wale watu tu wanakuja wanatupigia mdomo, we vote for them, wanaenda wanarudi tena. Hata wengine now is when we start seeing our MPs who we elected 5 years ago. Hata wengine hawakuji na huko. Why? Because barabara ni mbaya, hakuna maji, even we don't have electrical lights, and that money is there. That money is given for those people to bring those services even to those villages where people they think these villages are not supposed to exist, and they are supposed to exist in a better way. But because we have that angle in ourselves, that's why they don't want to do those services to us. And here we come blaming our president. Okay, about mambo ya our deputy president at USA. In fact, I think mi chenye naweza sema is that it's a shame if our deputy can go to USA. I've seen those news zenye zinasema at there's this lady who said today that the deputy president has gone to cry to the whites. But I think it's a shame for our country to have a deputy who can go and shame our country outside the country. Yani anaenda anatry vitu zenye zinapostiwa kwa internet, na everyone is reading because internet is global. You can't say whatever is being posted there is only for Kenyans. Even people are reading who are not even Kenyans. They are knowing that it's like there is a vuta ni kuvute in our government. It's like somebody somewhere is being threatened, or somewhere amezuriwa kupata huru yenye anapaswa apate, and that somebody is our deputy, and that's so shameful because it's like all of us we can do the same, because if our deputy can do that one and go to USA to start complaining about things which he could have spoken when he was there in Kenya, instead of going to USA and speak those kind of things, even if he was going to meet with Kenyans. But there are some things kuna these Wakikuyu wanasema vitu za nyumba zitolewi kwa nyumba, vitu za nyumba ni za nyumba. So he could have spoken them when he was there, si mambo ya kwenda na kulia nje, because that one has brought a shame to our country, and even is ashaming the president, because saizi hata people are thinking our president maybe is not unjust person, maybe is trying to run away with his deputy, and that's not it is. We know what has happened. We have seen it with our own eyes, and we can't cover it. Hatuwezi tukafunika kindonda yenye saizi inatoa damu, because it will continue bleeding even if we cover it, and that's what has happened. We want to cover here something which is bleeding, and we can't control it. So I think the better way he could have done is all those blah 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 is trying to speak there, angeongea akiwa Kenya, watu wangemsikia. So those who are trying to say that Ukambani ati Kalonzo sinjui nini, you have to know one thing. Watu walirevuka, na sometimes our leaders might think that there are people who are behind them, hata wakifanya chenye wanataka, they are the kings of some tribes. But watu watashtuka kitambo juu saizi everyone wants to get some peace in the government, and that's why you have seen even Mutua aliachana na mambo yake ya this party yake alikuwa anaita maendeleo chap chap, because he saw that hakuna mahali itamfikisha, and is better joins Azimio so that they can be strong, and from there at least they can form a good government. So our Kalonzo, what I can tell him is that this time akikataa kuerevuka mapema atapata it's late, na akipata it's late itakuwa ibu kwake. So it's better njue Wakamba they have 3 counties. Now those 3 counties, they have been having those governors, and those governors who are supporting Raila are the same governors who have been tops of Kambani, and they have their group, and they have their numbers, and they have their people. Unlike Machakos, Chap Chap is a very strong political party, even better than Waiva of the Kalonzo. So what I can say is that Kalonzo shouldn't call himself a meeting, think about it, and not be driven by the ego. Just to look around and see how things are, and also calculate well metaphysically how he can get back to Azimio and be together with Baba. That we can at least August we can go home very early and enjoy the victory. Thank you, and good Sunday everyone.
Asante sana Mkenya Spain. I think that's clear. Kama kuna swali, I would want to bring in Themba at this point in time to proceed with the sharing and submission. Themba.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm happy you're here this early.
Yeah, I'm here.
So bring in Ochieng, all that lineup with Jaongea, except Mama Selina. The rest are yet to make their first submission. So tuendelee tu Ochieng, alafu tukitoka kwa Ochieng tunarudi kwa Kamau, alafu tuende hivyo.
Okay, dakika tatu tafadhali to make our opening submissions. Ochieng, twende.
Good evening, nikusalimie tu kawaida, habari ya leo. Themba, it has been a while, brother. Thank you so very much. I'm very happy with the debate. Almost everybody has realized that our deputy is a scoundrel, a man who can lie without blinking an eye. I don't want to discuss it much. Personally, I'd like to go straight to what transpired at the late MP Serut's burial. The other time, I think it's Bernard who said that we have a clique of politicians that who are somewhat, they are not mature. And actually, that's what caused the mayhem you saw. There's a sentiment that came from Malala, the way he was referring to Baba, and that was not the first time, Now, the worst bit of it, Mount Elgon is a very volatile place, and people are ready for war. So I saw Kapondi. Kapondi was there, and seemingly Kapondi was now talking nice. In fact, he was against such sentiment. Now, this boils down to us, the electorate, the kind of leadership we put in place. Who are we electing to represent us? Either any cadre of leadership, right from MCA, MP, governor, senator, the president. There are things that I think we dropped the ball as a country, because the bar is actually, we lowered the bar. This is something that we need to look into as a people. There's a saying coming from Mount Kenya region. They are saying William Ruto wants to give us to Gege. I don't understand Kikuyu. They want to give us people. He want to give us buffoons. People will be pushed around and will, act according to his orders without raising a finger even when things go haywire. So personally, I'll love to urge each and every one of us that let us scrutinize these leaders with the finest tooth comb, right from MCA, every cadre of leadership. We need to bring order into our politics. Some of these things used not to happen. And, you used to, even if you listen to the debate in the House of Parliament, back then we didn't have Senate. There was some sense of, inspiration. You get, attracted. You like, I'd love to be like, so and so. We need to give Kenya the best leaders it deserves. Thank you so very much, Bwana Themba.
Thank you, Chieng, for that submission. Let's go to Mr. Kamau. Yeah, everybody, I greet you in the name of the Lord. First of all, I want to say I'm very much embarrassed that we have reached a point of this is the year 2022, and yet people want to fabricate things to us in the hope that we are going to buy lies and conmanship. I think anybody in Kenya today, unlike the days of independence where it was only 10,000 people who are graduates, now we have millions of people who have graduated, people who have gone to school, and therefore it was so embarrassing to majority of Kenyans who have seen the inside of a class for somebody to go to the United States and really try hard and portray that he is in a serious meeting, that he is saying, he keeps saying that Joe Biden, the president of the United States, is the father of bottoms up. So everybody thought, those who believe in him, that he's going to find an opportunity to learn from him and, of course, discuss about the bottom up ideology. But far from it, he met very junior people. But having met those people, they also tried so much to portray in the media that there were closed-door meetings that happened in White House, of which People have gone to the United States now and then, and in these buildings in the United States, people visit them. Even there are days that students go there and visit and see many pictures. In fact, one of the things I would urge Baba when he becomes the president, because it is now rather obvious that he's going to be the president, once we take a place like, these gloved lands, I don't want to mention them, but there is one land near Langata Road, a hotel there. I hope Baba takes that land and makes it a museum for the people of for the children and the people who come after us to see. And we hang pictures of corruption and the people who have stolen this country right, left, and center. Yeah, so that it is not only in the US where people can go and see history of Abraham Lincoln. Even us in Kenya, we can make some buildings that we know have been stolen, and now there are people earning money from them as museums, so that when you get there with your children, you can show that guy, he had stolen 10,000 acres from government. That guy stole Kenya Power and Lighting. That guy stole NIS. That guy stole pipeline. All these things, because these things have to come to an end. And I know, I have faith in Baba, because I don't think Baba has anything to lose. He's going to do that. And so it was an embarrassment to the people of Kenya, where people like Hussein, who we respected for many, many years, he has been the greatest journalist I've ever seen in Kenya. He's among the people who are called senior journalists. How can you tweet that you're in State House and you're in an adjacent building? What do you want to portray? Are they going to now to UK and purport they are going to see the Queen? Yeah, they're inside Birmingham. I don't know which other buildings are there near where the Queen lives. And it is obvious these people cannot meet corrupt leaders. It is obvious that about 5 people in that group have been in courts. They have court cases. Yeah. Now we are not mentioning names, but we have 5 people there who are mentioned in NYS. They have people there who are mentioned with the Muteshiland and stuff like that. So it's not that Biden doesn't know. They know. So we would urge journalists like Mr. Hussein, when they go to the UK, if they don't manage to get the Queen, please don't purport you've met the Queen. There are places you can go and enjoy life in the UK. Go to watch the game of Manchester United versus Arsenal. Watch something. Those ones anybody can go. And the churches, because they believe churches also accept any sinner. They don't stop sinners from coming to church. There are many places in the UK they can go and enjoy life. There are very good zoos and wildlife. But if they do not meet the Queen and the Prime Minister of UK, don't purport. We are not children anymore. People should not be lied to that have met closed-door meetings. There was no closed-door meeting of importance. These are very junior officers. They are assistant ministers. And they were also not, even some of them were asking, what is your name again? They were not aware of that. So it is an embarrassment, and we should be clear. We cannot con your way to presidency. I don't think that will be possible this time around. And I would like to tell Mr. Nguru, what the edge that Mr. Ruto has in Mount Kenya, it is not the numbers, it is the noise. The noise of UDA in Mount Kenya is at 92%. That is agreed. But the votes are not there. The votes are actually way above 50%. And therefore, there is no worry, there is no need to worry. Mount Kenya are very sober people. They know where they have been for 24 years, and they can never allow that to happen anymore. We do not just vote. We will make sober decisions when the day comes, because this country is better with a person who has fought for democracy, with a person who has fought for the space that we are using today, that anybody here can speak the way they want because they are free. There was a time, if you even thought in your mind about the presidency, it was treasonable. But today we call it out. We say, Uhuru Kenyatta is abused each and every day. And nobody cares, because Like there is another blogger, I think a truck driver in the United States called Choi. I listened to him. He abuses the president from morning to evening. He calls him any kind of name. And I think that is one of the person who invited, of course, the deputy president. But why is he abusing the president? It's because there's freedom. And I don't mean it is bad. Let him abuse as much as he can, because that is what he's getting out of his mind and he's happy. Yeah, this freedom was brought by people. And one living legend is Raila Odinga. Others have died. Others, they lost their memory. People died in hospital. Others fell sick. Others had accidents. Mr. Matiba could not even, he became mad because of what we are enjoying right now. So we will not allow people to corner their way to the presidency, and that I can assure you, the people from Mauritania are not stupid. They are not stupid. The other issue is about Machakos. I said the other day here, if you can buy milk, kama unaweza nunua maziwa kwa duka, kwa nini ununue ng'ombe? Yeah? We can access the people from the eastern. We can talk to them and put reason to them and tell them that the only way to go out of these problems we have, it is this way. We don't need to really have a lot of time, spending a lot of time with Kalonzo. Kalonzo will come at his time. I'm sure what Gilu said is true. Gari iko karibu kujaa na ikifungwa mlango, kama wewe uko nje, lako alipo. Watu wa Ukambani ni watu elevu sana. They are one of the brilliant people we have in Kenya. They're professionals. They think on their own. That is why they can vote three governors in different parties. They know where their vote will count. It will not count if they go with Kalonzo alone. It will also not count if they go with a person who has not done anything significant in life. These people will vote for a man or to a man for Raila Odinga. So we have them. They will vote rightly. This time, I think the die is cast, and people have realized that for Kenya to be better, because the issues we are suffering more today is because of corruption. Hii story tunaambiwa mingi hapa ati ni bottom up and trickle down inafanya hii mashida zinakuwa mingi na sukari na fertilizer kupanda. Hiyo ni uongo. Shida ya Kenya, things are expensive because the cartel between you, the consumer, and the transporter is too high. And this is corruption. Corruption is everywhere in this country. And that is what Baba is saying. He knows where the problem is. He's going to fix it. The issue of Malala. Malala is a political novice. What we call them mental, they call in English, they are called, they are mentally incompetent or mentally impotent. Yeah, they cannot produce anything significant. There are very many in parliament today. People who are impotent in their mind. Yeah, the only thing they think is war and abusing people. Then they have no decorum. We have seen what these other young people are doing in parliament. That is what Malala is. Malala is just a confused person. I don't think he knows. Sometimes you go to a funeral, and the most important thing is to respect the family. Yeah, hata kama unaongea siasa, ongea mature politics. In any case, you're not even supposed to talk politics in a funeral. Tengeneza mkutano yako huko Mount Elgon, enda uambie watu vile unataka. But wakati mtu amekufa, bibi yake hapo na watoto wake, then unaanza kutukana watu wengine, I think that is immaturity of the highest order, and that should come to an end. I am sure if the people who are organizing these funerals from now henceforth, they decide it is only the pastor to speak, and these things will come to an end. Because there was a time that I used the other day, I think I even saw in Mutembei, in the other channels of Mutembei, the senator of Meru, Linturi, started abusing Baba in the podium. And then there was a pastor who came and told him, my friend, hii kanisa si ya siasa. Ila mtu wa UDA, wa Azimio, wa ODM, wote wanakaribishwa hapa. Kwa hivyo hapa usikuje kujitafutia umaarufu. Hiyo vitu tunajua. Wewe ongea huko kwa barabara stage. So I think it is people to reign on their churches and their meetings. And that is the end of my submission. Asante sana Bwana Demba and Bernard.
Thank you, Mr. Kamau. Josek.
How are you?
Good, sir. Continue.
Yes. Thank you for the chance. I'm traveling on my way to Nairobi, so that is why. So I wish to make a few submissions. I'm really much disturbed about what our generation will be if someone who is the senior-most person, like the stature of the deputy president, just does the lies in day broad light, you know. And if you ask any child who they know is corrupt, the name of the deputy president might be. Do not be surprised that it will come up. So I want to talk about his trip briefly. You know, if he was going to that trip and he has been saying about the hustlers, I was expecting in his delegation he could be having either the chairman of Boda Boda Association in Kenya, you know, in that delegation, because he was going to champion about the bottoms up. We could be having even someone in charge of Juakali accompanying him of the Juakali Association. But if you look the list of all the people who accompanied him, there is nowhere the common mwananchi has been championing that is going to put the 50 billion for them to grow themselves. You know, we have not seen where he has even said that they are going to, they are aspirants of the border border people, you know, Mama Mboga, that is supporting and coming out as a deputy president, that we are going to support these people because I believe in the bottoms up, you know. That one should worry you and I, that he speaks a different thing, but does a different thing, you know. So that delegation about his trip, it has been an embarrassment to our country, and I believe that in the future, that the coming government should not allow such a people to go out if there is no any convincing reason as to why they need to travel. One, they are using our taxpayers' money. They're using taxpayers' money. But what they are going there, they are going to cry for that our IBC is going to rig election. You know, instead of him addressing with the IBC, there was a comedy actually which is trending. I don't know if you guys have watched it. This guy from Kisii on Songo, the comedy, is asking that if you have any issues with the election, where should you take it to be addressed? If I had it, if Bernard comes, if he has it, he can play it. Then he says, where do you go? Then he says IBC. Why are the people going to US crying that about the election has been stolen? You know, that thing is really trending, and yet they're saying they are going to disturb US. Instead, it should be helping people in Ukraine who are having a problem. So that trip of him is a very big embarrassment to us, and that trip doesn't really consist or doesn't really um, portray of what he has been saying about the hustlers, you know, because there was no people that he has been talking about in that delegation. Secondly, I want us to see all the people that the deputy president nominated to cabinet, and later on they were appointed to serve as cabinet secretaries. Either all those people, one, either they were dwarfs, like the one who the president is a chaser from wherever, you know, who he had dubious academic papers. No, like the people that were in charge, like of Roland Kimorel. Name all those ministries, you know, they either in one way or another, they had a scandal of something corruption. And these are the things which are in the public. There are people who have been just charged because of that. So that one tells you if all along the deputy has been accused of corruption, I've ever eagerly waited for him to come out clean, you know, to try to tell the Kenyans, I'm being accused of this, to tender clear evidence. If people say that you stole a 100,000 from someone and you didn't, you will have to give proof. He has never come clean. Every time, even before the election, when he was asked, how much is your net worth, you know, he was saying, I have businesses, I have been in government, I have eggs, I have some chicken in Sogoi, you know. But we want someone that if you have businesses which are legit, you need to be able to let the Kenyans know where you get your money. Where are you getting this money that you give every Sunday? And yet we know your salary is 2 million. Even if I was to put for him 5 million because he enjoys the privileges of government, but he donates more than 100 million in in a month. So that one tells you, you and I know the man that you have worked hard for it, even if you are charitable. For myself, I'm just to no extent I can go give more and let that I'm not enjoying or not looking at my the welfare of myself and my people. So you see, he has never come out to remove that tag of corruption. He has never said his tag. There is a time that the former Secretary General Rafael Tuchu of Jubilee had said that they knew how much he was worthy when he joined government. But within the 5 years from 2013, 2017, he has been very rich, very massive, you know. That the office of the deputy president is the one which is in charge of tenders. So he was getting kickbacks, you know. So he became rich through that. But he doesn't want to let the people to know the truth about it. So I don't want to dwell in that. Those are the things which are in the public. Them right for us uh, to digest. On saying another thing, this is a person who has been accused of grabbing public land. There is one, even when I was coming on my way, another lady was telling me that someone who had the guts to grab land belonged to a primary school in Rangata. I had someone say that that one should be turned to be to deal with where they will put those people, the corruption cases who have been jailed or whatever. If someone can have that guts to grab land which belongs to the children for him to do a car park for his hotel, that one tells you that is a very bad, even if you grab land, you need not to do where it's
Okay, I think we lost him.
Okay, sorry. So what I was saying,
You need to summarize. It was only 3 minutes.
yes, I'm summarizing because when I'll say this, I won't again say. So I'm almost. So what I'm saying I want to talk briefly about the tribal tag. The tribal tag. He has been accusing that BBI was for to make other people to alienate some communities. There have come so many tribal parties. But for him, when he entered into government, when they shared the government with the president, he nominated people of one community, which I don't want to dwell on that. You cannot be saying you call other leaders they are tribal, yet yourself, the people who accompanies you, and when you had the chance of bringing people into government, you nominated people of a certain community. Then finally, I am very much impressed with the Azimio rally, Azimio rallies from Kisii, I went to Western, to Bungoma, then today in Machakos. The photos that I got from someone who was in the ground, I can tell you, if Kalonzo doesn't make mind of joining Azimio, Kalonzo will live to regret. So that is what I wish to say as per now. Thank you for the chance.
Okay, thank you so much. John? John, are you ready?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bernard. Na wasalimu nyote mjambo. Okay, I have two things to put across, maybe to submit. One thing is about yesterday's those are false allegations. Like you, somebody ni venye actually wa Kenya wajui au maybe White House inaonekana na White House it has its own rules and regulations. And what I know is you can't, the president of the United States can't hold a meeting of a certain political leader from another country, ikae indoors without nobody knowing. Everything that he does is public. Tungeijua kama tungeona kwa TV, but tungeona some clips. So hapo kwenye walienda is next to White House, hawakuingia ndani, na those are like tumewazoea hizo vitu zao, program zao za kila every now and again kuforge everything na kuweka see crowds see whatever. What does that mean? Tells you this kind of a person you are drumming up to take the most powerful city in our country lives a fake life, a life that he will tell you mimi ni hustler, yet he can't even fit to that class where he is trying to put you. So we need people who are legit. Kindly, even if you want to follow up the team that is working with the DP, is kind of a team that has crooked ways. Another thing, I saw him, aliulizwa VOA, there is a certain lady who was interviewing him, and he asked him, utafanyaje ulete food on the table, yet we know that the first thing that makes Kenya to be dragging wherever it is at the moment, all the causes, all the things that Kenyans are going through is because of corruption. Akumjibu, he never answered that. Why? Because he knows he is corrupt. He is the cause of everything that Kenyans are going through right now. Him and some few individuals. And another thing he was asked, you're working with Anne Waiguru. Anne Waiguru, some years back, she was involved in a scandal that made Kenya to lose millions of money. How can you handle that? He had no legit answer to answer that. Why? Now these things reflect that all of the evil things that his team does, wakiingia kwa government, that's the same thing they're gonna be doing. They'll do it. We will be suffering the rest of our 50 years from now. And another thing, tulisema watermelon ishaoza, hiyo tutupe. Moses Kuria ahadi anasema anataka kujoin Kenya Kwanza. That's fine because anafiti huko, he fits there. Machakos was okay today. What I wish is huyu mwe anajaribu kujifanya fanya hivi apembelezwe. Nataka hii ako kwa kitu wanampembeleza apaamuke siku moja apate kameenda. That is Kalonzo. I'm seeing Alfred Mutua becoming a kingpin of Ukambani very soon, because he has agendas and he has a direction. Si mtu wa kupembelezwa. Finally, watu wa UDA mjue leo na hiyo siku zingine wenye huwa anasema me I don't support a losing team. For now, ninajua we have a government. What we are discussing here is to eliminate the bad that is within us. Sisi hatuna hiyo haraka eti wataiba kura. Hata zikiibwa, I said this. Raila has been going through the same 3 times. So ukiibiwa mara moja na ulikuwa unaiba, wewe ndio ulikuwa unaiba, then unarudi kando unasema eti nataka kukuibia. Mwizi anaweza aje muibia mwizi mwingine? So he knows what they have been doing for all this wrong, like wanapiga kura, unapata ni huyo ameshinda, then wanafanya whatever they know. The another thing that I'm much concerned about is the chairman of IEBC, because we used the same table tukakata nyama ikuwa into equal pieces. I wish hata tukimaliza uchaguzi we use another place ya kukata nyama, like huyo mtu atoke hapo. He knows whatever the bad things they have been doing, so we need him out. We need a new face in IEBC. Thank you, Bernard na Temba. That's what I had.
Thank you so much, John. Odhiambo, how are you? Wale ambao tuko kwa comment sections, tafadhali tuendelee let's be civil. We continue being civil with each other. Toa maoni yako bila matusi. This is a platform that everyone is watching and we want you to be civil with each other. And we invite you, come on, toa maoni yako, then you allow others also to give their views. Karibuni sana. Yes, Odhiambo, time ni yako.
Thank you, Mr. Thamba. You can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, guys.
Oh, thank you very much. My name is Odhiambo. I'm joining the platform all the way from Dubai. And I'm really happy with this platform. I've been following it up. And without taking much time, it is quite pathetic that sometimes back when we had campaigns in the year 2013, our deputy president was talking of digital, and he wanted to digitalize Kenya and the community at large. And it is a shame that today the digital is fully back. So we don't know which way he wants to take us. Secondly, it's a shame that our deputy president in front of the whole world cannot explain bottom up how he's intending to implement this. He's not even able to put his words together so that he can explain himself so that people can hear and understand what he's actually talking about. I really want to Kenyans to think and look at things critically without just going with the crowd and doing things without analyzing properly, so that at least this time around, not for a name, but I really want our Kenya. I'm really longing to see our Kenya change, getting some leaders who can bring change. You can see clearly that our deputy president was not even for peace, because when he is asked what was the wrong thing with the handshake, it is like it was okay, except that it did not bring the thing that it's supposed to bring. Then what was he expecting from the handshake? If he knew very well that the handshake was good, but he didn't come out, why don't he come out and tell us what was my expectation with this handshake, and why am I against it? So the personal differences is not going to help Kenya. When you talk of empowering farmers, while it is clear that you are the one who has squandered the money for building a dam which is going to help farmers, then how is it going to work? I just want to encourage Kenyans as they're listening. I know so many Kenyans are interested and are listening on this platform. Let us stop looking for petty and little money that we use today and then it is gone, and choose our leaders clearly with a clear goal and a good intention. I don't want to take much time. I like listening. And thank you so much, everyone, for putting up and for encouraging and bringing a picture to our Kenyans so that at least we can get a sense of direction. God bless you all.
Thank you so much, Odhiambo, for your submissions. Themba hawezi guza kweni wazuri huko chini kwa comment section. David Olo na Nurujija, tuache matusi please, naomba. Tuache matusi. Just make your point, improve on your point, not on your insults. That's what we say. Improve on your points, not on your insults. Can I join, please? Yes. You see, if you see the link down there when we share, just click on the link and you'll find yourself in the studio. If we are not more than 10, put on your weka nini yako vizuri, your mic, set up your mic and everything, and of course you'll find yourself in the studio. Just click on the studio and you will find yourself in here. Yeah, it's that simple. It's that easy. You know, if you click, siasa sasa imekuwa boring when Ruto is not around. Yeah, we know it's boring when Ruto is not around kwa Kenya Kwanza. So they don't have anything to say. So they ban tajui Masi Musundi uzuri wa Cherono huwa asikii vibaya ukimwambia. Be mindful of your friends. Improve on your argument, not on your insults. Hilary, habari gani? Toa maoni yako.
Yes, Themba, how are you? Hello,
I'm
yes.
good. Yeah, I'm good. Yes.
Siku mingi, I was watching you on the sides before you joined. Asante. First of all, I think I want to comment on what happened in Mount Elgon, and people have talked quite a lot about our DP na his trip in USA. I don't think I need to talk about it. Tunampatia publicity for nothing. But the trip, as you guys have said, it has been a big flop. I hope he will do better in Britain, in England. We hope he'll do better than what he has done in USA. What I want to comment on, it was a shame that what happened in Mount Elgon. That was a big shame, and that clearly shows the political guys who are in Kenya Kwanza in Western, what they wanted to achieve. And it can be clearly seen now that people from Western do not want nonsense. If you come and try talk badly about our person who is the fifth, then we are ready to take on you head on. Vile Joho tuambia kama ni mbaya ni mbaya. Ukileta mdomo pia si tuko na mdomo. So that was an example of what happened today. So the person I pity so much is Malala and Wetangula. Wetangula should realize that his seat is really under fire, and he should, instead of him wasting time going to Findle, he should go back to Bungoma County and start campaigning, because as he's wasting time moving around, Omnyinyi is on the ground, and he's really working on dethroning him from that seat. So if he's listening to me, he needs to go back to the ground and cast a campaign. Ama sivyo atashangaa, ataona moto. He'll go back to his law firm. Sijui kama hata ofisi ina operate. He needs to check on that. The other thing is it's about Machakos. Machakos was good, and clearly, if you are not in Kenya or in Kenya, you can see where we are heading to. And advice to Kalonzo, he needs to board mapema sana without wasting time. Nakana tukiamka asubuhi kesho tupata meet a press conference that they are joining, because the way things are happening, he might be left out. Temba, there's a request that I wanted you guys to do. No, I read mostly. I concentrate on the comments that people write down there, and I would like to suggest, could you guys organize just one of these fine days, one of these nights that we have, we try and source for about 4 supporters of UDA and about 4 supporters of Azimio. We organize for that debate here, so that now we get, because I see them commenting on they are always on comments, but they fear coming to studio, and the ones who come to studio, they come when they are challenged, they run away. So I wonder, I think we need to just get a few. If you can get a few, Kinatuya and the others who are there, and get a few from Azimio side, because they cry that this Mtembei is an Azimio channel, yet they have a chance to come and present their views here. So I don't know if you can look at that, so that one of these fine days we listen to at least them and the ones that will represent us here from Azimio side. Thank you for now. I'll convene later.
That's a very good suggestion, but that's an exercise in futility. Number one, when we share the link, we don't choose who is coming. Okay, you are free to click on the link. You come on the platform. We don't sieve and say that this guy is Azimio, this guy is Oka, this guy is whatever. We don't choose. Anybody can click on the link and find themselves here. But we've tried what you are saying before. We even set a debate where we thought they would come and explain to us what is bottom up. But for some reason, they never came. So we said, I mean, they are free to come, whoever it is that is KKA, whoever it is that is Oka. There's never a person who has come here to say, for me, I'm Oka. I'm supporting one Kalonzo Musyoka for presidency, and this is why. They have never seen anybody coming here to say that. Nobody has come here to even say that they are supporting the guy who wants to legalize ban, Wajakoya. Nobody has come here to say they are supporting the other presidential candidate. There's also Ruben Kigame. There's another guy from Luyaland. I mean, there are so many presidential candidates, but none of them has supporters that have the ability to come and step up. I know even the Third Way Alliance, Dr. Okot, wants to to vie as a presidential candidate again in 2022. None of them are shown up. So if you think it is Azimio, yes, it is. It's Azimio because those are the people showing up. But if you want to show up, if you want to come on board, I mean, we have no problem. But if they want to have fun commenting down there and throwing insults, if that's their way of campaigning, we can't drag someone and bring them to the platform. And you see, again, if you come to the platform and you don't have facts, it's become too hot for you, you drop off. So we have agreed over time that if you can sustain the heat, come. If you can't sustain the heat, go where you are safe. Go to the comment section, you know, you go there, you comment. When you are done, you go sleep. You know, that's if that's therapeutic for them, because maybe it's therapeutic for them to just come, listen, throw some insults, and then go sleep. For them, that is what they like. I mean, for some of them. But we would be okay if anyone sees the link and comes on board and shares. Those who say it's Azimio because you can't join, you can't have the guts to come on and face these people. I mean, who am I? We can't drag you. David Olo is here. David Olo has been on the comment section and he comes here. We have had Atuya coming in. Whenever they come with a lot of makasiriko. You know, for some reason, I don't know why people who are supporting UDA and Kenya Kwanza wako na makasiriko kibao. They have number one, they have a lot of lies. Number two, wako na makasiriko. Number three, they have no facts. And they will come, they throw on you insults. Then when they are done throwing the insults, they go away. Now you are left with insults and nobody to ask any questions. I wish they could sustain the heat. Come here, talk. After talking, wait for the questions. So Hillary, I hear you. I know you're trying to, to vouch for them. But if you have anyone who can sustain the heat, tell them to come on board. We don't choose. We don't choose anybody. If you are Oka, if you are Azimio, if you stand for the guy who wants to legalize Bang, Wajakoya, anybody that you support, come. We will give you an opportunity to share with us. This is an open platform, political discourse for anybody. Yeah, so those people who wanasema kwa Kiswahili ya kwamba the lazy people, I think yule ambaye ni lazy analaumu nini? Analaumu jembe, yeah? So when you don't have anything to say, you start blaming your tools. You say it is the jembe that I'm using that is blunt, but ningelima sana. Or that what do you call it? There was that story of the monkey that was trying to reach to fruits. And then when it realized that it could not reach the fruits, it started saying that ata hizo fruits hazijaiva. So you see, when you can't sustain the heat, you go to the comment section, nasema hii ni ya watu wa Azimio, hii ni ya watu wa baba, wametumwa hapa kuja matusi. You know, you think you're having fun. Yes, you're having fun, but in the meantime, you're also giving yourself a lot of trouble. You can't sleep. You know, it is at night, I think midnight. Can you imagine it's at midnight or maybe past midnight at home in Kenya? And you are awake on a platform sending insults. Who is the foolish here? Badala ulale ujipatie usingizi mnono. I mean, 8 hours of sleep is good for you. Don't allow yourself to wake up at night in the middle of the night to come and insult people who don't care. Do you think we care how much insults you send there? You need to give yourself some sleep. Sleep easy. If you think your guy is on the top, if you think Ruto is ahead, if you think Kenya Kwanza is okay, if you think they are easy, just sleep. Wait for tomorrow. Go to their platform. And there are many platforms, some of them supporting Kenya Kwanza. Go there. But here, we encourage people to be a little, because if you come and you throw insults, we just throw you out. You know, for us here, we don't give a lot of airtime to that. So if you come and you are throwing insults, we don't give negativity any chance. We give you a free pass. You take it to where you have come with it. That's negative energy. You can use it elsewhere. Calvin Abarigani, before I bring David.
Okay, mzuri sana.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm live from Mombasa. Basically, when we consider the political heat in the nation, and I was at a time also been able to listen to whatever the DP was talking about, you will find this guy is not a guy to be trusted, yeah, with the top seat, because this, when they formed the government, yeah, back in 2013, they had the agendas, the top 4 agendas, of which the top 4 agendas were not achieved, all of them. Some have been achieved. In their second term, this was now the time now we had political heat after the elections. But then there came sort of a handshake, yeah? I think this was just to bring the political heat that was previously from 2013. Now, because of the handshake, I thought it could have been easier for the government to achieve the top 4 agendas. And mark you, if the DP cannot even explain the aspect of corruption, we as Kenyans, why do we have to offer him the top seat? Because there is no sense of whatever the DP is talking about in terms of corruption. So, regarding the interview that the previous interview from VOA, the DP was asked about the cost of living and now how Kenyans can put food on the table. How do you put food on the table without coming up with a proper strategy or a model of food production? Mark you, at the moment, a bag of fertilizer going for around 6,000. That means that the cost of production is high. If the cost is high, that means that most of our farmers cannot be able to raise this amount of money. So that means that they will tend to change from maybe one crop to another. And once people change, because maybe you had not adopted the system, you've not adopted the farming or agriculture of another kind, yeah, you will have to take a bit of the time for you to adapt with the new crop you are going to practice on. So the DP has failed us in terms of food, because if a Kenyan can't afford even a single meal, we have Kenyans dying of hunger in different regions. We have northeastern children are not even going to school. Kenyans are dying of food. There's no water. If you visit some part of the Rift Valley, we have the aspect of Aora and Kimwarer Dam. There's nobody who can explain where this money went to. And he's being held responsible of that. The DP is being held responsible of fertilizers, the cost of fertilizers. He can't give us the reason. We have the Kenya Meat Commission, yeah? Why do we have to import cows from our neighboring country, that is Uganda, to Kenya? Yet we have farmers who have their cattle here. We can buy from the cattle from the farmers and promote them. So if we can't support our people as the government, how do you expect the people whom you are not supporting to support you by giving you votes so that you become their leader? I've always thought myself, yeah, that a leader should be able to support the junior or the people he's governing, so that these people can also support him, because it will be very difficult, even if the DP wins the election, to govern people who are very hungry. These people doesn't have food. It will be very difficult. So I think it will be wise for Kenyans to have to weigh the two top leaders. That is Raila from Azimio and the DP from Kenya Kwanza. Because it's better first we go with peace, we go with agendas, because the model that has been developed by the DP he's talking about himself cannot even explain the model. So if you want to use a model that you can't explain, where are you heading to? Hii ndio unasikia mtu unaongozwa na yule mwetu mwenye ajui njia, ye mwenyewe ajui njia. The model yenye anazungumzia hajui ni nini. Can he give us even samples where or nations where this model have been used? Has this model succeeded in any of the nations? I also heard him talking about the track record. Track record gani the DP has. In the other government that was formed around 2007, yeah? I think he was the minister in charge of agriculture. There was corruption. All along, our DP is a very strong agent and a leader of corruption. We have first to fight corruption in our nation. Once we fight corruption, the main problem of our nation is corruption, not even the leaders. The corruption aspect. If we can fight this, I think we'll be good to go. I think that's all I had for today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Calvin. David Olo. Rastaman.
Thank you so much, Temba. How are you?
I'm good, sir. Karibu.
Yeah, thank you for adding me. Yeah, I just want to start by adding something on what you've said, and then I will also add something on what Kelvin has said. I just want to urge those who always claim that this channel is for Azimio, that they are very, very wrong. In fact, some people, they always say that this channel is only for Luos. And like right now, there is only one Luo in this, among the people in the panel. It is me. Ochieng may be a lawyer or a Kisi, I don't know. So they should just stop having that kind of mentality and know that in this channel it is open for everyone. And I just want to urge UDA supporters, Ruto has a bad name. So if you come here with the kind of attitude that he has, no one will listen to you. The best way to support Ruto is for you to be humble. You just become humble no matter how people are insulting you, but you stick on the truth. If you come here and then maybe people try to interrogate you and then you hang up, like the boy who was just here some few hours ago, he started some narrative, and then when he was being questioned, he hung up and then he went. So I just want to urge you that please, before you come here, just plan very well. Me, if it were that I'm a UDA supporter, I can support Ruto very, very well, because you see, some things you just need common sense. You just need common sense to boost your point, then you go on. Being makasiriko haiwezi saidia. Ukikasirika utakuwa tu unajaribu kukakaa mtu wa UDA kabisa kabisa, and no one will listen to you. Another thing that I want to say about what Kelvin has said is that, I just wonder, those who support Ruto, whatever they are thinking, like, see, things are just very, very clear. Ruto has been given 9 years to work, but there is nothing that he has to show. So I'm just wondering that what is making people to follow him? Is it tribe or what? Because, there is no need for you to vote for him if he comes from your tribe, because even if you don't, you will lose nothing. And you may vote for someone who doesn't come from your tribe, and his policies may help you. I didn't vote for Uhuru, but his Uduma, the things that he did about Uduma, opening Uduma centers, helped me. There's a time that I wanted my birth certificate and I got it so easily. So I just want to urge people that please, let us just stop this tribal thing and think outside the box so that we can achieve what is good for our country. You see, in Kenya, we only lack systems that work. We don't need to reinvent the wheel like the way Raila says. You see, everything that we need is there. We just don't have someone to do it. You see, even bottom up is not bad. We don't just trust the person who's selling that bottom up. Don't think that bottom up is bad. It is Ruto who can't be trusted. And he can't be trusted because he has been given time, he has been tested, and he has failed. So we don't need to think so much. About the Ukambani rally. I just want to say that the rally was it just overwhelmed me, and the crowd, the crowds have just been growing big, and I'm just wondering. So, and I know Kisumu will be the climax, and as the people of Azimio, I just want to urge us to keep the heart, and everything will be good. And I can see Baz there now. He's ready to bring lies. Mr. Baz, how are you? Okay, you can't listen. Okay, I just want to finish at that moment, at that point, and I want to tell you, Temba, keep up the good work, and we are with you no matter what.
Buzz, how are you?
I'm fine, my brother. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you, David, for emphasizing on that. Najua kuna watu wanakuwa na Buzz, kaa tu hapo na kuleta na few. Kuna watu wanakuwa na tabia ya kufikiria kwamba hii channel. Yaani watu unajua with an exception of Buzz, watu wa Kenya kwanza wanakuwa na hasira tu na matusi. Unaona mtu anaamka anasema ati hii channel ni ya Wajaluo, mara hii channel ni ya Azimio, mara mmetumwa. You know, when you have negativity, they say that from the abundance of the heart the mouth speaketh. Sasa siku hizi ni from the abundance of the heart the hand writeth. Utaandika kile ambacho kiko ndani. Sasa kama uko na matusi mingi, hiyo ndio itatoka. But what we do, life goes on. Like Maya Angelou said, that what you come to realize is that life goes on. Robert Onchangu, habari gani?
Poa sana.
Haya, karibu.
Kwa kuniallow kuingia ndani na wale wote ambao wako kwa show hii. I think I have a few things to say. One is all about you. You as the host, I think you need to be a little bit neutral, even though you can give your own views, it's okay. And you don't have to go into details, maybe, criticizing some people. It's good to criticize, but you as a host, you need to be getting, the views from both sides. That's how we can learn. When we are in this show, we are learning. There are some things we don't know. I can learn, or I can hear from so and so. I didn't know, I can get to know it. Somebody didn't know, then he can get it maybe from me or from somebody else. One thing I've learned all along is about the support of politicians. As a good supporter, and this you'll have to, maybe you'll get to know it later, never ever should you support any politician more than 65%. If you do that, you will never ever see or get to know the wrong this person does. And if you do support somebody around 65%, the 35% or even 10% will allow you to get to know the good the other person is doing or he has done. Because there's no politician anyway who is perfect or who is corruption free. There is nobody. All these guys who are in this presidential race, nobody is corruption free. So we need to get to know that. We know about Ruto. We know about Kalonzo. We know the Prime Minister, former Prime Minister, and all those, Jacoy and all the rest. We know them. So we get to know that both they are corrupt in one way or the other. And
Point of correction, Mr. Themba. Is it right for Robert to claim that all politicians are corrupt?
Let him finish, and then you will rebut him.
Okay. I said they are not corruption free. I said they are corrupt in one way or the other. If you show me or tell me one who is not corrupt, I'll have to tell you how corrupt that person is. Or if I'll not tell you, you better listen and get to know from others who might be knowing that person than you do. Because if you do support somebody above 65%, you'll not give room yourself to learn and get to know how whoever you are supporting.
That is your own theory, That is your own theory. And you can't say that if I support. It's like you are forcing me to align to your own thoughts, which
no.
is not mine,
I say I don't have to. You are entitled to your own opinions to support
No,
whoever you
but
want.
you see, when you come here,
views,
you see, if you come here,
it was only my own views that
if you come here, you can't come here. Then you say that it is your opinion, and if I like, I take it or not. No, you must come here.
David, allow him to finish. Boss, Maliza, your submission. You don't have to respond to everything. Just continue the submission.
What I think and what I know is that everybody is entitled to his own opinions, So you can take it or you cannot. And when you go to school, that's why when we are in school, we learn so much, yet we absorb a few things. We don't absorb everything because you cannot be getting 100% in each and everything. And the other thing I was going to say is all about the insults. When we are talking about these politicians, maybe they don't know us, but we are supporting them. And we are trying to, insult those ones who do what? Who are on the other side. We should try to say good things about whomsoever we are supporting. We will not be of any difference between those politicians and us here. Let us say the good things about whom we are learning. We shouldn't be coming here, I insult you, I say something bad about you, maybe somebody who is in a Yuda, somebody who is in a Azimio, somebody who is with the Oka and all that. Let's say what's good and on how, as given the policies, good policies, which can enable our people to flourish, to go forward, all those kind of things to enhance security, But the insult will not help us. The insult will not help anything. The insult will only help those politicians so as maybe they can get, the votes they need to cringe into wherever position they want. Yeah. And most importantly is, let's know about God. When you have that hand of God, He can guide you on how to love your neighbor. We are here only maybe we differ in opinions and maybe on principle, but we are all Kenyans. I hope we are all Kenyans. Those politicians at one point, they'll go. Kenya remains. We remain. We are the subjects. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. There was a question from David Olo. Kindly, David, liza swali yako.
I think it is wrong for Robert to claim that all politicians are corrupt, because to me, I think that is just something that Kenyans were brainwashed to believe that by those who are corrupt. That's the language of UDA. You see, that's the language of those who are afraid to differentiate between what is good and what is bad. There are good politicians even in Kenya. But you know one thing, what the corrupt have done in Kenya is to paint those who are clean as if they are corrupt, and Kenyans have believed that. If we know, before you say that someone is corrupt, there must be facts. And when we say that someone like Ruto is corrupt, we say that confidently because we know there are cases that are in court that he has about corruption. But you know what he does? He goes out there, then he paints like what he's doing now. Look, he was the one who was claiming and telling people not to go and cry out there to Wazungu, but right now he's the one who's crying to Wazungu. You see, he has almost eaten all that he had vomited. Everything that Ruto used to castigate is what he is doing now. So that is being brainwashed, and I don't believe in that. You see, there are good politicians and there are bad politicians. There are good policemen and there are bad. There are bad policemen. So, Mr. Robert, I don't subscribe to that your kind of theory.
So
Robert,
if you can tell me one politician,
you have
if you
any
can tell me
comment
one politician who is
before
not
we
corrupt
move on? Yes,
in one way
go on.
or the other. Yeah.
Tempa, can I respond? Or I leave it?
Go on, David.
Oh, you want me to tell you one politician who is not corrupt? Raila is not corrupt. Tell me one case that Raila has. Tell me any day you've ever seen Raila in court because of a corruption case. It is Jubilee that started painting Raila as that Raila is corrupt. And it was all lies. It was like the things they told Kikuyus about Raila. You see? They just painted him like that because they knew that he's clean. Well, first of all, I want to ask you, if Raila was corrupt, do you think Jubilee government would have left him free? See, he would have been arrested a long time ago because they had the powers and they were friends and they were together. So that is a lie, man.
I wish I had time to maybe respond to you.
Just say, can you mute here? Robert. Okay, can you mute? Now let's agree. Okay, the point is, Joseph, Robert, you're saying that they are corrupt politician. David does not agree. So let's let it rest there. So you in this debate, yeah, this is the thing. Come make your point. Someone might be convinced, another one might not be convinced. It's okay to even agree to disagree. All right. So you can go back and forth for a very long time. Robert, just mute. You can go back and forth for a long time, and it's not about winning. The problem sometimes you come here that you want to win. It's not about winning. It's about making a case. Now, when you make your case, someone might be convinced, another one might not be convinced. It's still okay. You are not enemies. You have made your point, Robert. The points you have given are making, they make sense. And maybe there's someone who thinks like you. David Olo doesn't think like you. He thinks there are politicians who are good. It's okay. It's still okay. You can look at the same thing. Remember the case of an elephant. Someone can be seeing an elephant from a different perspective, and someone will give a different description. So that's what I want to say for now. So let's move on. I hope it is not the same thing, Baz. You want to drive yourself in?
No, I don't want to drive myself into that, Themba, but I just sought a little clarification from something David Olo has said. It is always good you don't just fly words. David has said that Ruto has pending corruption cases. We would just, it is always good to mention a few. We remember during the 2013 presidential debate, the Prime Minister alleged that the current president had land cases in court, and he was put on the spot by the president then to state which case the president was having in court regarding land matter. So kindly, Mr. David, Just tell us a few cases that are pending in court regarding corruption against the DP. Just one or two. Just one or two.
First of all, I want to correct you that you are lying. Raila in 2013 debate, in fact, he defended Uhuru against the land, and he said that I can't blame you because the lands were given by your father. You remember very well. In fact, me as a Raila supporter, I was very, very mad because I expected Raila to bash Uhuru on that land issue. But Raila just said that I don't want to blame you for the lands because the land belonged to your father. So you are lying on that one. So we remove that statement out. So about DP Ruto's cases, we all know about the land case, right? And we know about the Weston Hotel, which is in the court, right? Are those not corruption cases? We know about Muteshi's land, right? Do you know about those cases, Mr. Buzz?
I think it's always good to base on facts. Cases that have already been adjudicated and ended are no longer cases. I wanted you to tell us current case of corruption. You have said he has pending cases. There is no case against Weston in court, by the way. All there is allegations and counter allegations. Just state a case that is in court today. Or you withdraw your statement.
Look, there are allegations in court, or what do you mean?
The allegations in the public court, not in the court of law. If you say the allegations in the court of public opinion, that is okay.
We will leave. I will leave Themba to decide on that.
Hold on, David. What are you saying, Baz? Why you started well, now you are coming into another problem. What are you saying about the Western case?
There isn't a case in court.
What are you saying about it?
There is no case in the courts of law against him regarding Weston.
What do you mean?
There is, where is the case?
What do you mean?
What do I mean?
Yeah.
I mean what I've just said.
Oh, Baz.
No.
Baz, be serious.
Baz, be serious. Baz, you see, Baz, it's okay for you to say, okay, fine, I don't know if there is. But there's already a case about Weston. There's already, it is in the Land Adjudication Board. It was taken there. And what has happened is they had given an offer. Ruto's people had given an offer that they want to pay off, so that because the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority wanted their land back, right? Ruto, through his people, had said that they bought land from someone else, so they want to pay it off. So it was supposed to be calculated, whatever payment. So they are stuck at that. The land is supposed to be going back to civil aviation. Ruto and his people want to pay that money off, but at the price that they bought it. But these are many years later. So this other side, the land commission, I think land commission had said that they wanted it to be paid with interest to this point. All right. But Ruto wanted to, because he said he bought it from a third party, from another person, as seeing somebody. You remember when they drew Ruto with some photo of Land Singh, Mashamba Singh. You remember that time? That is the time he had said that he's not the one who bought that land. That land belonged, someone else bought it from Kenya Civil Aviation. Then that person sold to him. And he has admitted to that. So when you come and say that there's no case, it means that probably you haven't followed the case up to where it is right now. It has not, it is there to be closed. Okay? So if you are to be honest with what you are submitting, the first, as it is in the Land Adjudication Commission. It was supposed to be going, they were given that to try and sort it out before it goes to court, right? And then from that point is when now they can follow it through. But now questions are rising.
That is what I'm saying. That is not in court. That is in Adjudication Commission. Mr. Olo has said he has pending cases in court regarding corruption. Let us be factual. Which case?
Forget about
No,
being in the
but
adjudication.
you see, Land and Adjudication Commission is basically to say that this is already going through some adjudication. You know, not necessarily. You know, like we have political parties tribunal. That's already it's like a court system. It's an adjudication process, right? You don't have to go to high court. Like when you are going to divorce and you go to Sharia. Hello. So what we are saying is there's already a problem with the Western thing, which they have admitted. Secondly, people associated to the deputy president were already found to have tried to grab Uru Gardens, if you can remember. You know, and they even they decided to build some club there. I don't know, I cannot remember the name of that club. All right. So what we are saying is simple. This, if you are to follow the cases that are following the deputy president one after another, clearly, what I normally say is that you people from UDA, you'd make it a better campaign for you guys, not to be asking, tell us which one. Because when you know someone is already dirty, don't ask people to start pinpointing. You'd rather avoid that topic like the deputy president does. When you ask him, if you go to the VOA interview, when he was asked about corruption, he was very evasive. This is what he said. And I remember his statement. The journalist asked him, there's this Anwai Guru who was mentioned in NYS. And part of the money that was stolen from NIS went and even bought condoms. So the journalist was asking, this person is in your team. Can you tell us how you're going to fight corruption with this person? You know how the deputy president responded? This is what he did. He said, you know, issues of corruption, we need not to personalize them. You know, already he's not responded to the question, but he's avoided it. He's trying to get away. I would wish you guys, when you come here, don't try to tell us that now pinpoint. Because if you pinpoint, the more it is brought out, the more your guy becomes more dirty.
Themba, when somebody says don't personalize, we all know and we can agree in this forum that corruption is systemic in Kenya. We cannot personalize. That's all he is saying.
It is done by people. I mean, NYS was not done by angels. It was done by people, and those people have names. So if you're going to call Anwai Guru as one of the mastermind, it is not an angel. It is a person. You have to put a face to what is happening. You can't say now we are going to deal with corruption without putting a face to those people. Ann Ngirita, after stealing from us, the next time she wants to start to go for you women rep, and her case is not yet over. So what we are saying here, for you people already, you know, like the people of Kirinyaga said, our thief is our thief. You guys know that this is your thief, you know, in quotes, so that you don't hit me. He is your thief. So don't ask what did he steal, because if you're going to pinpoint all those things, you're going to be left with eggs on your faces. Anyway, I want to give you, because now you are here, time to submit so that we can continue with our submission.
Thank you very much, Themba. I think we have brought in a very huge topic that should have its own day. It's a topic that we can discuss for ages without even coming to a conclusion or an agreement. But as I say, we agree to disagree. I think it is already Sunday, and the only thing I would like to respond is to say that we can talk about a politician, we can joke about a politician, we can even reference a politician, but we cannot, and this is a very dangerous position, we cannot mock God, we cannot reference God. This week we are awake to a position where we have been told God urinates. That was it is a statement that I feel offended to repeat or even to reference. I think we must have respect to the Almighty God at whatever time, at whatever position, at whatever place we are. We can even say we will close churches, no problem. Let us close them, no problem. But we cannot use such words again against the Almighty God. It is offensive to me and to anybody who believes in God. If we believe in the same God, it is offensive to us. And I think that was my submission today. I will not dwell on the topic of the US or on the Machakos. That made me my week, and I decided to watch the program from the backside just to listen. But today, because Olo was in today, I decided let me poke him a little bit.
Olo has a question before I ask you mine, Buzz.
But okay, I don't agree with you. First of all, not everyone is a believer. Okay, not everyone is a believer. You see, belief is something that is very, very personal, and God. There are no people who can claim that they own God more. You are not first sons of God, and others are second sons of God. See, neither are you deputy Jesus. Okay, so I do find it very, very funny when I see people like UDA people. In fact, you insult people using very, very bad insults. For example, if you go to this Azimio lady, Pauline Njoroge's wall, you'll find people insulting her in a way that you just wonder. And some of them, when you try to check their profile, you find that some of them is written, "Oh, God of this, God of that, praise Jesus, blah, blah, blah." And you just wonder. And I want to tell you something. If you find a leader who loves God very much, he must have something wrong with him. You see, you remember the late Burundian president who did very, very bad things to the people of his country. He really, really loved God. He used to go out there. He used to sponsor these crusades. And then Donald Trump, you see, and then right now in our country, we know. So don't think that everyone believes like you believe. And I just want to use this example, Themba. Allow me to use this one. If you have ever watched blue movies, when those ladies, they are honey, you see the way they always say, right? What do they always say? Oh my God, oh my God. What do you want to say about it? Eh? What do you think? Is it worse than saying that God urinates? So, my friend, I can't agree with you, my friend.
Okay, wait. Let me wait, WG. I don't know which God of Baz. Baz, sometimes when you go religious, I usually wonder. It's an interesting discussion. But the Bible that you read tells you that you are made in the image of God, right? Baz?
Yes.
So if you are made in the image of God, do you urinate?
Themba.
That's answered.
Yes, I do. Let me answer for the
No. I mean,
just for argument. Yes, yes, I do.
Urinating is not a bad thing. I mean, it's a biological thing. It's just like saying if you're going to the toilet to poop is a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. It's a way that God has created you to eliminate the bad stuff from your body. So if you say that urinating is bad, therefore you're saying the same God that created you with power to urinate is a bad God. So why you do be a fan and say that you're beautifully and wonderfully made in the same Bible, and you are made to urinate and to poop, and then you don't like it, then you don't like your God. Sometimes it's good to think in perspective. You don't become too offended without necessarily understanding the way that you're looking at your interpretation of what has been said. Urinating is not a bad thing. Urinating is a biological process. It is the way God has made you. Let me tell you, if you didn't urinate today, you will be in a hospital. it will be a medical problem, so that we can see what is the problem why this person is not urinating. So God created you. But now you can't. Yes.
Themba, let me ask you just a minute, because you are saying I am created in the image of God, and so because I urinate, God urinates.
Not me. It is the Bible that you read that says that.
That was I'm asking you. So God urinates because I'm made in the same image. That's what you say. I just want to say yes or no.
Yes.
No comment.
Yeah, it does.
Can I remind Baz something?
Yes, WG. Let's listen to WG.
Yeah, we are nowadays so much used to UDA and represented by Baz.
No, just WG, just respond to the without condemning him. Just respond to.
No. You see, I just want to put him to order. I'm not condemning anyone.
Yeah, respond. So, listen, WG.
See,
I want to put you to order.
What I'm saying.
Wait, WG. Wait. Yes. I want to put you to order. Respond to what Baz has said without referencing his political persuasion, whether it's UDA or whatever. He said that he is offended that you said that God urinates. So can you respond to that?
The way I'm responding is that they want to force God into their small understanding of God. You see, they want to make God look like the way they understand him. But God is above, the understanding of God is above us, human. So the way you are explaining is like you want to bring God into human. You want to make him human, so that what we feel like bad to us is also bad to God. God does not work like that, my friend. He created you, and he knew the functions that you need in order to survive as human. So don't force God into your small cocoon of understanding that is how he feels and looks, the same way human does. It is not like that. I think God is much bigger than what our perception of him.
Thank you. I saw another hand raised. Okay, Odhiambo, before I bring Baz. And
Yeah, what I wanted to comment is that I like the way David puts it, that we must see people who really love God are doing odd things. We must know the difference between hiding in the name of God and being a God-loving person. We must differentiate those. Some people, they want to bring in and associate themselves with God so that people treat them wholly with all the things that they do. And that's why they become agitated. They become so angry when they feel like someone is not respecting them and they love God. They don't love God. They just want that name for their own favor. And that is why we should believe God in this. And these politicians should leave God alone and go with their politics. That's what I wanted to comment.
Okay, Baz, say something.
Thank you very much, Baz. Honorable Raila Odinga, it will now be impossible to call him Baba again. Baba means source, and it will be impossible. Let us just refer him to his name. Honorable Raila Odinga is going for a top position, that is the presidency. And when you go for the presidency, you have to swear with the Constitution. The first article in the Constitution is the preamble of the Constitution, which says we acknowledge the supremacy of the Almighty God. That is the first article. I cannot be in that line of trying to alter something that isn't in the correct perspective, acknowledging the supremacy of the Almighty God. I will not go that line, and I think
the problem is with Raila, Baz. It's
wait, WG. Let's have some order. Don't unmute before you are given. Raise up your hand. Allow Baz to finish. And then we just want to. Buzz is just messing with your minds, yeah. And if you allow him to do that, he's gonna do that for the best for his own fun. Yes, Buzz, finish your
Yes. So let us be respectful to even what the Constitution says. Let us respect the supremacy of God, and at no time should we make mockery. That's all I have to say. I think it's a Sunday, and it's good we begin at that point.
You know, Buzz, you haven't told me what's saying that urination is mockery to God. I haven't understood. You haven't told me anything.
Buzz, even sorry, I'm even calling myself Themba. Themba, if you know that reference of that topic was about rain. Rain comes from what he said. We all know what we urinate. If we have to say our urine is equivalent to rain,
you see, Buzz, you're even now embarrassing yourself. Is urine necessarily bad?
it is waste.
And
it is not bad, but it is waste.
Is what comes from you necessarily bad?
What comes out is outrightly bad.
What do you mean?
That's why you cannot take it back.
You are now generally exposing your misunderstanding of renewable resources and reuse. You know what comes out of you, like the sewer system. What they do, they go and reuse whatever it is that comes out, and it is used for, even in some places, it is actually refreshed and used in other areas. The fact that it cannot be used inside of you cannot mean that it can't be used elsewhere. You see, now you are showing how limited understanding you have. Yes, but
we will defend politicians, eh?
No, I'm not. Listen, Buzz. I'm not even defending no politician. Listen, I'm not defending no politician. I'm just saying I'm limiting myself to what you're saying. So I want to open your understanding. You see, we have semantics. We have different semantics that we have been socialized to appreciate. Like you have been told that poop is a bad thing, which is not necessarily true. In some cases, people actually renewable resource, they reuse. They have a way they tap it, and it is used for certain things like making fertilizers and other things. So the fact that it comes out of you does not necessarily mean it's a bad thing. Just like cow dung. Some people come across it, they think it's a bad thing, but you learn before that the same cow dung can be used as to make the soil looks even better, and bring us more food. So your understanding of something does not necessarily mean it's a bad thing. So you are upset because of your understanding of what urination is, but it doesn't necessarily mean that urine is bad. So you need to work on your understanding, not necessarily that someone has actually abused or insulted anyone. Yes, Robert.
Just a minute. Just a minute.
And his colleagues have patented God. So we need
just
to ask them
permission
how to use the name of God, which church to go.
Hold on, WG. Okay. Hold on, Robert. You can mute kidogo to skiza Buzz, then I come back.
Themba, you have made a very correct statement. When you say what we produce is good when we reuse, that is a very correct statement, because we are reusing. You see, like marijuana is not bad, but when you abuse it, that's when it becomes bad. Abnormal use. What we produce is not bad. It's bad at its current form. But when we reuse it, it becomes now productive. I think that's why you are not getting it correct. When we bang is not bad. Marijuana is not bad.
You're struggling to justify your point. Let's hear what Robert has to say. Then I come back to you.
Thank you. Mr. Themba, I think, I don't know if I'll be right to say that you are trying to justify bad to be good. If I may ask you, do you drink urine? And are you referencing that rain is urine? There is in a Bible, there is a verse which says, never utter God's word in vain. So if you went to school and you know how rain is formed, That's not God's urine, my friend. When something is bad, just say it's bad. It's a sleight of the tongue. When something is bad, let it be called bad. Rain is never urine. Rain is not urine.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Temba.
Hold on. Let's mute. I just mute. Don't unmute before I give you the opportunity. Thank you, Robert. You know what you're doing right now. The two of you and you, Robert, you're exposing your narrow understanding of it all, which is okay. I mean, it's good you bring that out so that at least even you learn. In some cases, by the way, you can drink urine and it can be very medicinal in some situations. Urine can actually be used when you get some burn, you can use urine as an antidote. There are so many cases of useful ways of using urine. So your understanding of urine as something that is there's this concept that it's a waste product simply because it has come out of you. Now it's a waste, it's a bad thing, but it can still have very good uses. Something coming out, the way God created you. I mean, the Bible says you are beautifully and wonderfully created. That the part of creation, I'm quoting your Bible, you're beautifully and wonderfully created, is that what comes in must come out, right? So when you eat, you've got to have that process of even excretion, which is God created. So you can't blame that urine is bad, yet it is part of what God created. So in some cases, which we cannot convince you in this point, is just our socialization and what we have already been trying to understand. And over time, we have picked as what we think is true. I would urge you to try and expand your understanding, maybe for purposes of other situations. But as at now, there are more uses of urine. Just mute a little bit when you unmute. When you unmute in a letter feedback. It can be used in many ways, all right? So just try and understand the uses of urine. Maybe if you can just Google the different uses of urine. And you can come back here and you tell me if you have a different understanding. Let me hear WG and then I'll come back to you. WG.
Themba, you see, apart from the fact that UDA have a one sense that they want to divert, just let me say this. Just let me say
no,
this.
No, hold on, WG. Hold on.
Because we know on what context Baz is bringing this thing.
No, WG, hold on. I would want us to remain in context. We submit to that, and then we can now move on to the.
This is online with what he's saying, because what I simply want to say is that they would want us to move from the very subjects that we are discussing. That's why he's bringing the name of God, because he does not have any content of what he wants to present to us. So he's analyzing some words that don't actually have is not that big the way he's trying to portray it. Number one, in Doluo, what we call like Kothlayu, that does not mean that it's really urine. You see, it is just the symbolic meaning that thing is going like chor, like urine. If you want to explain something very well. Number two, we must know that there is God with capital G and God with a small g. So all these you cannot put in cannot pick it and then you just try to say it is the God, the Yahweh. We want to under the small God, we used to have those teachings from the African context whereby there were symbolic things. And that is what I mean. If you wanted a child to understand better something about the happenings, you would use those symbols like, the rain is urinating. The rain is urinating. Or they used to believe that God somewhere with the small g is urinating. The God is so huge so that when he urinates, then the need, it comes in terms of rain. So all these symbols can be explained, but you know, you are not a small child to be explained those things. So that's the reason why I'm reading some Malays in you know, when Buzz tries to blow that thing out of proportion. We need to understand that what Raila meant does not mean that God was seated there actually, you know, urinating. So let us not diminish the way I say it.
Okay.
Diminish.
Okay, thank you, WG, thank you. No, let's let it rest. Let's let it rest. I mean, fine. What is it, Swale?
Hazijaongea, huenda nikatoka kidogo tu.
Aya, ngoja basi, ngoja nitakuleta saizi tu, dakika moja. Just mute a little bit. Kuna wale ambao wamekuja mbele yako hapo, so wacha tuwaruhusu pia. Now let's agree. I mean, Buzz didn't agree with that. We have made our we have already, you know, applied ourselves to it. So it's open there. So whoever wants to pick and pick. If you wanna pick, it was disrespectful, fine. Some of us pick that it wasn't disrespectful, it's away, and there are many other uses of urine. You can go search. We don't have the time to take you through everything, but you can also read comments. You'll find some people who have bothered to check it out. You can see what other uses of urine are there, so that you can enlarge your understanding. You never know. Maybe sometimes they say he who doesn't travel imagines that their mother is the best cook. So it is important for you to try and also see, does it also exist other places? There are places you find other things that you thought was bad. Other places, there's a place I think you go, you find a dog is actually a god to them. Other places you go, you find a snake is a delicacy. Other places you go, the frog that you don't like, someone else thinks is a very nice thing that they eat. So it varies. We just need to expand on that. Let us let it rest there. I want to bring in, let's move on. Let's just move on. I hope David knows the same thing. I just want us to.
Just one thing, Temba, because I want to finish and go. Will you give me time? Just 30 seconds.
Yeah, go
Temba,
on,
it's okay. Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to tell Mr. Temba and Mr. Baz and Mr. Robert that, you know, it is very, very wrong to think that everyone thinks like you. See, if you narrow everything to the way you think, then you don't give others the right that they also have. Not everyone believes in God. I just want you to know that the world is changing and not everyone believes in God. Chinese, they don't believe in God, but they have progressed so much than Africans who pray all the time. So I just want you to know that everyone don't believe in God. In fact, when I see someone who believes in God, forgive me to say this, I find it ignorant. Okay? Because first of all, you don't know the origin of Christianity. Christianity was brought by someone who was worse than Al-Shabaab. And even the things that Catholic Church
Moderator,
did
this is
are
no,
very, very bad.
no, David, David, no, no, I don't agree. No, let's not mock God. Let's not mock God.
If you guys are Christian and are godly, mungemsikiza. So why are you even continuing that?
Temba, let's be,
He's calling
we
us
cannot,
ignorant with what, from what we our perspective, and you must realize.
It's okay, just keep quiet, just relax. David Maliza alafu utoke. I mean, these people can
The reason why I'm saying this is that most Christians, they don't know the origin of Christianity. Do you know, or Christianity was founded by some things that were being practiced by pagans, and they took these practices and they put them in Christianity.
30 seconds. You said 30 seconds.
So I just want you, even as I live and as you remain in peace, know that everyone doesn't think like you. Thank you very much, guys. I'm sorry if I've annoyed you. Forgive me, but I had also just to speak my heart out. The same way you also have the right.
It's you who is ignorant.
Okay, I mean, those are the views of David. So let's respect them. You don't have to respond to David, Joseph. You don't have to respond to David. I mean, he's made his comment. Let's move on.
I'm not responding to him. I'm not responding to him.
Don't
I'm not
respond
responding to him. I'm not
No.
responding to him.
Okay, wait then. Wait. There's someone else who is supposed to speak. You had already spoken. Let's agree. Even for me, when they came and they stole land from us, they came with the Bible and a gun. They left us praying. They went with our land. And that's why they say that religion is the opium of the masses. So you come, you give them religion, and by the time they are done praying, closing their eyes, they are gone with everything else. And even Karl Marx is the one who says that religion is the opium of the masses. And if you want to get them, give them religion. When you get to an African village, miles per meter, you find more churches than industries. So how come? And that makes you, and you are crying for help, but you have more churches than industries. So let me hear WG. Let's move. Let's move on, WG.
Yeah, thank God it is my
please.
time also to present. Number one, let us not
Member.
limit Christianity only as a form of worship. Even Africans were worshiping. You mentioned Karl Marx and what not, you know, and that one makes you think that that is where worshiping came from. Africans used to worship, and whatever, wherever you believe, there is a deity. It only calls for you to confirm which kind of deity you're worshiping.
WG,
Yeah.
can you respond to the debate? DP
Sorry.
Ruto, USA.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let me embark on Ruto in USA. But when it comes to worshiping, that is a very emotive, you know, topic that can take us all the year. I want to begin with Machakos, and I'm seeing Governor Mutua is taking over, and we are seeing a new kingpin emerging in Ukambani. His age and his activities will allow him, or might propel him into that destination. If they work so well with the new government that will be coming, then I think within the next 5 years, he is going to be a force to reckon with in Ukambani. Number two, about William Ruto. Today I have very short comments. I'm not going. He has transferred the lies and the, you know, playing of people's mind from Kenya into the international level, and he's telling people that they did well until BBI came in to stop everything. I wonder when BBI actually was implemented and how it became effective to an extent that it derailed the functions of Jubilee government. I'm yet to see how BBI affected the development and the moves of Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto, because BBI was declared, you know, null and void before it even arrived. So how can someone say, and on an international platform, that they were doing good until that thing called BBI came to change whatever the good things they wanted to do. So William Ruto, even when you see him, you know, presenting, he's not the William Ruto we know. They're articulate and very pragmatic, and someone who knows how to put up his points. He stammers a lot. He can't even, you know, because he does. Deep inside, he knows he's lying, so he's not at ease when he's explaining those points. So time will tell when how it will end with him. but I think whatever he went to do there, he's just working against him. When he will be coming back, he will come back in a lesser position that when he took the plane to take him to the US. Sorry, thank you for that. I think that is the only thing I have for today. Mutembei, how are you? It's good to see you around with us.
Niko poa sana. Tulikuwa tunaenda kwa nani next Swale? Swale yako hapo ama ameenda? Swale, unaweza nimute mic? Nilikuwa nimekuja kuambia historia ya Christianity, mwache vitu za ujinga. Wale watu walizaliwa wakiwa Somalia hawajui Christianity. Wale wamezaliwa India hawajui Christianity ni nini. Ni tumjinga tu twa Kenya hapa tunadanganywa na Christianity. In fact, in Canada, Christianity ukienda kufunza even CRE kwa student unakuwa arrested. It's a criminal offense. Hapa tu ndio unaona tung'ombe tunajijazia a thing that is created to make you feel you are right wakati hujaua rafiki yako, ama wakati umelala njaa unajua hasa heaven tunaenda wale watu maskini. It's just a nonsense, an opium of masses. So wewe kama unadhani Christianity ukiwa hapo uko poa sana, endelea, but usi fix kwa watu wengine. Not everybody believes in such things. Mimi mwenyewe hata sijui hiyo ni nini. So endeleeni tu kujidanganya hapo. WG amemaliza. Odhiambo,
asante sana Mtembei, ni vizuri kukuona tena bwana. I'm happy to see you. Nilishaongea hapo awali bali I just wanted to say one thing. Let us put God aside and let us discuss politics. If you want to bring issue of God up, it is not compatible. Because and don't bring some emotional things and you come and divert us from what we are talking about because you want to bring topics that are difficult to understand. I know, I respect God and God is everything, but every place has got its purpose. Thank you.
Na watu wache kuattack Kibabe ati amesema Mungu anakojoa. Yeah, that is it. Hata home wakati tulikuwa watoto tulikuwa tunasema mvua ikinyesha tunasema Mungu anakojoa. That was when we were kids. But say we change. Buzz.
Yes, Muteme, just a little bit of a correction. You know, we did not bring this topic just to attack somebody.
Unajua ndio ulileta hiyo ukiattack Raila.
Kumbe wewe ulikuwa unaangalia backside.
I am always here.
So now the reason why this topic came up is because the preamble of the Constitution of Kenya states.
Acha na hiyo topic. Acha tuende.
Preamble of the Constitution.
No. Acha na hiyo bana. Twende next. Nani hakuwa ameongea? Naona Themba yuko pale. Okay, Josek.
Mtembei.
Yes.
I want to say this with a lot of respect and humility. Yeah? If for those people that who have not known God, yeah, let them live to the way they know. But for those of us, you know, if I have friends who are Muslims,
Bando mko kwa kupikia God.
No, I'm saying something. I'm making a small clarification, and I'm not going to dwell there. There are, you know, the comments of the person that who went and said that those people are Christians, the people are ignorant. There are people who are Christian are very rich and they are doing well in the spheres in terms of wealth. So you cannot say that someone who's Christian is poor. Yeah. So let us agree that if you are Christian, you are Muslim, it's okay. Yeah. But let us learn to accommodate one another. You know, it's bad when people divert us. You know, even the Bible says we need not to discuss about the word of God, you know, or adding or removing it. You know, I will wish to say that let us discuss politics. Let us leave
Yes.
matters of
So
Christianity in this forum.
achana hiyo already unasema tuache politics but you are still discussing hiyo unaita
Okay,
God.
okay.
Yeah.
What
So
I'm saying now, there
achana
was
na hiyo endelee.
what Bas said about the cases, because it was now politics now. The case of I've seen the deputy president himself, Western Hotel, appealed the High Court ruling. Yeah, saying that when it was said that they need to pay with the current interest, and he was saying that there is no case which is ringing the deputy president that is corrupt, which is currently undergoing. They appealed it September last year, 2021. So my brother Baz, I do respect all the views that people give. You know, when you believe in someone, you'll always protect him, you will always see him. But let us now look. If it's you, Baz, and people are saying, you know, Baz, you are corrupt, we want you to come out and clear your name. Say, you know, I'm not corrupt. People have been saying this is my undertakings, my businesses, you know, this is what is happening. Then people will rightful respect you. You know, if people, if the kind of the world you own, yeah, you put it, if you have got it through your sweat, you say that these things are own, yeah, and people will say truly this is what the person owns. But now what has been happening with other leaders, I don't want to point at only one leader, it will be biased. Those leaders, they enter, when they enter into office, if it was a governor, in less than 5 years, that person is building mansions, and yet we know his salary and what he was after that one. So we have what we call integrity deficiency in our country in leadership. But I want to say there are good leaders, you know, who have done well. And let me tell you, those good leaders, they majority of the people never like them when they say the truth. You know, people will always say that, you know, this person is bad. So for me, I will want anyone who is running an office, if he has any tag about corruption, let him or her clear himself, you know, in the public opinion. You know, people get this information to say of what you say that I stole this what was the transaction. Then I believe our politics will be will be will be a good one, you know. And again, um, you know, there are those comments people come and make. My brother, there is something my brother Robert said, but it has skipped myself. There are, you know, if you are supporting an idea, do not be, even the Bible says, they have said, no, let us not talk about Christianity. You know, if you are supporting something, support it with your full confidence. You know, like for myself, I will never shy away. I'm supporting Raila with a number of reasons. You know, yeah. But let Robert coming here saying, you know, let us accommodate people, their views. Mr. Robert, I respect you. Say what is your mind. You know, let us not say that, you know, let us not be biased. You know, everyone is here being given a chance to say of what he believes of another person, of the person that maybe you think can be a good leader. But we don't want you to come be a half that are, you know, this way we should accommodate these people. No, like Bas is here and is maybe giving us his mind, and we are listening to him. So let us be men of stand. That's what is happening with Kalonzo. Kalonzo cannot be, is that's why they call him a watermelon. He's not able to be a man and come out and stand his position like Raila does. You know, that's what a leader should be. If those people, if you follow these set books, you know, there is this what we call a man of the people. Yeah, Dr. Stocksman stood when even the other people they were talking against about him, but he was able. Even his brother was a mayor, you know, but he went all odds to say that those parts of what was happening, the water was not good. You know, let us be men that who can be counted. Let's be men that who can stand by our decisions, and let's when we are talking about someone, let's have facts. You know, Let's not, because maybe this person comes from my tribe or this person maybe is persuasion, but let us analyze that person and give factual. You know, that's why even other leaders, when they go for interviews, they get asked some questions and they don't answer. They start, you know, yeah, I'm the only one who is being asked about my net worth. If for example myself, if you ask me how much do you have, how much do you own, I'll say it because, and I'll say I hanged this one through this, through this, and I have the papers to that effect. You know. But now when you find a leader, a leader being asked about an issue of corruption, and is passing by saying, it is because of the handshake which has made these people who are following me, they are being persecuted. Yeah, that is what the thing that which is happening. How many people who are in his side who have not got cases, who are following the deputy president, and they have never been taken to court? Have you ever had any case of Alice Wahome being taken anywhere in any court? Because they have not found anything that the government agencies have not done. Yeah. So let's remain to be truthful, so that by the end of the day, that is when our politics, our supporters will live to live. Thank you, Temba. Yeah. That's what I wanted to clarify and say a few things. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Robert, what is it?
Maybe I'd like to clarify on what my friend has said there, that when I said that you should not, support somebody 100%, I simply said just support that person like 65%. And if you support somebody by 65%, it means you are supporting that person. I'm not saying that you don't. I didn't say 50-50. When I say 65%, it enables you even to think twice. Sometimes, if you support somebody 100%, and if you find somebody who is talking against that person, you are likely to still love that person or hurt that person. So if you support that person around 65%, 70%, then you remain with like 30% to give you yourself the essence of thinking and reasoning. So it doesn't mean that when you support somebody about 65% is bad. It's not. You are supporting that person. You are inclined to that person. It means that you will not go back and support the other person. 65% is a good percentage. So the other thing is that my friend is a good friend, and
Robert, please.
Yeah.
I want to ask you a question.
Sure.
You can mute. When you say that you support someone 50%, 30%, 65%, what are you using to measure? What is this that you're using to measure that now I'm supporting them 55%? Now the gauge is going up. You're going above the limit. What are you using to measure?
By that, what I mean is that you give yourself the opportunity to listen to the other part. You give yourself the opportunity to reason with others. I'm a good supporter, by the way. I'm a good supporter of Raila Odinga. He has done a lot. And I really sympathize over what he has gone through. Yeah. But I limit myself to a given percentage so that I can also listen and learn from others. So if, let's say, I just support somebody 100%, my friend, I'll not even sleep.
You see, before I bring Baz, you need to be supporting someone 100%, but that should not get your mind. You're not supposed to be sycophant. There are different kind of supporters, all right? You have fanatics, you have sycophants, and of course now you have the other people that are on the the line, the outline. So of course you're talking just like the topic that we are talking about, religious. You have religious fanatics, You have religious fanatics who have probably put themselves in so much that everything is, you have football fanatics. You have those kinds of people. But you see, you also have the aspects where you need to allow yourself to have an open mind, where you are ready to listen to a divergent position, and you're also ready to listen to give your. You remember the story of the king being naked and no one telling the king that the king is naked. That's a beautiful story about us closing our eyes to the negative aspects of the king. So you might be having someone, but you need to have an open mind where you can engage, where you can look at the person and give them criticism. Now, criticizing, there's no measure of 100% or 65%, or there's no gauge of that. What you need to do is, I agree with you that any support, there should be some level of reasoning. It should be a reason and informed support. When you're supporting someone, why am I supporting the person? Like you're saying, you're supporting the Raila Odinga for the things that he has done. If you're pursuing a cause, you need to know, why am I pursuing this cause? That way you can last longer in it. Well, there are also others who just have emotional following for something. That simply because it's an emotional thing, they might not know the reason, but they're following it. There are those kinds of people. But there's no percentage. The idea is, have a cognitive reason, a rational support for someone, rational, reason out. Why are you sticking with someone? If you're supporting Raila, why are you supporting Raila? If you're supporting Ruto, why are you supporting Ruto? That's why we have this debate, so that you can try and persuade. All right, you persuade us with whichever side you lie on. But I mean, those things of going 100%, don't go 100%. How? I mean, there's no measure. Those are the things, just like telling people stuff and you don't tell them how. How do I know? You can't know. I mean, it's something that you can't quantify. You can't say, now I'm at 100, I'm at 50%. Let me not continue. You can't quantify that. So that's nice statement, but hardly can you even implement it. Because even I can ask you, how do you know you are at 65%? You can't tell. But are you a rational supporter? Yes, you can say, yeah, I'm a rational supporter. I reason out before I fall into something, right? They are emotional supporters. So this thing of 60%, don't go here, you can't quantify. Let me hear, and then let me bring other people who haven't spoken, and then maybe we can get back to you guys. Swale came here earlier, and then we can go to Musa, then Sajak, and then we can go round to other people too. Swale.
Vipi?
Temba, please.
Salamu.
Just a minute, please.
Ah,
I'm not.
tulia
I don't want to
Robert.
leave without telling you. I have somewhere to go, so don't say that like I just jumped down that I had to leave. I'm going somewhere.
Okay, Robert. See you again next time, man.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Go on,
Sawa,
Swale.
asanteni. Habari zenu?
Zuri sana Swale, endelea.
Naam, tafadhali tuache kufuata watu kama vipofu ambao hawaoni mbele. Sisi tulizaliwa tukiwa wadogo, watangulizi wetu walitangulia, sisi tukawafuata nyuma. Shida tulionayo saa hizi ni umaskini, na hii shida inatukumba. Ndio maana hata mtu leo akipatiwa 50, leo akiongezewa 50, anazidi kuimba ile 50 anayopewa kila siku. Mlevi akija kwako akikomba 20, umpe 20, aende kule abuge mapuya, atarejea kwako akikuimbia tu, wewe ndiye tosha, wewe ndiye tosha. Kila wakati atakuwa anakuimbia tu. Lakini hata kama huyo mlevi, ama tuseme kwamba wewe unampa yule mlevi, huyo mlevi haoni mbele, yeye hiyo ambayo umempa yamemtosha. Hata kama utamuoa baada ya kunywa pombe, haoni. Tafadhali, sisi vijana tumechukuliwa, tuseme kwamba niseme namna gani, lakini vijana wengi hawaoni. Vijana wengi hawaoni jamani. Kivipi mtu aliye katika kiwango cha naibu wa rais anaenda katika ziara yake ya kibinafsi, na ziara hii anatumia pesa za walipa ushuru zaidi ya milioni 100, kisha anaingia kule anaulizwa swali, anasema ya kwamba ati serikali imepanga kumwibia kura. Mambo gani haya jamani? Tuwe wangwana. Ruto aje hapa Kenya tuambie kwamba hii serikali inapanga kumwibia kura kwa njia gani? Yeye alipokuwa na uhuru, wakati ule Raila alipokuwa katika upande ule, anasema kwamba serikali ina mipango ya kuiba kura. Raila alipokuwa anazungumzia mbaya katika nchi za nje, alikuwa na teta ya kwamba nchi nyingine zisiingilie uchaguzi wa Kenya. Akasema ya kwamba hawezi akaibiwa kura, hata wamweke Oburu Odinga nduguye Raila awe mwenyekiti wa ABC, kura zake haziwezi kaibiwa. Kwa nini aliye sahihi? Maajabu ya Musa ndio haya. Sawa. Jambo ambalo watu hawajui ni kwamba wengine wapo katika kikundi cha kufuata wanasiasa, sababu huyu yotoka katika kabila lake hawezi akamwacha. Ukabila umekithiri katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, na ukabila huu ndio utatumaliza kabisa. Mtu kama Ruto, watu wa kwao wangekuwa wanamuelewa vizuri, wanamuona vizuri na wanamjua vizuri ya kwamba yeye ni karagozi na ni kibaraka, na sababu ni damu hiyo yazunguka katika mwili wao, hawezi wakamwacha. Hata kama atawamaliza hapa, wanamfuatafuata na watasema kwamba wanampiga kura. Kwa nini? Kabila. Mimi huwa nasema hivi, acha watu wamuuze Ruto Kenya na baadaye watalia. Jubilee hii ambayo inatumaliza saa hii, mambo haya yalisemwa kitambo. Hii serikali itaumiza watu, Watu hawakufikiria hayo, saizi wanalia, na ni hao tu wakaichagua. Saizi bado wataka kurejea tu kule, sababu wanapatiwa mihela hapa na pale. Tuache kufuata watu kama vipofu ambao hawajui kule wanakoenda. Fikiria yule ambaye unataka kumpiga kura ana uwezo gani wa kubadilisha maisha yako na maisha ya kesho, na atakomboa hii nchi kwa njia gani? Sasa hii nchi uchumi umesambaratika, na hakuna anayeweza kusaidia hii nchi kama si Raila. Hii uchumi ambao umepanda, utazidi kuumia tukimweka Ruto katika uongozi. Mimi nawaambia sahihi, na nitazidi kusema, Ruto awe kwenye uongozi, watu watazidi kuumia. Angalia mipango. Chanzo cha shida katika nchi yetu ni ufisadi. Hata Ruto anapoulizwa swali namna ya kukabiliana na ufisadi, haiwezi akajibu vizuri. Anababaika huko, anapayuka hana jibu lenyewe. Mtu kama huyo utamwamini kivipi na maisha ya wananchi? Tafadhali watu wawe wangwana katika maisha yao. Ni hayo tu, asanteni.
Iko nini Baz?
Vemba, ndugu yangu Swalehe ameongea vizuri sana. And I thank him for being amekuwa mtulivu, neno moja baada ya lingine. Sijui kama naweza kuongea kwa kiwango hicho, lakini kuna kitu moja cha busara sana amesema, na kusema kwamba hii Jubilee ndio tuliambiwa itaumiza wananchi, na ni kweli wananchi wanalalamika. Hiyo kila mtu tunakubaliana nalo. hii Jubilee leo hii hatuwezi kuitofautisha Jubilee na Azimio. Kwa hivyo tunaweza kusema ya kwamba kama tutafuata Jubilee kule imeenda, basi tutaendelea kuumia, Bwana Swale. Kwa hivyo lazima wakati huu tuende mkabala. Sijui kama Kiswahili changu ni sanifu. Tuende mkabala.
Nakuelewa, lakini tusiabiri meli ya ufisadi. Tusiabiri meli ya ufisadi ndugu. Utaumia meli ya ufisadi, tusiabiri kamwe. Hatuwezi kudanganywa jamani. Mtu anakudanganya leo. Naam.
Kaja kidogo Swale. Najua bazi ni mwerevu sana. Wabunge 160 wa Jubilee wako wapi saizi?
Wamezamia kule.
Wameenda pale wanafikiria wataokoka, lakini tunajua ya kwamba hawatarudi. Wengi wao hawatarudi.
Sini wa UDA.
Wamekimbilia huko, lakini wataponyoka tu.
Watatoweka
Watatoweka. Hiyo ni obvious. Sijui obvious wale tutasema nini kwa Kiswahili, ni bila shaka ama tutasemaje?
Kuna mzee Jakindube yuko hapa sasa, Mswahili mwenyewe ashafika. Sasa huenda katuokolea jahazi katika kutafuta Kiswahili ambacho kinaweza. Basi nikuulize swali.
Uliza bwana Themba.
Naona wewe tu ndio umekaa ngangari kutetea huyu jamaa wetu bwana, na ni vizuri nafurahi sana, lakini shida yako ni moja tu, yani kidogo unapenda sana kupinda ukweli. You see Buzz,
Kiswahili
Kiswahili bana. Jakindube akishafika hapa, mimi Kiswahili changu si kisemi. Karibu Jakindube.
Asante sana. Ujambo? Hamjambo?
Ukishafika hapa, mimi Kiswahili changu bana kinapotea.
Wewe una Kiswahili sanifu nzuri sana.
Haya, subiri hapo kidogo, nitakuita.
Lakini lazima mimi kuna kitu moja nataka kusema kabla sijazungumza kwa hii topic, kwa sababu nimesikiliza vile watu walikuwa wanasema.
Sasa usubiri kidogo Jakindu, ilikuwa salamu tu.
Oh, okay. Asante.
Ilikuwa salamu tu. Acha kidogo nimuulize huyu Buzz huyu swali. Manake Buzz pia anajaribu sana kutetea huyu jamaa wake, huyu jamaa wake ambaye anapenda sana kuchokora picha ambazo kujaribu kuonyesha kama amefanya ziara safi. Wewe Buzz bana, mbona hivi unajaribu kusema kwamba hata rais mwenyewe amesema Raila hayuko kwenye serikali, na alisema yule ambaye alichaguliwa pamoja naye ni huyo jamaa wako. Hivi rais ni mwongo?
I would not say that the president is lying, but I would like to quantify his statement by saying that it has not happened, and it did not happen in the first term that the chair of investment committee is from the opposition in parliament.
Sasa tumerudi
Raila.
Ngoja kidogo.
Let me.
Tumerudi hapo tena.
No, Raila doesn't have to move to a government because there is no position that he can move to. He cannot become a cabinet secretary, and there is no position that he can fit into government. But his shadow is all over government. That's all we can say. His shadow is all over government. It is such a confusing kind of a scenario we are in.
You see, that is the same statement that we witnessed from the deputy president when he went to the US the other day. In his comment, he said that the opposition is a puppet of the government.
Refugee.
And no, the opposition is a puppet of the government, and the government the president is a refugee of the opposition. That's what he said. But you see, that's a misrepresentation of facts as they are on the ground, and that is exactly what you're trying to perpetuate. You know, you're proceeding with that narrative. You know, the way our constitution works. How does our constitution work, Baz? Please, let's reason out without bringing political semantics. How does our constitution work? What is the way the constitution work? Does parliament have opposition and government side? Does parliament have how do they choose their leaders? How does it work?
But Themba, let me say that the way the parliament works, it is kind of there is an agreeable way that a historical way that they work, that in such a way that the Public Accounts Committee, which is an oversight committee of government expenditure, is like reserved for the minority party, so that they can be able to exercise their function as in quotes a government in waiting. They are kind of an opposition. They are not referred by the constitution as opposition, but the minority, which means they must have their say. They have been reserved to exercise it through the Public Account Committee. So when you say that the PM Raila is not in government, yes.
No, wait. Before you go, how does parliament are there parties in parliament?
Yes, there are parties in parliament, yes.
Or do you have parliamentarians in parliament?
Yes, we have parliamentarians in parliament.
Who subscribe to different parties, right?
Yes, yes.
And then we have minority and majority, right?
Yes.
So there's no opposition and government.
There is government in there is government. There is government in parliament.
There's no government. There's minority and majority. Parliament by itself is an arm of government. We have the legislature, which is parliament. Then you have the executive, which is the president and the cabinet secretaries. Then you have the judiciary.
Yes.
So parliament is an arm of government, the whole parliament. But inside parliament, you have minority and majority. Yes. There's no opposition. So parliament, the way it works, they choose their chairs within their committees. They go, they meet, they lobby, then they choose the chair committees. All right. So when that happens, now I'm giving you the legal standing. The politics of it is different. Now you are more concentrated on the politics of it, but not on the true picture of what is supposed to happen in parliament. Now, politics being what it is, of course, there is lobbying, there's mobilization, there's what interests are being pushed by various committees. So when for example, how did Kipchumba Murkomen and Duale, for example, how did Duale become the majority leader? Give me the process.
He was nominated by the majority party.
No. Where was Duale? When was Duale approved as a majority leader?
He was approved by the parliamentary group.
No. No.
Where was it?
You remember the Jubilee Party meeting that happened in State House?
Yes.
Was that parliament?
That was not. That is a parliamentary group meeting.
They were actually
of a party
appointed by the party leader. They were just told you. By the time they were getting to parliament, the process had already been done.
Yes.
You see, so there's the politics of it, and then there's the legal part. You know, they came, made noise, but yet the same process that was appointing others is the same process that appointed them. So there's parliament, and let's be honest with people so that we tell people, okay, fine, this is what parliament, and parliament is independent. They work across board. They vote for things that they think is good. I mean, the policies and bills that are good for Mwananchi. They work across. So we have minority and majority. There's no opposition, right? Now, fast forward, your guy falls, they fall apart with the president. So what happens? The people that they had appointed who go with him have to fall out.
Themba, before you go on, let me just ask you something. If parliament works across board, why do we need to have a leader of majority and the leader of minority? We should just have one leader if they work across board.
Okay, hold on.
What do they represent?
Okay, we'll be back to that question. Hold on your question hapo. We'll be back to that again because tunaenda pole pole. Sasa tumeelewa kuna minority and majority. So tutaenda pole pole. Wacha nilete wengine pia ongee. Lete Jakindube. Jakindube, tafadhali karibu, toa maoni yako.
Asante sana. Huyo bwana boss, majority sasa, kama mko na minority na majority, si majority wanapitisha tu vitu kwa sababu ninyi ni minority. Mtasikizwa namna gani? Hamwezi kusikizwa. Mtasikizwa, lakini zile vitu wanataka kupitisha wazitapita tu. Asante sana Bwana Demba. Kuna kitu nilisikia, ndio nilikuwa nataka nizungumzie juu ya hiyo kitu kidogo. Nataka kusema hivi, kama mtu anaamini mambo ya Mungu ni vizuri, hiyo ni sawa kabisa, lakini Mungu alishafanya ile inaitwa engineering ambayo inajirekebisha peke yake. Unasikia? Zile vitu mlikuwa mnasema ati sijui mkojo ni chafu, sijui nini. Ninyi ni kwa sababu mnakataa kufikiria. Mnakataa kufikiria na kuona. Kwa sababu hayo mikojo ambayo mnasema, mikojo inatumika hata kwa maziwa. Watu wengine huweka maziwa mkojo, au saa zingine unaweza kuweka mkojo kwenye ile njele ama ile kibuyu kuisterilize. Unasikia hiyo kibuyu, mkojo wa ng'ombe, mkojo, manake hizo ni mikojo ni mikojo ya viumbe vyote duniani. Kwa hiyo, na jambo lingine mjue ni kwamba Mungu ametutengeneza kama conveyor belt. Hizi vitu zote mnasema sijui mkojo, sijui mavi, hizi vitu zote sisi binadamu, wanyama sote, mimi nataka baadhi usikie, sote sisi ni wauaji. Hata kwanza ujue sisi wote ni wauaji. Kila mtu anapotaka kula lazima aue. Simba anaua, sisi binadamu tunaua, chura anaua, kila kitu inaua ndio ule. Na hizo vitu zote tunakulana pamoja. Ukifikiria vizuri, hizi mikojo sijui nini, ukikojoa inafanyika nini? Sina inakauka. Maji hayaishi. Maji ni yale yale. Mkojo ikikauka ni kwamba ni mvuke. Na mvuke inaenda wapi? Mvuke wa mkojo wako inaenda wapi? Sinaenda juu. Alafu mwisho inanyesha, inarudi kwa maji. Hayo maji unakunywa. Hata ukisema mzoga wa mtu au wa chochote, kikifa kinaoza. Kikioza kinaliwa nini? Na mimea. Inaweza kuwa ni mboga, inaweza kuwa ni chochote. Hizo vitu zote sisi tunarudi tunakula hizo vitu. Kwa hiyo mimi nataka tuelewe kwamba hizi vitu ambavyo mnaamini Mungu zile ameumba, hakuna chochote ameumba mbaya hapa duniani kote. Hizi vitu zote Mungu ameumba, zote zinatumika na zote ni nzuri. Kwa sababu utasema nyoka ni mbaya na sehemu nyingine wanakula nyoka. utasema sijui tumbili ni mbaya, na ukienda sehemu nyingine wanakula tumbili ama wanakula nani. Kwa hiyo hizi vitu zote ni vitu vizuri, kwa hiyo msiseme. Na mimi naamini tu, mimi kwa sasa naamini Mungu yule yuko kwa mlima Kenya, huyo ni Mungu wa kweli wa Kenya, kwa sababu kila watu wako na Mungu yao, isipokuwa hii moja ambayo ni hii ambayo tuliletewa na kitabu, alafu wakachukua ardhi yetu, na hata sasa wanatupora, wametunyanyasa, walituua, bado wanatuambia eti sisi. Hawa watu hata hawana msamaha, hawawezi kukusamehe. Hawa watu, wale watu ambao wameleta hiyo Bible, hawasamehe. Wazungu hawana msamaha hata kidogo. Ukifikiri watakusamehe ni shida. Sisi ndio wanatuambia tusamehe, tusahau yaliyopita, lakini wao hawasahau. Unaona, sisi hata tukitaka kuambiana historia yetu, wanatuambia hapana, hizo hazina faida, na wao hawasahau. Wanaambia watoto wao hata zile vita ilifanyika ile ya kwanza, bado wana celebrate mpaka leo, wanakumbushana. Hizo ndio wasije wakafanya makosa hayo tena. Sisi pale nyumbani tu tukitaka kusema jamani, tumefanya makosa fulani tuyarekebishe, tunaambiwa hapana, hatuna haja na hiyo. Lazima tukumbushane mambo yaliyopita, mambo ya historia yetu. Hayo ni maoni yangu, maanake nilisikia bwana Baza wakigombania hiyo. Hamwezi. Mimi maoni yangu ni hayo juu ya hiyo. Nikija sasa kwa mambo ya DP, mimi nasikitika sana kwa vijana kama kina Baza kwamba wanakubali wanakubali uongo, na uongo kila siku uvunja. Uongo haujengi. Nchi inatakiwa tujenge na ukweli, na ukweli ni kitu ya muhimu. Manake sasa kwenda kufanya ile fujo, kusema, kutoa propaganda kama zile nimeona hazifai. Jambo lingine, kwenda kusema kwamba kuna uonevu, kuna madhara fulani yanafanywa na mtu ambaye ndiyo namba 2 kwa hiyo serikali. Hiyo ni jambo la, mimi kwa maoni yangu naona ni kwamba nani hana nidhamu, si mtu wa kuaminika, si mtu ambaye tunaweza kusema ana uzoefu wa aina fulani katika serikali. Ni mtu ambaye kwa maoni yangu ni mtu wa fujo, kwa sababu huwezi kwenda katika nchi ya ugenini kwenda kusema kwamba serikali inafanya hii na hii, na wewe uko kwa hiyo serikali. Ndio maana kila siku mimi nimewambia huyo makamu wa rais akitaka uzuri, akitaka watu wamuone kwamba ni mtu ambaye ana uadilifu fulani, ni lazima afanye jambo la heshima ya kufanya nini, kujiuzulu. Huwezi kukosana na bosi wako na bado uko pale, umekataa kutoka, unafanya fujo. Alafu hiyo fujo ndio watu wengine sisi wa Kenya wanasema hiyo sio nzuri. Nchi haiongozwi namna hiyo. Hata yeye hawezi kuwa na vice president, makamu wa rais ambaye ana fujo kama yeye. Kama mmetofautiana na bosi wako, unajiuzulu. Hiyo ndio kitu ya muhimu. Huwezi kusema eti nilichaguliwa sasa siwezi kujiuzulu. Hata kama umechaguliwa unajiuzulu. Huyu bwana Raila mnamkosoa, alijiuzulu akarudi kuchaguliwa. Hiyo ndio tunasema huyo ndio mtu mwenye msimamo. Unaona, baadhi ameshakimbia, manake wanaogopa ukweli. Hiyo ndio kitu mmoja nashindwa nao, kwa sababu hawapendi ukweli, wanataka mambo ya uongo, na uongo kila siku inabomoa. Jambo lingine naweza kusema kwamba ule mkutano ambao ulikuwa, mikutano zote ambazo nimeona, ile ya Bungoma na Kisii ilikuwa ni ajabu sana. Ni watu walijitolea, walitoka kweli. Na mimi naweza kusema Nyanza, na sidhani kama kuna mwingine atapata kura huko isipokuwa Azimio. Na hata leo Machakos nimefurahia hiyo mkutano, na ndio maana mimi nilisema watu kama kina Kalonzo, mtu kama Kalonzo, tukisema kwamba ni lazima tumngoje tufanye, huyu jamaa ni mtu ambaye hana msimamo. Mara anataka kuingia na ushirikiano na kina sijui Moses Kuria. Mtu ambaye anashirikiana na Moses Kuria, mimi siwezi hata kutaka kumsikiliza, kwa sababu Moses Kuria ni mkabila, ni mtu ambaye ni kiongozi ambaye kwa mimi hana tija yoyote kabisa. Nashangaa sana hata watu wa Gatundu vile walimchagua. Ni mtu ambaye ni mtu mkabila kabisa, mtu mkabila. Na ukiangalia wale viongozi ambao wako nyuma ya makamu wa rais, wote ni watu ambao wana ukabila, na watu ambao hawataki maendeleo, na ni watu ambao wote wana makesi ambazo za kuhujumu uchumi. Wako na kesi nyingi sana hao watu, na ni watu ambao aidha mwingine ana unyang'anyi fulani, manake wengine alikuwa DC na sasa yeye ni milionea. DC, mshahara wa DC inaweza kufanya uwe milionea, kusema wewe ni umeiba serikali. So hao watu ni watu mimi siwaamini hata kidogo. Na mimi Kalonzo ni mtu ambaye kwa maoni yangu, inaweza kuwa watu wanaona ni mtu, lakini Kalonzo ni mtu mbinafsi. Anataka kitu ambacho kinamsaidia yeye, ambacho kitamsaidia yeye. Hataki kitu ambacho inasaidia taifa la Kenya, kwa sababu kwa wakati huu tunataka turekebisha yale mambo ambayo yamekuwa yakifanya Kenya kurudi nyuma, mambo ya ukabila, mambo ya kutokuwa wamoja. Tujenge taifa nzuri, na hiyo kwa wakati huu inataka viongozi ambao wanajitolea kwamba tufanye nini, tujenge taifa letu. Sisi wote Wanakenya wengi sana wamejitolea, wanataka nchi yao, tujenge nchi yetu vile inafaa. Lakini wao, mtu kama Kalonzo anataka kujua yeye anataka nafasi, atapata nafasi gani? Hiyo ni mtu binafsi, hafikiri taifa. Kwa hiyo mtu kama huyo hafai. Mimi kwa maoni yangu hafai kabisa kwa wakati huu. Yeye na vice president na akina Mudavadi na kila Wetangula ni wote ni kabila moja, kwa sababu hawaangalii nchi nzima, hawaangalii nchi yetu kwa ujumla, hawaangalii Kenya inahitaji nini. Wanaangalia maslahi yao, wao watapewa vyeo gani. Hiyo watu ambao mimi kwa maoni yangu hao sio viongozi ambao wanafaa. Lakini kwa Azimio nafurahi kwamba mikutano yao na kampeni inaenda vizuri, na mimi nawaomba wote wa Kenya wote tuunge Azimio la Umoja mkono. Hiyo ndio itatujengea taifa. Tunataka taifa letu iondoke mahali ilipo. Tunataka tuwe na taifa ambalo ni imara, taifa tulivu, taifa ambalo ina amani. Hiyo ndio tunataka, taifa ambao hatujibagui. tutavuta pamoja, tusaidiane kama wananchi wa Kenya. Asanteni sana. Asante Themba. Asante sana.
Jakindube, unajua umeongea mambo ya Kalonzo, mimi nilikuwa nimeshasema mimi simzungumzii Kalonzo tena kabisa. Mpaka next week kama atakuwa amemake uamuzi wake itazungumza, lakini nimeamua simzungumzii Kalonzo.
Asante. Nafikiri hata mimi sitazungumza juu yake, lakini mimi ni kiongozi ambaye simwamini hata kidogo, kwa sababu mimi mahali nilikuwa nikifanya kazi alitufanyia kitendo ambacho tangu siku hiyo kilinifanya nikaona huyu si mzalendo, kwa sababu kama we ni mzalendo unaangalia watu wako, lakini yeye aliweka sahihi bila hata kuangalia kwamba hiyo mkataba anaweka inahusu nini. Mimi nilikuwa nimesoma hiyo mkataba. Aliweka mkataba ambao iliwaruhusu wale wazungu walikuwa pale wafanyikazi kununua hata toilet paper nje ya nchi yetu, na hali tuko na viwanda ambavyo vinatengeneza hizo toilet paper, maglasi, vikombe hapa Kenya. Unaona? Na hiyo ndio ilikuwa kwenye ile mkataba wa kwanza walikuwa wanasema Kenya itawapatia wafanyikazi local, watapata wafanyikazi local, tutawapatia sehemu ya kujenga, na vile vile watanunua zile vitu ambavyo ziko Kenya. Wataagiza tu kitu ambayo haipatikani Kenya. Lakini hawa watu walikuja wakaweka hiyo, wakaandika mkataba mwingine ambao sisi kama wafanyikazi tulikataa. Yeye alikuja akaweka kidole mpaka akawapatia hata red number plate, ambapo huku hakuna mtu anayo. Huyo jamaa hata hakusoma hiyo kitu, alikuja tu akapewa lunch na kinywaji na akaweka kidole. Mimi mtu huyo si kiongozi. Maanake lazima uangalie, lazima hata kuzungumza na sisi wananchi wa Kenya, kutuuliza maoni yetu katika hiyo mkataba, tunaikubali ama hapana. Hakutuuliza.
Kweli mimi kwa kweli kwa uamuzi wangu mimi kutoka last week nilipoona Kalonzo ametoka alafu kisha kesho yake anaenda sijui wapi kuongea na kina Moses Kuria na nini, mimi nikaachana na mambo ya Kalonzo. Sitazungumza tena hadi after tarehe 12. Kama atakuwa ameamua kuingia Azimio sawa, kama hajaingia Azimio tutakuwa tumemjua ameenda Oka. Kutoka wakati huo mpaka sasa baba ametend rally Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. No, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Rally zenyewe ni rally ambazo ni muhimu sana, rally ambazo yani wananchi wamejitolea, wanasema tunataka nchi yetu iendelee mbele, tunataka kujikomboa, tunataka kutengeneza mambo ambayo, unajua hawa watu hawajui kwamba nchi yetu imekuwa na mgawanyiko wa kikabila, na hiyo Uhuru na Raila wanaona miaka nyingi. Hiyo ndio hata wanaposema hawa watu, ndio nasema hauwezi kuwa unakuja kwa nyumba unataka kukaa ndani ya nyumba na wewe hujui kujenga hiyo nyumba. Unaona, watu wanapoangalia hizi vitu kama building bridges, yani hiyo madaraja, kujenga madaraja, ni kujenga madaraja kwa muda, yani kwa vizazi vijavyo, kwa nchi yetu, mambo yani nchi kwa miaka ijayo. Hatuangalii kitu ya leo, tunaangalia kitu ambayo itafanya nchi yetu iwe stable, iwe nchi yenye amani, iwe nchi ambayo imejengwa kwa misingi ya sisi kama wana Kenya, sisi ni ndugu moja. Tutakuwa tukienda pamoja. Hatuwezi kuwa tunabagwana kwamba sisi ni wengi, sisi ni wachache, sisi, na hiyo ndio tumekuwa tukifanya, na tukifanya hivyo tuna mark time tu, kwa sababu tutakuwa tunazozana. Tukifanya kazi pamoja tunaendelea. Hiyo ndio, kwa huu muda mfupi tumekuwa pamoja, wana Kenya wote, at least hata kama tuna matatizo tunayatatua, na wote hata tukilala njaa tunajua tumelala njaa kwa sababu ya kitu fulani, na hiyo kitu tutaitatua. Unaona, hiyo ndio maana umoja ni kitu la muhimu. Lakini hawa wanataka kuwa president. Utakuwaje president na watu ambao hawana umoja? Utatengeneza namna gani economy na watu ambao si wamoja? Hiyo haiwezekani dunia nzima.
Sasa unajua Jakindube, point ambayo ninaleta hapa ni hii. Oka wenyewe hii wiki hawajafanya rally hata moja.
Ndio.
Kalonzo mwenyewe mara alienda sijui wapi huko Uganda kwenda kuleta sijui amani. Huyu ni mtu ambaye anasema anataka kuwa presidential candidate. Hawajattend rally hata moja watu wa Oka. Sasa hata kama ni wewe, huyu mtu, alafu Kalonzo alipokuja yeye anasema kwamba 2017 alikuwa anasema mimi ni miaka 63. How long can I wait? Sasa nakuja tena na mimi ni miaka 68. Hatuwezi kuwa tunakupatia kwa sababu ya miaka. Baba hajawahi ongea mambo ya miaka yake. Yeye anaongea zile vitu ambavyo anataka kufanyia wa Kenya. So uwezi ati how can I delay this any longer? You know, it's not, you're not doing us a favor to be our president. If you come in, wewe pia is not a must ya kwamba kwa sababu wewe miaka yako inasonga sana upewe. You can't have that as a campaign tool ya kwamba mimi nimefika 68, I cannot delay any longer. Toka basi, ingia kwa kiwanja, tafuta. Si wengine wakutafutie, waje wakupatie. Ndio maana nilisema ya kwamba mambo ya Kalonzo hata sitaki tena kuzungumza. Manake ni mtu ambaye, haya sawa, unataka kwenda Oka, ingia Azimio. Ameattend rally ngapi kwa hizi siku 4? Ametafuta wapi? Hakuna siku hata ameenda kwa campaign trail yeyote. Wewe unataka ukae kwa meza, kazi yako ni kuja kutoa press conference every time na upewe leadership. It doesn't happen like that. Baba is right now amekuwa campaign trail. Kesho yuko Central. Next week Tuesday ako back on the road mpaka 12. Then after 12 anaanza tena sasa ya kwenda sasa kunini ni campaign after campaign after campaign mpaka siku ya kura. Huyu naye anataka kungoja atoe press conference hii wiki ati bado anataka kusign deal next week. What kind of a campaign is that? Baba tafute alafu wewe ukuje uambiwe sasa wewe you are endorsed na umenyamaza. It cannot happen in Kenya. And that's why I said mimi siongei mambo ya Kalonzo. Wacha tumalizie hapo. Wacha nimlete Mulumbu Jakindube.
Asante.
Mulumbu karibu.
Asante sana. Thank you guys. Good evening, good night, good morning. I hope mnanisikia.
Uko sawa mkubwa?
Nashukuru sana jioni ya leo ama asubuhi ya leo ama usiku wa leo. Kwa siku ya leo I've been somehow long hatujazungumza, but I usually follow you guys. Kwa sababu vile unavyojua ukitafuta lazima sasa upatie nafasi. Na nashukuru sana kwa hii vile siasa ya Kenya inaendelea. I'm so happy because when this forum started, nakumbuka niliomba nikasema hii Kenya belongs to you young generation. Sisi tunaenda tukimalizia, na msiposikiza mawaidha yetu vile sisi tumeona kutoka kwa nyuma na historia tuko nayo. Nyinyi mnasikia mko digital, hamtaki kusikiza analog, ndio mtalemea na hamtafika mahali mnaenda. Because mtoto mzuri ni yule kusikiza mawaidha ya wazee, basi akitoka kisafiri anasafiri akiongezea yake, anatumia wazee akiongezea kakiendanga mbele. Huyo ndio kufika mahali anaenda. kwa sababu mzee anakupatia katika maisha, tembea hivi na tembea hivi na ishi na walimwengu vizuri, waheshimu kila mtu unapokwenda, kuwa mnyenyekevu, kuwa mtu wa kusikiliza. Then when you walk now, ukiacha safari hizo zinakuguide, ukifika mbele sasa unaanza kutumia ile talented ya Mwenyezi Mungu alikupatia, unaongeza ile wisdom ya wazazi, unatumia yako sasa. Hata ukienda vita wanakupeleka training, wakisha kupeleka training wanakuequip, wakisha kuequip everything, sasa wanakupeleka front line. But watakuambia ukifika huko vitani sasa, kikuwa kubaya, tumia bongo yako vile Mungu alikuzaliwa, akili yako kuzaliwa. Sasa inafika mahali sasa huwezi tumia hata ujuzi ulifundishwa, nao unatumia ujuzi ulifundishwa na unafika unaongeza yako sasa. So what I see now, most of the people now Kenyans, they are becoming to understand. Wanaendelea wakisikiza mawaidha ya watu wakubwa na wanaongezea na ya sahi, then at long last Kenya yetu itaingia mahali pazuri. Lakini wale dormant ambapo wanaitwa, naweza sema wanaitwa wapumbavu. Unajua kuna wapumbavu na kuna wajinga. Kuna wapumbavu wamegwamilia huko. Unajua mpumbavu hata ukifanya, hata ukimpeleka shule, hata akipata degree anabaki pale pale, hakuna siku atabadilika. Lakini mjinga kama hajua mpeleke shule, umfundishe, anaerefuka. Anaerefuka mpaka anakuwa mtu safi kabisa. Lakini mpumbavu hata ufanye namna gani, anakuwa kama kondoo. Hata ukishailisha, ukifungua bado inazunguka pale, na umefungua kamba bado inazunguka pale pale tu. Ndio wale wenye hawaoni. Okay, nikienda sasa upande wa mzee wetu Raila, he's doing very well, very very well, because that guy is ni mtu wa strategic, ni mtu anajua. That's why wanamchukulia vile wamelivyo bila kujua huyo mtu alianza kitambo na anajua mahali ya kufinya na mahali ya kulegeza na mahali ya kuruka. Kwa sababu hata vita ukiona kimewaka moto, una retreat, unajipanga. Ukishajipanga, ukitoka, hata yule mwenye alikuwa anakuja na nguvu atashitukia umeenda. Ndio nisikia Uhuru alisema mzee anakimbianga polepole, ni marathon, usiende mbio sana. Ukifikia unaenda mbio sana, mzee atakuja polepole na atakupita. Na that's where we are right now. Unaona sasa wale watu ambao hawafundishiki ndio wanakuwa ndani ya shida. Kuna kitu hapa mnaongea kila mara kuhusu Kalonzo kwa sababu haeleweki, bla 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 bla, watermelon. Kuna kitu hapa Raila alisema na sionange kama mnakizungumzia sana. Raila alisema wakati alikuwa kwa Ford Kenya, kiliposhindikana alicalculate, akatoka, akatengeneza, aliresign na akatengeneza DP na akarudi kwa wananchi wakamchagua, akapiga step bana moja ya kuwa leader. Bas akasumbana na moyo, akaona huyu jamaa, what can I do is to retreat, to low down, niingie kwake, niingie ndani ya kuku, nione vile nikipasuka itapasuka yote. He went in. Vile aliingia ndani, do you see what he did? Basi alipoingia ndani, ilipofika hiyo tuo tu, wakati wakaenda kwa meeting, jamaa hawakukubali kusikizana watoe mtu mmoja. They could accept. Kitu mkiongea hapo. Nobody accepted. Kila mtu alikuwa anaenda sijui meeting. Ndio alipoenda Kasarana akaangalia watu bado tutasumbuana. I have to do something. It's not mimi. Because these people, kila mtu anapendekeza, hawataki, kila mtu anajitakia. Their heart is not for the country. Ni wabinafsi. So here I have to play to do something. What he did, walikuwa bado wanavutana, akasema Kibaki tosha, kikalipuka. Hawakuwa na namna ya kufanya, walifollow. That's how ndio wanaitanga wise leader. The wisest leader. But alisukuma, wakaungana na Kibaki, wale alisaidiana nao 203, so wakamlenga, wakamtupa kando, akanyamaza, akaretreat. akakuja na constitution akasema basi kama na hivyo sasa tuende constitution lazima itengenezwe, hakuna namna, lazima hii ipite. Wakasema haiwezekana, banana na machungwa. Ikaenda, alilipua hakulipua, alilipua, that's we call a white man. Constitution ikakuja, basi ikafika 2007 akapita vizuri sana, kila mtu anajua kile kilifanyika. Wakapeleka watu kuzungumza akina Mudavadi, Martha Karua, vichwa ngumu, akina Ruto, vichwa ngumu, ikakuuma wachi kichwa hawasikizi. Amerika ikasema Kibaki lazima ukutane na Raila meza kwa meza. Hao watu wengine wakawekwa kando. Walipotoka kwa hiyo nyumba, Kenya ilisimama ama haikusimama? Na maendeleo ikapatikana ama haikupatikana? Hata kama ilikuwa nusu mkate, but they did, na Kenya economy ili boost up. That's we call a white leader. Okay, imekuwa 2013. Mnajua kitu ilifanyika. Imekuwa 2017. Mnajua kitu imefanyika. But angalia 2017. Wakati sasa kura imeibiwa, watu wamekuwa swear in, imefika wananchi dunia mzima, Kenya yote imelipuka, iko nini? Watu almost a million wako Uhuru Park. Where was Kalonzo? Where was Mudavadi? Where was Tankula? But the person whom the candle was in his heart, alisema let me go and die with my people. Hata kama watalipua mbomu, let me die with the people. Lakini wenye wanajichukuanga tu ni wambasiji ala ambao wanapenda Kenya, where were they? Walikuwa wamejifungia kwa nyumba mahali, wamengojea Raila atashikwa pelekwe ndani ati kutalipuliwa. Mtu alilipuliwa. That is how you ndio naangolia, huyo ndio leader, huyo ndio unaitwa leadership, a man of wisdom. But ikafika sasa akapiga hesabu, watu wangu wamekufa, huyu jamaa mshashika serikali, hakuna vile ataachilia, what should I do with these people? Akakaa chini akapiga hesabu. Na kuna hii kitu nani alisema wakati fulani, huyu jamaa alirudishwa Canada, Miguna. Kuna alikuwa kwa nini kwa forum fulani ya TV, ilikuwa NTV, akasema the only people that can put this country to stop is only two people, Raila and Uhuru. But Raila kafikiria, sasa kama hao watu walinitoroka, kama hao watu 207 niliwaweka chini wakakatoa kusikizana na wakakatoa kusikizana, what should I do? The only thing I can do ni kwenda kuongea na Uhuru macho kwa macho, ni muambie what it is, two people, nifunue Kenya mzima from vile tulipata Uhuru until today, so that we can know what we can do. Because nikiweka watu wote ni kichwa ngumu, nikiweka Mudavadi kichwa, kwanza walinikimbia watu watanizungusha tu, because you know them from the behind, from the history. I can decide, no, this thing I have to do one on one with Uhuru, ni mwambie macho kwa macho, kama ni mtu ana macho aone, because our people should not be dying every election. Mali inaharibika. We need to do something to bring Kenya iwe kama sisi ni wamoja. It should not be that every 5 years people die. Watu wanakuwa maskini. Some people are happy because after they make money. We are not here about making money. We are about here to help to grow our country with our people. Ndio aliamua kaenda kwa Uhuru macho kwa macho. Do you see where Kenya is now? That's we call as a leader. Then mwenye alikuwa naye, uliona alikataa kando. Sasa kusikia Uhuru akamwambia bwana, you have to do this. Akasema no. Akakaa kando. Mwisho aanza kupigana na serikali yake. Ukitaka kujua watu wenye hawa ni wapumbavu, sio werefu, angalia vile amejet akakuja America. Do you see what he is doing? Anachafua nchi yake mahali ametoka, ile anataka kuongoza. I have never seen in the world mzima a vice president ametoka kwenda kuchafua nchi yake nje. Ingekuwa na opposition ningekubali, lakini a vice president who is in the office to go another country na kwenda kuichafua, Yani it's a very big embarrassing. Unaona sasa mjinga anajichota peke yake. Unaona vile anajitoa mjinga yake, which in mean is somebody who cannot lead the country. Mwenyewe ameanza kujimwaga kabisa. Sasa anajimaliza. Ndio vile Kalonzo mwenyewe pia amejimaliza kabisa. Wakamba hawadabaki nyuma tu wanangojea Kalonzo. They're not going to wait for him. Things are going. And let Raila just do because he has done a lot and he knows a lot. Let him continue. Aachana hata asisikize mambo yake. Let him go. Wakamba wakitaka kumpigia kura wampigie. Kama hawataki wawache. Because you can't be struggling with the one person every day. And how many wanaangalia ukubwa, wanaangalia matumbo, hawaangalia maisha ya watu wanaongoza. These people are not hata wakina Kuria, wakina Karua, watu hawaangalie maisha ya maslahi ya Wakenya. Wanajiangalia wao wenyewe. Because kama wewe ni mzalendo, unashughulikia mwananchi, yafaa upiganie kitu mwananchi, sio wewe mwenyewe. You don't put masharti, come together and build the country. Even wazungu wanajenga nchi zao. Wanagombana lakini ikifika mambo ya kujenga they have to do it. Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki.
Asante sana Mulumbu. Karibuni akina Stone PK, Frederick, Maggie, Princess, Bantu Warrior. Wacha tuende kwa Bantu Warrior alafu tuende kwa Stone PK. Bantu Warrior.
Asante sana kaka Temba. Nimefurahi sana leo umesikilia usukani. Na wasalimu Jakindu Be ndugu yangu, Mulumbu mwenzangu, PK nimekukosa kidogo, sijui uko wapi. Asante sana Stone PK, kama kawaida unajua mzee mwenzangu. Magi, Princess Diana, Frederick, sikusahau bwana. Asante sana. Nashukuru sana bwana Temba, nimefurahi sana. Ilikuwa kwa safari saa ile mkiongea, lakini naona umezungumza mambo mengi kwa mji mwingine kabisa aendesha gari, na ukaeleza kuhusu wale watu ambao wanaandika mambo wanatakikana waje mbele kama wana shida zao, na nafikiria pia ulielezea kirefu. Na kitu nyingine umemfungua akili Baz, manake Baz ni mtu tuko naye kitambo sana, lakini naona umefanya kazi mzuri sana. Sio Bernard peke yake, wewe bwana pia huko frontline. Asante sana bwana Temba kwa njia ulivyoweza kumwelekeza Baz, kwa sababu Baz ni mtu tu ana support mahali lakini haelewi, na umefanya kazi mzuri pamoja na yule kijana mwingine Kenei. Kitu mimi nilikuwa nataka kuongea kwa leo, na washukuru sana, ni saa ingine kuna gift, saa ingine kuna watu wengine wanakuwa gifted. Mnaweza kuwa nyote mko hapo. Kwa mfano tukuondoe wewe Temba, lakini naweza toa mfano. Saa ingine tunasema Alex, kwa nini wewe usiwe naona upiganie kitu fulani? The boy is gifted. Naona anaweza akasimama kwenye pole na akaeleza na watu wakafahamu. Okay, katika mpira Barcelona wanakuwa na Messi, natoa mfano samani sana, na wote wanatrainiwa na kochi mmoja, na wote wanafanya mazoezi wakati mmoja, lakini anavyocheza is different na wale wengine. Anaonekana yeye ana shine, na wote ni 11 wanafanya mazoezi wakati mmoja, lakini yeye yuko better kushinda wale wengine. Ile ndio tunaita gifted. Kwa nini nasema hivyo? Kwa sababu baba is a gifted, no one can take that from him. Baba is a gifted politician, sio yule wa kujifundisha ama wa kukaa chini kuelezewa na watu. Baba ametoka mbali sana, ana historia yake ndefu sana. Baba ame-experience mambo mengi sana tangu wakati wa analog na mpaka sasa wakati wa high tech. Kwa hivyo ameona kutoka kule nyuma mpaka hapa tulipofika hivi sasa. Anajua kitu gani kinahitajika kufanywa na kitu gani kisifanywe. Baba, nasikitika sana, sisi wa Kenya tumefanya makosa, sijui tunaweza kumlaumu nani kwa kumnyima huyu mtu nafasi ya kuwa kiongozi for a long time. Sijui kama huyu mzee angekuwa ameachiwa hii nchi wakati wa nyuma akawa kiongozi, sisi tungekuwa tuko mbali zaidi kuliko hapa tulipo. Hawa wote waliokuja wamekuja nyuma yake, yeye akiwa ashafanya hayo mambo na anaelewa anafanya nini. Kwa upande wa huyu opposition, bwana Ruto, yule amekwenda kule kujiwekea insurance. Na kwa nini nasema amekwenda kujiwekea insurance? Anajifanya yeye ni mjanja sana, lakini si mjanja. Sisi wengine tunamweza kumwona mpaka ndani ya matumbo yake vile anavyofikiria. Yeye ameenda kuweka insurance kule kwa sababu nia yake tayari ameshaamua atafanya nini ama atapanga vipi. Yeye ameshajua atashindwa, kwa hivyo ameweka insurance ya kwenda kule kujitangazia kuwa mimi nitakuwa rigged. Sasa basi, ikiwa yeye anataka kuamua mambo ya watu wapigane ama itokee shida kama ilivyotokea, itakuwa amejiwekea insurance ya kuwa mimi bwana nimewaambia, yani something's gonna happen. Kwa hivyo tuchunge sana na hii election inaokuja, dalili yake si mzuri. Tuwe macho na tukiwa tuko chonjo na tuwe tunajua anything can happen, lakini tusiwe off guard tukapatikana tumezubaa kama ilivyotokea wakati wa 2007. Tujue anything can happen. Akishindwa anaweza ni kama paka ambaye amewekwa kwenye kona. Kwa hivyo amejiwekea insurance na anakwenda anatangaza kule, kwa sababu itakapotokea kitu yoyote atasema mimi niliwaambia. Na sisi tufanye bidii tumuingize baba on the first round, kumwonyesha hata kuwa na nafasi ya hizo nia zake ambazo anataka kuzifanya. Kuhusu Kalonzo tusiwe na wasiwasi na yeye huyu mtu, tuachane na yeye huyu, kwa sababu Mrs. Ngilu, Mtua na Kivuta Kibwana au pia wanatutosha, kwa sababu wamefanya mambo mengi na wale wafuasi wao wanawaamini na wako nyuma yao. Huyu mwingine anakuwa sasa anapigania tu hivyo, kwa kama wenzangu wote vile mnavyosema, haina haja kurudia. Kwa hivyo tusiwe na wasiwasi, lakini tuchunge na tufuatilie sana mazungumzo anaongea Ruto, na sijui ataongea nini Uingereza, lakini yeye anapika kitu na anajipikia vitu. Kwa hivyo tukae chonjo sana. Natoa nafasi kwa wengine. Asante sana Bwana Temba.
Asante sana Bantu Warrior. Alex hakuwa hapa, hajaweza kusikia. Angesikia vile unampigia debe. Lakini
wacha tufurahi na Alex Temba, samani, wajua tunafurahi na Alex.
Ungesikia vile unampigia debe, ungesikia amekuja hapo mara moja, amepiga kelele kweli. Lakini asante.
Sote tunampenda, sote tunampenda.
Bona Stone PK na PK mmekaa karibu. PK ni wewe sasa.
Sisi ni mandugu.
Asante bwana, unajua sisi damu zetu zinavutana. Nashukuru kuja katika kikao, siku nyingi sijatokea, lakini huwa nafuata kwenye background, na kuona pale Mulumbu, ndugu yangu Bantu Warrior na mzee Jakidumbe na madada zetu hapo nawaona, ingawaje siwaoni, naona wako nyuma ya curtain. Mimi sitakaa sana hapa, nilikuwa nimeletwa hapa na Mr. Baz. Mr. Baz ndiye amefanya niingie hapa haraka haraka. Nilikuwa nikitaka nimuulize maswali mawili matatu, lakini kwa vile hayuko, nafikiri maswali yangu nitayawacha tu, lakini maybe for general knowledge
Uliza tu
nilikuwa
swali, atakuja kusikia akisikiza.
nilikuwa nikitaka kujua kama yeye ni Mkristo, na kama yeye ni Mkristo, kuna mistari kadhaa kwa Biblia tumesoma kuwa Mungu atawafanya watu fulani wakuwe footstool ya miguu yake, kumaanisha Mungu ana miguu kulingana na maandiko. Kuna mahali tuliona kidole cha Mungu kiliandika kwenye ukuta, kumaanisha Mungu pia ana vidole. Yale ni maelekezo tu ya kueleza watu waelewe.
Na Musa aliona mgongo wa Mungu.
Na Musa aliona mgongo wa Mungu. Na pia kama yeye ni Mkristo kama mimi, tunaamini kuna Mungu mara tatu. Kuna Mungu Baba, kuna Mungu Mwana na Roho Mtakatifu. Na tunasoma kuwa Mungu Mwana alizaliwa, akakuja kukaa na sisi, na akawa na mwili kama sisi, na akateseka na akawa na sisi, akaishi na sisi. Kama aliishi na sisi na akawa kama sisi, alifanya mambo yale tunayofanya sisi. Kwa hivyo mtu kusema kuna vitu vingine ni kama ni taabu sana. Ndio, kushirikisha Mungu kwa mambo mengine si vizuri, lakini mtu kuelekeza maneno ili yaeleweke, si kusema umepunguza Mungu. Anyway, tukienda kwa mjadala wa leo, ningependa kusema niliona DP kwenye mahojiano katika stesheni ya Voice of America, na nikawa siamini kama ni yeye, manake I'm sure hata yeye akirudi aangalie yale majadiliano yake na yule mama, sikumbuki jina yake, but I don't think, sielewi, sikumuelewa kabisa. Ni kama vile ndugu yangu Bantu huwa tunasema kuna wachezaji stadi huwa ambao wana rise to the occasion. Akifika kwa stage kubwa, mtu akifika kwa jukwaa kubwa, kwa sababu yeye ni mchezaji stadi, ana rise to the occasion. Mimi nilikuwa natarajia DP akija huku, manake hii ni jukwaa kubwa, a rise to the occasion. Lakini badala ya ku rise to the occasion, inaonekana ni kama ameflop, ni kama ameingiwa na baridi, ni kama uwanja umekuwa mkubwa sana, mashabiki. Najua kuna watu wakiingia kwa uwanja mkubwa na wakiona umati wa mashabiki na ile makelele, hata ukimpatia pass inaenda tu inapita. Anaingiwa na kiwewe. Anashindwa hata kucheza game akisikia vile uwanja unaguruma na ako uwanjani, ama akiona zile floodlights, na yeye hajazoea kucheza kwenye floodlights, yeye amezoea jua. Akiona floodlights anashangaa kuna nini huku. Mimi nafikiri DP aliingiwa na si kuona kama ni yeye, manake anakuanga stadi sana wa kujibu maswali, anakuanga mwepesi sana wa kupeleka watu mbio, lakini si kuona swali hata moja alijibu ya ule mama. Hakujibu kabisa. Alikuwa anapiga tu round, akiulizwa hii ni kama hawa majamaa zake ambayo wanakuja kwa hii jukwaa hapa, saa zingine tukuwafinya kwa maswali, badala ya kujibu huwa wanaenda round tu, mpaka nikasema hawa watu wote wanafanana hawa, kutoka mkubwa wao mpaka wale wanakuja hapa kumtetea, wote wanafanana, hawajibu maswali. Tena ni kama hawaelewi zile vitu wenyewe wana propagate. Wakiulizwa hawajibu na hawana jawabu hata sina la kusema. Niliona mpaka nikawa hata ni aibu ukisema huyu ni makamu wa rais wa nchi yako na unaona vile ameingiwa na kiwewe kwenye jukwaa, kuulizwa maswali mepesi anashindwa kujibu, na ule mama hakuwa anamspea kabisa, alikuwa anampeleka raba kweli. Kuhusu mkutano wa Machakos na hiyo funeral ilikuwa ya Mount Elgon, sikufuatilia sana, kwa hivyo siwezi nikachangia mambo ambaye sina uhakika vile ilikuwa. Maybe baadaye nikipumzika nitafuatilia na nisikize kutoka kwa panelist wengine. Asante. Maybe ndugu yangu ataendelea hapo pengine.
Okay, karibu sana Simon. Megi, mbona uko kwa curtain? Karibu Ziana. Nilikuwa nishakaribisha wengine. Sasa PK anataka PK mwingine aongee. Yaani lazima PK tu mwingine ndiye aongee. Haya, Stone PK, chukua hapa alafu tuulize Ziana.
Thank you very much, brother PK on my right, and then panelists wenzangu, Princess Ziana, Magi, Themba, Yakindube, Mulumbu, Bantuoria. Na hisi wote ni wazima na tunashukuru kwa kukutana tena kwenye ukumbi huu wetu ili tuweze kujadiliana na kuelevushana na kutoa recommendations. Yes, mjadala wa leo nitaanza na Machakos. Azimio la Umoja Machakos. It was a statement that was made, and this statement italeta shida sana ama imeleta shida tayari. And you know, in politics, when a statement is made, there are always casualties. And I think some mitetemeko ya ardhi watu huwa waoni na ndio ina destroy, the one that goes slowly. I have been seeing this earthquake coming to Machakos, or rather Ukambani, and my fear has always been that it doesn't reach where it has reached today without our elder Kalonzo being on board, because sometimes you feel embarrassed ama utasikia aibu ukiona mji umetekwa na mwenyewe hayuko karibu, utasikia vibaya. It's like taking a home of somebody and the elder mwenye mji yuko is alive. It is really bad that Kalonzo has allowed this to happen. Unfortunately, it might reach where you will feel so difficult to kind of, you know, make a U-turn, because again he has a very huge ego, which I don't know where he has gotten it from, and also he is listening to some young politicians. I'm not despising age, but again, no wonder people say mahali mzee anaona akiwa amelala, wewe huwezi ona hata ukipanda juu ya mti. And it's the same in politics. Mulumbu has narrated in depth, which I liked so much. Amepeana picha ya Raila Amolo Odinga, not because personally I support him, but if you are to follow that old man, if you need to just grow, hata ukitaka, if you are studying politics, uchukue hiyo tu kama one of your point of reference. Uone what that man has gone through, those decisions that he had to make at the spur of the moment to salvage a situation, and he emerges a hero. Ni moja tu Mulumba amesahau kwamba pale Uhuru Park ndio tumuapishe. Ilikuwa tukishamaliza kumwapisha, we were walking to State House and it was going to happen like it happened in Egypt. How can you stop over 1 million people wakisha tembea kwenda State House? That was the thing, but he changed it immediately. Akiwa pale anaapa, you know, even if you were to replay that clip, utaona the multitude were waiting for the marching order. Yeah, that was the arrangement. Maybe for those who are not in the country could not have known. Ilikuwa tukishamwapisha, we go to State House, and that is what was going to happen. Na hiyo ilikuwa ni sasa itakuwa ni raia wame take over, and that there would have been of course bloodshed, yeah, but again that the country would have been tainted, and that would have been the beginning of the worst chaos that we were going to see. But he salvaged that situation. So when people try to kind of brand Baba like he's violent, he's this, ni wale watu tu ambao hawajui. Anyway, back to my topic. It is sad that what has happened today with Azimio, it's a statement. Machakos is the one that controls Ukambani. Whatever is decided at Machakos level, in short, Machakos ndio headquarters ya Ukambani. Na hizo ni vitu zili happen by just, you know, when this country was forming, this nation was forming, utakuta kuna mahali hawa wanakisema tunafuata, which is not a bad thing. They are the ones who have been setting precedent since independence. And once wakikukubali, it will be very easy to sell kwenda Makueni, because before Machakos and Makueni were the same anyway. So Kitui ndio ilikuwa mbali and Mwingi. And there are no people that are more united today than the Kambas. Now the Kambas have come and realized if they joke, they will go to the opposition. And that's why you see they have, I don't want to use the term defied Kalonzo, but they are sending messages. Because if the businessmen, the professionals, the elite, the politicians, if they are together and they are telling you, boss, bwana twende hivi, and then wewe, because of your ego, unashikilia kakaratasi mulisign. Sincerely, my chairman Kalonzo to let down. Anashikilia a 2-page document and he says it belongs to Kenya. That document doesn't belong to Kenyans. This is a senior counsel. A senior counsel ameenda akajireduce to that. So this statement had to be made. And if you know, I'm happy the way it has been done. Raila is at Smami, because even Raila now cannot stop to hate anybody. Tutamsukuma. You know, Raila has some heart. He would have. He still feels he should wait for his brother, but the pressure is too much. Anaambiwa mzee, wewe twende State House inatungoja. Ule ambaye hatakuwa tayari kuja, shauri yake. And that's why you see he's going per the schedule that is arranged. You know, we are tired. Tunakungoja at negotiation. Even in Oka, you see, they are still, you know, tiptoeing. Kwa Kimbere, from where I come from, we talk of mwendo wa kinyonga. There is a myth told in Mbere that people die because Kinyonga was sent to God to go and pronounce that we live forever. Unfortunately, Kinyonga was overtaken by the hyena. So the hyena reached first and he said, let people die and I eat them as we live, because kitambo watu ilikuwa wakifa wanatupwa. So in my tribe, we really do not respect the chameleon because it is too slow. So Kalonzo has become too slow. Kenya has to move. Time is not on our side, and he still wants discussions and negotiations of a paper that they did when they were in NASA. Okay, I don't want to dwell on that. So Machakos went on very well. The only thing that let us down a little bit is I don't know what happened to our sound system. At one time, Baba got a bit irritated because it is, those are, again, there was a day we had some discussion here with Themba and others when we were saying we are on digital era, our things like machines, for Baba, it should not be an issue. Baba is presidential material right now. Anything we are doing is presidential. Hii si campaign ile tunafanya ya MP na governor. it is presidential. Kila kitu, even the dies and everything should be presidential. The escort, ile kama route inajulikana ni gani, there should be advanced party kwenda trying to clear the way for Baba so that he moves. You know, he is the president in waiting. So the team need to know, they need to listen to these channels, wasikie vile mashabik wanaona. You know, we are the fans who can see which player is not doing the correct thing. So otherwise, the 4 meetings were heavy. Some people were running with the motorcade for up to 2-3 kilometers. And I was asking myself, UDA has been saying that tunalipa watu wa kwenda mikutano. That's when I said, really, UDA, Ruto and his team, they can lie on anything. Can you be paid to run for 2 kilometers? Kwenda kusikiza mtu? How much would you take to do that? You know? That you even unamaliza mkutano hii unaona this mzee is talking very good things, you pay for your matatu, unaenda in the next meeting just because you want to listen to him, sincerely speaking. And if we were to pay people like those 4 meetings of today, how much money would you pay the crowd? You know, some things are illogical that these UDA people are saying, okay? And of course, when you say pay, you see people are there for free. There are those who are walking, coming in, walking away. So are you paying them as they come and go? That's nonsense. Anyway, that was one of the best. And I think now Ukambani is locked. It's sealed completely. Hakuna kurudi nyuma. Yeah. Then the most embarrassing thing is about the DP abroad. I think he has trended the way he wanted. That is, I think, what he wanted. He wanted to be a man, the topic of discussion while he's away. People have really discussed him, as much as it is in disgust, but his name has been trending. Historically, he has put this country into a very embarrassing corner. I pity those of you who are out there abroad in the country that you are hosting dinner ya 30,000, and then only 3 people. Those 3 people are Mudavadi, him, and somebody else, I think. Surely speaking, and we will be there. You will see people at the airport when you'll be coming back at Kulaki, their presidential candidate. That's why I think Kenyans, as much as we say wajinga waliisha, tuko nao pia huku kwetu. You know, tuko mixed. We have the wajinga and wherever, with all due respect. Because there will be a multitude there at Embakasi, JKIA, waiting for their hero. A hero that... Okay, Asante, thank you for your correction. So they will be there, wakingoja mtu wao. After it will have been 3 weeks of, because I know in UK this guy is so he has that affinity to nonsense, to lies, because he's lies. I'll have to do a consultation. I'll consult some of my Kalenjin brothers to tell me what the name Ruto means, because you know in Africa sometimes what you are named is what you become. So I would want to know. Probably Ruto means something like a liar or somebody, you know, someone who can lie without shame. Yeah, because everything, even in UK, I have some friends in UK who are also, they are even trying to make sure it doesn't manage to call press conferences here, because they can't imagine to be in that kind of embarrassment, being called diaspora and being told, oh, your deputy president is here, please. We are having a press conference. Then you listen to him saying those kind of things. So the embarrassment will continue. So we should be brave for more. Unfortunately, the money that he has spent on that tour, again, still is money that has gone down the drain. It's our tax. Just like what we've been paying salaries and all that for all those years he's been campaigning. So tutaiweka kwa hiyo tu, tuseme ni loss. Hata afadhali ingepotea pesa bila kutu embarrass to that extent. Then I come to what do we call this place? Bungoma. Again, another very embarrassing. I wish maybe you guys played a clip when I was not here. I watched the funeral, and I followed what Malala was doing. I started following Malala from yesterday when they were in Kakamega. And at one time, he even embarrassed his own mate, Dr. Khalwale, and yet they're in the same camp. Had Khalwale been in an opposite camp, there would have been blows in that meeting because of what he thought he was exciting his crowd, but he was demeaning Dr. Khalwale. But Dr. Khalwale took his cool because they're in the same camp. So I think that kind of foolishness is what he extended to the funeral of Sergut. Because he went there, he started demeaning Raila. He started with all the followers of Raila, showing how useless they are. None of them is contesting for any seat, and they are following Raila like Condor. Then he started to criticizing and insulting Raila. That is when, the followers of Azimio felt, no. Someone has to stop this nonsense. I'm not advocating for violence. In fact, it's very bad precedents. But again, I'm not saying you should go provoking people. You can't provoke people. You can't start insulting a leader in front of his fans unless you really want to land in problems. Yeah, and for more so, that was not a political platform. It was funeral. Hapo ilikuwa ni mazishi, na si mazishi ya Raila, ni mazishi ya one of the former MPs. So then you take your 30 minutes to bring an irrelevant position, an irrelevant topic about Raila and his followers. It was really misplaced. As much as we are saying ingefanywa hivyo, I think I can imagine for those of us who are enlightened, you are able to contain your provocation. But can you imagine those diehards at grassroots level? Diehard wa baba, unamtuzi wakiwa pale, you'll be roasted. Okay? He tried to use his bodyguards, but nothing. Because a mob is a mob. You could be having your 2, 3, 4 bodyguards with your guns, but nothing. How many people can they shoot? Okay? It's only that now somebody pleaded to them in Kiluya, and they cooled. Otherwise, it was going to be messy. It was going to be bad. And that's why I'm appealing to the authorities and also to those who are in the groups, the leaders, the contestants. They should be told to tone down. Wachunge ulimi kabisa. These campaigns ni high voltage. It is like 2007. It is highly charged. As much as people think it is cool, it is very highly charged. And Azimio and these Kenya Kwanza are trying to kind of trigger. Already they are going insulting everybody that Azimio is going to steal. They have started calling us Wezi, yet they are the ones who are known to be natural thieves. So they have started provoking because they have sensed defeat, and they want anything that can happen to disrupt the elections. That is my take, and I think the government or whoever it is should be able to come in full now. They should not wait for those 3 months coming because it has started too early. Ruto has started inciting his people, because their crowd, even in the meetings, it's dwindling. They have seen all the signs of losing. So they are already cornered. I saw that in Kalonzo as well. You can see when somebody starts panicking, you are at a press conference, you are just throwing tantrums, you are annoyed, umekasirika, na huko mbele ya press. So these are very dangerous characters and presidencies that need to be checked. Thank you very much, Bwana Themba.
Asante sana Stone PK. Naona pia Fidel Wayara ameingia hapa. Fidel, habari gani?
Niko salama, na wewe je?
Sina neno.
Asante.
Haya, kaa hapo tu. Saimo vipi?
Mimi niko mzima bana.
Mbona umeweka curtain bana?
Unioni?
Sikuoni, toa curtain. Kuna curtain. Mweka curtain bwana, chukueni. What? Niko bahali iko mwangaza ya kutosha. Haya, toka alafu uje ututolee curtain. Man. Curtain inatolewa kwa aje?
Kamera, finya kamera yako.
Toa nini? Toa. Hapo imeandikwa kamera, finya hapo.
Hiyo kamera, hiyo imechorwa video camera bro.
No, si kuna kamera na kuna mic. Sasa hapo kwa kamera finya hapo. Cam. Oh. Mimi disclaimer, mimi ni analog. Acha zako bwana. Haya, kaa hapo tu kidogo. Haya, Ziana, karibu utoa maoni yako.
Asante sana Bwana Themba. Naona Saimo ako ng'ambo lakini ako analog jamani, ndugu yangu. Asante.
Wanaitangwa mature entrance.
Nilikuwa nimesema mimi ni analog. So why are you repeating?
Haya, sawa Saimo. Haya, sasa funga nini yako basi. Mike.
Oh, nishangaza ungeniambia nivuge zip.
Haya. Nashukuru sana Bwana Themba. Acha turudie sasa mazungumzo ya siasa. Nikizungumza kuhusu DP, hata mambo yake mimi sasa nimechoka nayo, kwa sababu ni aibu tele ameleta. Naona Stone PK anasema ati ni sisi ndiye ametuletea aibu, ila hali kama Stone PK unafanya kwa tourist, hamna kazi tena, kazi imekwisha hiyo, kwa sababu nyinyi, amesema nyinyi ni wezi. Sasa nani ataleta mtu wake kufanya biashara Kenya na nyinyi ni wezi? Kenya ni wezi. Kwa hivyo sio sisi ametuletea, ameleta huko nyumbani kwenyewe. Kwa hivyo hamna sasa wageni tena. Hiyo nimeguzia tu. Raila akiwa kule Machakos, nilisikia Bingilu akisema gari shaondoka. Kwa hivyo Kalonzo aje kabla mlango ya gari haijafungwa. Kwa hivyo ikifungwa, hamna mtu ambaye atafungua tena ili aingie ndani. Mi sioni kwa nini wangali bado wanangojea Kalonzo, kwa sababu Kalonzo hamna kitu ataleta sasa. Mimi vile niliona Machakos tayari tuna watu kule Machakos. Ni ila kila wakati, hata ukishaingia kwenye nyumba, kila wakati unaenda unaangalia, unafagia yale machafu yako ndani. Kwa hivyo tusilale. Ninaomba baada ya Machakos, baada ya kumweka baba ndiye akwe anasimamia Azimio, rais wa Azimio, tuwe sasa tunarudi tena pale, kwa sababu mnatengeneza na wale wanatia uchafu. Mkitoka wanatia uchafu. Kwa hivyo nawaomba mkimaliza mnarudi pale. Msidhanie Machakos sasa ati mmechukua yote. Mkimaliza mnarudi pale Machakos, Kakamega, mrudi kule. Kule wakina Wamunyinyi, kina Malala ni mchokozi. Sasa hivi unajua lazima awe mchokozi, kwa sababu masiku zimefika, zimebaki siku chache sana na hana chake. Manake pale baraza ameshikilia, hata Halwale au hawana chao. Sasa unajua kama umeshindwa, ni matusi utaweka, ulete vurugu. Kwa hivyo hiyo tungali tutaziona katika Western, kwa sababu sasa hivi wameona Western kumechukuliwa. Kwa hivyo vurugu bado tutaziona. Western niliwaambia Azimio imeingia. Kwa hivyo imewekwa pale, ukienda ukawatoa damu utapata ni Azimio. Sio kama vile Gachagua alikuwa akisema Wakikuyu ndio utawapata wako na UDA damu, ukitoa roho yao utawapata huko. Kwa hivyo mimi nawaomba tuende mbele sasa, tuingie Central. Central ndio naomba, mimi naomba, haiko hapa lakini naomba tuingie Central. Central ndio tuanze tafadhali. Baba alikuwa amesahau mji, kwa hivyo tuingie Central ndio baba arudi kwenye nyumba. Baba wa Central ni Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Kwa hivyo najaribu kusema harudi kwenye nyumba, angalie nyumba. Aliachia mwanaume mwingine akaingia kwenye nyumba yake na akaambia watoto yeye ndio baba. Kwa hivyo Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta arudi, angalie watoto wake tafadhali. Hiyo tu ndio mimi ninayo kwa sasa hivi. Nitarudi baadaye, Bwana Themba. Nashukuru sana.
Haya, sawa. Lakini mnashinda mmerudia president arudi Central. President bado ni the president of the Republic of Kenya. Bado ako na shughuli zake za ki-president. So huwezi muona ameenda huko eti kila wakati anapitia hapo. So I think we need to take note of that. Like yesterday, I think the last 2 days he was leading some UNEP, some function in UNEP. But alafu then he went, I think there was a meeting outside the country or something like that. So ako na shughuli zake za kiserikali. He's still the president, and we still have those timelines za kikatiba. So you might not see him like every day going to Central. You might not see him every day in the campaign train because he still has his presidential mandate that he has to do. So I think we also need to be alive to that fact. I know tomorrow Raila atakuwa wapi according to that campaign. Atakuwa either Nyeri or somewhere kesho. So let's not be so obsessed with the president going to Central. Lazima aende Central. He will not. He will. He's still the president. He has his presidential obligation. Maybe he will join Baba in 1 or 2 rallies or thereabout. And then also you, as much as he said he's supporting Baba and Azimio, he is not going to be like Sasa rolling up his sleeves as if he's the one who is going to be on the ballot. No, he's not going to do that. Everybody. I would actually want to see a situation where the president is not taking so much active role in terms of attending those rallies and stuff, so that Baba is going to work with his team to get the votes by himself, so that it's about this, to remove this thing of Uhuru is putting himself so that he rules like behind Baba. No. So this thing of every time, Uhuru should go to Central, Uhuru is the president of Kenya, and he remains so. He has his obligations, he has his timelines, he has his international, national, and also regional obligations that he has to attend to. The people looking for leadership are 2 people, 3 or whoever, but majorly is Raila and Ruto. So they are the ones who should be, like organizing themselves with their campaign teams to do that. So I think it's we need to also appreciate that the president here, before the endorsement of Baba, alikuwa na nini yake. Yes, Princess.
Asanti sana kwa kunijulisha ya kwamba afai kwenda huko sana sana, kwa sababu atakuwa ni project sana. Nashukuru kwa sababu hiyo ndio itaendeleza maneno ya kwamba ni project kweli, itaeneza maneno ya kwamba Raila ni project. Kwa hivyo nashukuru sana kwa kunielezea hiyo, nimeitia kwa akili. Asanti sana.
Yeah. Thank you, Ziana. I want to bring in someone else, maybe to who came before you. Oh, Maggie alikuja kabla hawa wanaume. So Maggie, huko huyu Maggie anatuzimia taa kila wakati alafu waongei. Maggie. Sasa huyu Maggie. Haya basi, mi nitasonga tu asije akasema sikumpa nafasi. Nyinyi mmeona anakuja hapa, nimeona nimemuita hakuitika, kwa hivyo asije akanilaumu. Son PK, umesikia nimemuita Maggie mara 5. Isije ikawa
kabisa. Mimi ni shahidi wako.
Asante. Sasa Simon aliingia kabla ya Fidel, lakini alikuwa anaenda akirudi. So wacha tumpe nafasi, kisha nilete Fidel, nimalizie na Geoffrey, alafu sasa tena nianze round 2. Haya, Simon.
All right. Thank you, Themba. Asante sana kwa kunipa nafasi ingine kuchangia mjadala iliyoko leo. The last 2 days imeonekana, well, I guess the Kenyan politics is a very busy arena, and a lot has happened. Nimeona vile Western imekuwa. I've seen what happened in Bungoma. Nimeona vile hiyo eneo yote ya Western imekuwa. Hawa kina Malala, I don't think they're gonna go anywhere very much, kwa sababu sasa this is part of the internal wrangles that is very characteristic of when it comes to watu Kenya Kwanza. Mesikia inaitwa Kenya Kwisha siku hizi. And I don't think we should be so worried about them. Wao wanataka kama wanataka kupigana wacha wapigane. Now if we I've also looked at the nimeona vile DP amekuwa akiwa hapa, and it's a continuous roller coaster. Imekuwa tu ni one show. It's like zile zinaitwa series. Show moja inakuja, ingine inakuja. So my prediction that when he's going to United Kingdom, the zile brothers zote make hapa, is just gonna continue doing the same. And kwa wale watu wenye wanafuata Azimio, wenye tunafuata Azimio, this is call for a celebration. I don't want to talk so much about him. Nikimsikia I just get sick. And ile kitu ningetaka tena kuongelea kidogo is sana I wanted to mention something about Kalonzo. I have had a lot of people saying ni atanwe na yeye. I was of the opinion agojewe, because for me Kalonzo has also fought very much for the democratic space yenye iko in the country. That's number one. Number two, I also know that they have worked with Raila Odinga for the longest. So it's like when you go to war and you are in the same jeshi moja, even when you're foreign soldier force, you still by the rules of the war. You are supposed, you can't leave them. Hata kama ameumia, hata kama amekufa, you still go and take them. Well, inafika mahali pengine, it comes to another point whereby sometimes you don't have an option, because kama sasa Karonzo, if you look at Ukambani, our brothers wa Ukambani, what they have shown us today, in kuanzia jana, but I have seen it today, seriously. Ukambani is Azimio. It is I don't know. I want to say 90%. Sijui kama mmeona wale wazee wametengeneza muziki ingine hapo. Mimi tu nasikia tu Azimio na Raila Odinga. Bam! Raila Odinga Azimio. Very beautiful scenes that have never been seen anywhere else in the country. Nimeona what the other country has been able to do. But you can tell these are people, somebody has said here, when Kambas, they love you, they love you. Now, this is something, this is organic love. Wakamba wamependa Raila, mpende msipende, Karonzo wapende asipende. Don't even talk about Kinangiru and all those other governors. It's the Kamba nation. It has fallen in love with Raila Amolo Odinga and Azimio. So kuna wakati tulikuwa tunafanya mjadala, tulikuwa tunaambiwa, kuna mahali tulikuwa tunafika naambiwa wakati umefichwa sana upite the other side kwa mwendo wa aste. Mimi ninapita na hiyo mwendo wa aste. Tuachane na Karonzo. Let's go. Juu jamaa is sasa atabeberezwa mpaka ardhini. Mimi niko nasema abeberezwe kidogo, but I'm tired. Tumetoka sasa, atabeberezwa mpaka ardhini. Let's leave him alone. Hiyo nimetoka. Let's go to Central. Hiyo Themba ameongelea last. Themba siasa ya Central is we really want to, mimi nikiulizwa talking kama kiongozi wa Azimio in my own small scale, naweza kusema we want elections wakati itafika tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. We want a landslide. Na sasa mimi nasikia uchungu when my people, I'm from Central, my people are not going to be the big stakeholders, which they are supposed to be. We have never been outside the government, ever. Except Kapiriodikare Kadogo Kamoi. But still we were there. We were still there. So, there's still a problem in Central. I don't think Uhuru is the one who is supposed to be steering anymore. Amefanya kazi ya kutosha. He has given the direction, and if you listen to most Central readers, they will tell you that mkubwa wetu ama our kingpin ama mudhamaki wetu is none other than Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. He is alive, he is strong, he is healthy, and let me tell you also, if the Kenyan Constitution around for that time, this man could have done wonders in this country. That's what I think. A lot of people think like that. So the thing is, maybe you can use that. I would say the Azimio team with ODM, Jubilee, and all the other Afris, all the other, I think 17 chamas, they need a stronger, they need, kama mimi sasa naona, Western ni locked, Eastern locked, Coast locked. Wacha sasa tuende Central. Hii kitu tuvagia 90%. And the team is there. If you look at the wale watu wamechaguliwa, this is the first, when I saw the team that was reviewed, I think the day before yesterday, ile team, the think tank, ikiongozwa na Mutua, those are the people that I have always thought, why can't we get these people in to lead our country. Ongea maneno ya Mutua, ongea maneno ya Professor Githongo, uongee maneno ya who else? Huyu mama alikuwa, I can't remember her name. If you look at the team, the think tank yenye imetengenezwa saa hii is so powerful. Watu they are not interested. Ni watu they are not interested in positions of power. Whatever they have been talking all the years, maybe the last 20 years, is to make Kenya great. And these are smart, intelligent people. So mimi nasema hii think tank itumike iende iwe na wing yake ya kudeal na Central, because Central to me is now the headache. Na si headache ati hatuwin, that Azimio is not gonna win, but it's where we need to get the rats right, because there's a lot of votes there. Is the kila mtu anajua is a voter rich region. So Uhuru behind the scenes, like he has been doing even before he came to top, he has been working behind the whole scenes the whole time. Lakini sasa ameongea. Sasa he need to continue talking with the whole think tank, and they come up with a team that is gonna be centrally centered in Central. Because what happened, why Central is where it is because of the campaigns zenye zimefanyika for the last 4 years. Huyu mtu has spent billions in Central, kwa makanisa, kwa vijiji nini, lying to our kids. Sasa hiyo ni kama imekuwa kama cult. When you go to Central, I have been there multiple times. When you go there, you feel the
Simon.
Like yes.
You know, sometimes you guys talk here and I wonder, what is this you guys are saying? It is not reflected in the voting. Mnajua mnaniambianga tu Central, but it is not reflected.
What are you talking about, reflected?
I mean, there was a by-election in Kiambu. That thing you are talking about, the Central, wamewekwa Kasumba, it didn't reflect. There was a by-election in Juja, it didn't reflect. There was a by-election the other side, it didn't, especially now Kiamba. When that by-election happened, what you're saying, like you're saying that for every, like the other day when you are here, you're saying that let's assume that wameingiwa na Kasumba. You would have expected, number one, there are two things that for me I expected. I don't know what is this that people are saying, Central wameingiwa na Kasumba au Ruto. Now listen, let me give my view and then now you can comment on it. Personally, I am yet to find evidence of this thing people are saying that Central sijui ni Ruto. Because of two things, the by-elections, and number two, registrations. By-elections, why? If Central was so Ruto and Hustler, Kiamba was a very major litmus test. And you know what even Moses Kuria said? He said he was actually going to field a candidate against the UDA candidate. He had to be told that kindly don't field a candidate, because according to them and their statistics and their polls, the candidate for UDA was not going to win if Moses Kuria fielded a candidate. So they implored him to stand down his candidate asaidie huyo mtu wa UDA. That is how even the guy was able to get a 50, you know. So 50-50, you can't tell me that now that one Ruto ameshanini kabisa. Secondly, even Juja, there was no that major difference. Even the other Kiagu ward. So I don't understand when we say that, Central ni Kasumba wameambiwa sana, nini. I'm yet to see that. Secondly, the registration. If indeed, hiyo Central iko na watu na wameamua ya kwamba wanataka kuvote UDA, what is the next thing they would have done? Register in droves. Register, I mean, young people register, because that is the place you get the votes. But what did you see? There was no that overwhelming response as we are saying. So I think there's a narrative being pushed that you need to concentrate on Central, like the guy has done it for a long time, for 4 years. I don't think Central is as bad as you guys are making it think. I know it could be from the polls, I mean from the evidence that came out, it could be 60-40. Yeah, Ruto could be just ahead 60-40. I don't think it is that overwhelming. And even as you're saying that, the campaign teams are aware. You know, normally when they do campaigns, they mark their green regions, their amber regions, and then their red regions. So for all these areas, they put different attack. They have just started campaigning. So I don't know, when you guys say, I'm yet to be convinced. Nobody has convinced me. Even you, when you come and you say you talk to one person, 10 people, they say the what? The taste of the what? Of the pudding is in the eating. When the rubber met the road and there was a by-election, it was just like this. So maybe explain to me, because I don't understand.
Well, then, but let me try to explain a little bit further, because what I did, I just explained broadly. Central is not unified. It's not haifanani yote. If you want me to dissect it, I can dissect it a little bit more. Kama sasa, Kiambu is actually now leaning towards Azimio. But if you go to the side ile Meru is hostile to Azimio. So when you talk of Central, we are in mind, we know there are pockets zenye already tumepenetrate, and that either tumepenetrate ni kama Kiambu, especially Kiambu we have penetrated. We have started doing very well in Kirinyaga. Now there are areas, so I was just talking generally. There are areas, sasa hizo example umenipeana za kule by elections zimefanyiwa, is the areas that already Azimio is received well. It's about 50%. But the other areas, ukienda hizo nimekuambia Kirinyaga, if you go if you go to somewhere like Meru, if you go to somewhere like Nyeri, it's very bad. If you go to Nyandarua, it's still hostile. So Nyandarua can be divided into almost 3 categories. Kuna ile imeincline towards Azimio sasa, kuna ile iko lukewarm, na kuna ile ni karibu 80% UDA. That's not what we want to see. We want to see a Central that is behaving like the rest of the country. It's 70-80%. That's what we want. We want a clean sweep. I hope you're getting me from that angle. Let me come to your registration. Registration is ile kitu inafanya registration ikose kuingia vizuri, because Central does not have one of its sons. It doesn't. So because it doesn't have one of its sons, it doesn't have the EO. Hawana EO, the in their belly they are not. Hawana ile motivation. So you will notice, and you correct me after the 8th, Central hata haiwezi kuona zile namba iliona the other time in terms of votes. Although we are saying it is vote region, hazitaonekana kama hizo. Do we still have young men wenye wamekuwa wameingia kwa in the election, they have qualified to vote? Yes, but they don't have that. Hakuna hiyo motisha ya kufanya watu watake kuvote. So that has nothing to do whether it's Azimio or it's the other side, DP. So I hope I have explained to you. So what I'm trying to say to you is, we need also, mimi kwa sababu nikiangalia, there's nowhere else. Ni Central tu imebaki nyuma. And guess what? It's coming up. The other time I told you, in my family of 25 people, there are 4. Guess what? In the last 2 days, nimeanza kuleta wengine wawili. Sisi bado tunakuja. Just talking on the phone, convincing them.
Tenda, will I also get 30 minutes of speaking?
So what I'm tell you is, all the channels are there, and I know these people, hivi tunaongea, pengine they're also seeing the same thing. But I'm saying, I'm wishing that that's what's going to happen. Because we need this Kenya country that for the first time, iwe either Kebake way, kusweep, ama better. But when we have a government, kama sasa hii serikali ukiangalia kama hii imekuwa ya Uhuru, it has the second ya Kibaki the second time, you will realize there was those antagonizing forces because the votes has been, hata kama mmeshinda na 50+1, it doesn't feel really good because you feel there's another half of the country that was not supporting you. So this time round, we want the country to be one unified, tukipata those diehards who are UDA 20%, 30%, that's okay. If we can let them have that. Lakini the rest of the country, we want it to be Azimio. That's what I'm, hiyo ndio mimi naonelea. Na wale tunaongea na wao. That's what we think. And I'm letting you also uingie in that mentality.
Wayara ngoja.
Okay.
Relax huko hapa Wayara.
Iko swali, I'm here. I'm ready to answer any question.
Simon, I'm yet to be convinced on certain issues. But I mean, I'm just trying to poke because I'm yet to be convinced that Central is that bad. I know it's about 60-40. The whole of the major part of Central that Raila has pushed it to around 40 and 60. So that is not a very bad, considering when both Uhuru and Kibaki were running. Kibaki had 70 something, Uhuru had 20 something. So considering right now, we are likely to push it up to 60-40. And then of course Rift Valley, we get bits of it. What I pick from you, and I agree with you, of course, we need as much as possible the whole country to have some sense of Azimio in it and be in a sense of being in government. So that for me is something that I agree with you on. I don't think it is so like someone has to go camping there. Like we need to persuade them. We need to tell them that, okay, fine, government, whichever government is going to be formed, you need to be in it. And right now, it is so clear that people are moving towards Azimio. And if they want to be in the government, they would rather be in Azimio. So that is something we want to pursue. It's not like we want to make it look like if they don't or not. I mean, it's supposed to be, are they interested in being in government? If they are, all signs are towards Azimio. But it is not wrong, Kenya also having a robust opposition. But do you want to be in opposition for a long time? So that is something I agree with you. What I've insisted here is it is not done until it's done. That is something I keep saying. I mean, any part, whether it is a green area, a amber area, or a red area, all the parts, we have to wipe out all the votes, whichever side. Shouldn't look like we shouldn't. Any focus that is put in the elections right now, you may want to put a little bit more on the red area, but every part, all the people have to get out and vote. All the parts, even in the places that are called, green areas. You still, if you don't get those people to vote and they imagine that they already have it, you're going to have a problem. You have to make sure that those people get out and vote. In fact, if the people who are supporting you, like those areas that you have, the green areas, if they get out to the man, you will be able to get there, because you need, this other side will be pushing for like 50%, but this other part you need to push up to 90, 100%, voter turnout. In those areas that are green, you have it home and dry. And then of course you can work at having even this one 40, 50, somewhere there. So that for me, I don't think you need to spend too much energy on the red areas. You can miss focus and then make people imagine that, okay, sisi tuliacho kwa sababu sisi tunajulikana tusha vote. Hapana. It's equal. So I want to, I know we have Geoffrey, we have Habari Geoffrey. Simon, you can mute.
Can I say one more thing before I mute?
Yeah, what have you remembered? Go ahead.
It's something that I mentioned, but I wanted to say one of, your point, unasema you have not yet got it or convinced. and I wanted you to, I don't know kama you have been able to listen to what Kiraito said, I think yesterday, or I think what he said yesterday. Kiraito is somebody who is very experienced lawyer, and he's somebody who has been in the trenches. Is somebody who is inclined, who is supposed to be in Azimio. But how he talked yesterday, he is sitting on the fence. Why is Kiraito sitting on the fence? I'll try to tell you why he is sitting on the fence. Kiraito is sitting on the fence because Kiraito wants to be in Azimio, but he wants to be in the winning government. That's what he said. We Merus has to be on the winning government. Now unajua sasa ameachiwa na Munya. Munya is not actually vying. So ameachiwa. So he doesn't have a lot of problems like you'd have if Munya was running. Now, Kiraito, because the hostile is ground, the ground is hostile. Meru iko na watu wengi sana wenye wanasimama na UDA. Now, a lot of people in the ground, the voters, they still have not been sensitized kutoa hiyo maneno ya UDA ndani ya system yao. What I was saying before. They are still UDAized. They need to be sensitized. So, ile kitu nakwambia, that kind of politician, because somebody like Kiraito is somebody very important in Central. So he needs help. And how he needs help is what I was talking about. The Azimio team need to go in the ground and spend time to talk to the voters. After the Azimio thinking synced in somewhere like Meru, then Kiraito will be able to declare. Because that's what, and he's not the only one. I'm just giving you one example of somebody who should be under Azimio, but he is scared. Because if you are kama unasimama in certain area, you have to be able to, lazima uwe unakubaliana na wale watu wananchi wa hiyo area.
Okay, Simon.
Beyond that, you can be easily run into a lot of problems.
Okay, Simon, there's a comment. Maybe you can mute so that Jakindu Bey has a comment, and then yes, Jakindu.
Simon, unasema Kiritu ni kiongozi ambaye amekuwa kwa trenches na nini. Mimi kwa maoni yangu vile umezungumza, nafikiri Kiritu sio kiongozi ambaye amekuwa kwa vita kupiga, kwa sababu inatakiwa kiongozi kama Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta kitu alitaka, alisimama na akawaambia watu wa Central, akawaambia hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi inatakikana hivi. Sasa Kiritu hawezi kusema eti anaogopa kwa sababu kuna UDA. Yeye ni kiongozi, anatakiwa aonyeshe watu wake uongozi. Maana ya uongozi ni kuongoza. Unaona? Unaongoza watu wako, unawaambia jamani, huku ndio tukienda, huku ndio tutapata hii na hii na hii na hii. Hii kitu ambacho mnaambiwa huku, inatakiwa ajitokeze. Kama yeye anajificha nyuma ya ati kuna watu waje wamsaidie, hiyo ni uongozi gani? Hiyo yeye hana msimamo. Mimi kwa maoni yangu naweza kusema hana msimamo, na mimi nasema mtu kama Kiritu Murungi ndio mimi namlaumu kwa kitu kimoja. Yeye, Raila, yule mjumbe wa nani wa zamani alikuwa anaitwa huyu jamaa alikuwa anaitwa, yule alikuwa makamu wa Odinga, alikuwa anaitwa nani? Huyu mjumbe, huyu jamaa alipewa pesa na partner, anaitwa nani? Mwite.
Yeah.
Paul Mwite. Mwingine lawyer mwingine huyu wa
Gitobu Imanyara.
Orengo, Anyang' Nyong'o. hawa watu naweza kusema Raila, Anyang' Nyong'o, Orengo bado wao hawakutoka, lakini hao wengine waliwa let down, kwa sababu hawa kama wangekaa na wao wangekuwa wamekomboa Kenya zamani, tungekuwa tumetoka kwa hii vurugu ambayo tumekuwa nayo hao. Na ndio maana nasema hata saa hii Kiritu Murungi alikuwa anatakiwa yeye awe karibu na Raila, kwa sababu huyu yeye ndiye alikuwa wakati mwingine hata anamwakilisha Raila, walikimbia wote pamoja. Sasa ukifika unamwacha mwenzako kwa vita, anatakikana yeye kama sahihi ndiye angekuwa anawaelezea Wameru, anasema huyu jamaa namjua mimi. Hiyo ndio maana ya uongozi, kwa sababu kama watu nyumbani kwetu, kama kuna mtu wanamtilia shaka na huyo mtu namjua, ni jukumu langu kwenda kuzungumza nao na kuwapasuade na kuambia hii ndio inatakikana. Kwa hiyo Kiritu Murungi kwa kama ni hivyo ndio uongozi ile anayo, kwa maoni yangu sio kiongozi. Hata juzi president aliwaambia wale walipokuwa Sagana, aliwaambia kazi ya uongozi ni kwenda kuwaelezea wenzanu, kuongoza wenzenu kule inatakikana. Huwezi kuwa nyuma na wale unataka kuongoza wako mbele. Iko hivyo, wewe kama kiongozi ndio unakuwa mbele, hata kama ni manake, hata komanda mkienda jeshi, komanda ndiye anakuwa mbele, ndiye anawaambia tufanyeni hivi. Hiyo ndio maoni yangu juu ya hiyo.
Jakidube, I want to say Simon. Yeah.
Watch out, because you're here, we will get back to that, okay? So just stay on. Fidel, karibu.
Hey, wow. Somebody, you see, my ass is now painful. I've been sitting down here waiting.
Fidel, gotta be patient, man.
Okay, Temba, I want to disagree with you, with your trajectory about Central Province and the effect of Uhuru Kenyatta going and campaigning in Central Province. First of all, he's a leader of Jubilee, which has just been relaunched, because Jubilee was a dead party. Everybody knows that it actually died after UDA left. So we are talking about relaunching the party. He equated the relaunching of Jubilee to the times of TNA and URP. He's the one who wants to lead from the front. Jubilee cannot be rejuvenated without the president participation actively. He cannot delegate that responsibility, because that is what the supporters of Azimio in Central Province have been waiting for that signal. Because you have to remember that UDA fans or supporters were saying that eti Raila alikuwa anachezewa, eti rais alikuwa anamchezea, Raila Odinga anachezwa na rais. So even to the time of the NDC, they thought Uhuru Kenyatta would support Ruto, despite all that had gone through, had already happened. So what I'm saying here is Uhuru Kenyatta must take an active role in rejuvenating Jubilee, going and in putting that particular map, the flag of Jubilee back into Central Province. Without his participation, there was no way Jubilee Party will actually even have members of parliament, because UDA will sweep them. They know that. And it's not really, people are just not talking. You are also using faulty parameters, the by-election. You have to understand that those particular by-election were being contested by local politicians whom people know. So they could be in Jubilee or they could be in UDA, but they were local politicians people could identify themselves with. So that's why you see the votes went like 55, 45, or 49, 50, because you are dealing with people that everybody is familiar with. When it comes to Azimio, it's about the presidential candidate. Now, presidential candidate takes a different route, because you're talking about a candidate who has been vilified, demonized for so many years. by even the president himself is the one who took the leading role in demonizing this particular person. So suddenly now he comes around and Raila goes there by himself. You're saying that the president should not even go, that Baba should go and assemble a strong team to go and campaign for him. It will still be the same thing because they will not be moved. They will not be moved. You know, their mentality, that psyche, regimented, I don't know what it is, what it's called, is still there. He's the one who wants to go down there and cleanse it, cleanse that particular, that regimented, crazy thinking or thought that he had established in their brain about describing, giving this guy all those sort of adjectives. So without his participation in going back and putting the Jubilee flagship in Central Province, Jubilee will not even get members of parliament, because it's true that just like what the previous speaker said, Kiraitu Murungi is not a leader. That one we know for sure, because a leader will not be doing things like what Kiraitu is doing. Kiraitu was given a chance to lead, to become Azimio candidate by the president. That's why Munya was asked to step down for him to go and run for office. But as Kiraitu even stepped into the shoe of leading the campaign, no, he's still hesitant. So he's not a leader. But why is he hesitant? Because he is seeing that the ground is still waiting for the ground to be favorable for his own cause. That is not a sign of a leader. But that also just tells you that the ground is still hostile, that UDA has still got a lot of supporters. Now, if you look at the Central Province, which leader can actually go out there with Raila Odinga to campaign or mount a successful campaign in Central Province? Moses Kuria, that's not a leader. It's just a small little Mwangi Kiunjuri. Those are the only people in Central Province that have emerged as leaders, political leaders. But they are small potatoes when it comes to national scenery, political scenery. So as a matter of fact, Central Province still does not have a leader beside Uhuru Kenyatta. Raila Odinga has to go with Uhuru Kenyatta to Central Province and put that flagship, that flag, the flagship of Jubilee, on behalf of Azimio, for the campaign to be successful. That one, I'm convinced about that, because without Uhuru going back and campaigning for people that he's going to put in office as parliamentarians or MCAs or governors or senators, Ruto will have a full day. Ruto has been there for 9 years, entrenching his roots. He knew what he was doing. And that's why even if you go to Central Province today and you ask somebody, why aren't you going to vote as? They'll be telling you they don't know. But you ask them, so who has brought development in Central? They'll tell you it's Raila Odinga. Devolution, money that was supposed to go to BBI that was supposed to be favorable for them. Why are they still rejecting it? Why are they still going to vote for Ruto, despite all these favors that the government is bringing to them? They can't explain to you. It's because of that particular crazy, that culture that had been regimented in their brain. So in that particular regard, I think we have to be very realistic by saying that, by thinking that, Raila can still get some vote. No, he needs to have people going onto the ground. If Uhuru Kenyatta cannot go onto the ground, they need to pick able leaders, identify leaders who can go to the ground and talk to people, explain to them why Azimio agenda is more appealing, more progressive, to be looked at, rather than us just assuming that, Raila has already climbed the mountain. He has not climbed the mountain. He has not. I mean, pulling those crowds, and that is not really campaigning. That is just, because those people are still the same people who have been vilifying for all these years. Now, so I leave that on beside. Let's go to what happened in Machakos today. I don't want to talk about Kalonzo that much, but I think with Kalonzo now, Raila has already shown how to deal with him, because gauntlets have already been thrown by Raila Odinga. He said, you bring 20 delegates, you are going to be assigned 20 delegates. Your parties, all that belong to Oka, will be assigned 20 delegates. Let's meet at Kasarani on the 12th, and let's see whom the delegates are going to nominate as the presidential candidate. I don't think he can do that. He won't even. I don't think he's even going to appear because he can't do it. And beside that, what has happened again? Kibwana has thrown another gauntlet. Because Kibwana could have just receded into the background. But what is he doing? He's saying he's going to campaign to become a senator. He knows that Kalonzo is going to be there to oppose him. He knows that Kalonzo will not want him to become a senator. They're going to sponsor somebody to oppose him. But Kibwana knows that he's going to whitewash that person because Kalonzo has got no influence anymore in Makueni. And I think the same would apply in Kitui because they have already reduced Kalonzo's influence almost to nothing. So Azimio minus Kalonzo is still Azimio. It's good to have him, but if he does not want to come on board, that's fine. I mean, nobody's going to miss him. And that's what Ngilu and Mutua and Kibwana have shown to the whole world, that Azimio can move forward without Kalonzo. So, and I think that to me, that is very encouraging, seeing how the campaigns are being done. But my observation that I would like to have is somebody like Kanini Kega. I think Stone BK mentioned that somebody like Kanini Kega being a Kikuyu and keep saying that mimi ni Kanini Kega, nimetoka mimi ni Mkikuyu na ikifika tarehe 8 mimi na Wakikuyu wote tutawapigia Raila kura. Raila. So that does not really help, does not even explain to people why Kikuyus have not been voting for Raila. So Kanini Kega needs to sit down there or be given time to be able to explain to the Kikuyus why they have not been voting Raila Odinga, rather than just going and throwing those cliches.
Yes.
Yes.
I really don't understand. Like what do you guys want? Because you are some of this feedback, huh?
No, we want a better quality campaign based on quality substance. When somebody stand there, he can be able to explain why he's not been voting for Raila.
That is not something you can say in a rally and you have only 1 minute or 2 minutes. You can't explain. Who is there to understand all that?
That's why it needs to be given 10 minutes to explain.
No, you can. There's no time for that.
No, Kanini Kega amekuwa akikampeni kwao na ali-explain, na nimeshamuona kwenye hizo meeting za kwao akiwaambia kwa nini wanatakiwa wawe kwa Azimio na ni kwa nini wanachagua Raila. Hizo zote amewaeleza. Na tena nikwambie, kama hujajua, umekuwa na mikutano mingi sana ambazo za kuelezea watu, particularly between Wakikuyu na Wajaluo. Kumekuwa na mikutano mingi sana huko kwetu kuelezea watu kwa nini tunataka hiyo Azimio ifanye kazi.
Lakini Wajaluo na Wakikuyu si wa Kenya.
Sikiliza bwana. Wajaluo na Wakikuyu, tusidanganyane, tuseme tu kweli. Wajaluo na Wakikuyu wanapofanya kazi pamoja, Kenya huwa inafanya kazi vizuri sana. Wanaposhirikiana, wao wanafanya kazi vizuri sana.
I don't want to believe that.
No. Sasa you don't want to believe that, na umeona.
I don't want to believe that because that is just something that big.
Unajua, sisemi hiyo kwa kufanya ukabila, lakini nasema kwa statistics, zile vitu ambavyo matokeo ambayo nimeona tangu tangu tupate uhuru.
Wajaluo na Wakikuyu wafanye kazi hiyo ambao unazungumzia peke yao, huwa wanafanya pia na makabila mengine.
Ndio, lakini nimesema wanaposhirikiana huwa kuna kazi inafanywa, sio kwamba wanabagua watu, sio kwamba kuna ubaguzi, lakini wanapofanya kazi pamoja huwa inafanyika vizuri zaidi.
Basi kama utasema hivyo, ngoja nikuulize Jakindu Bey.
Ngoja kidogo Fidel, dakika moja.
Okay.
Dakika moja Jakindu. Unajua Fidel, before baba waanze hata hii campaign, kuna kitu alikuwa anafanya, ilikuwa inaitwa town hall meetings. Wakaenda kwa town hall meetings, they were doing all those things you are saying, you are explain na nini. Okay? Kutoka hapo Kanini Kega na mabunge wengine walienda na baba Central. There are clips to that. Tulidiscuss hiyo hapa kabisa. Walipanda wakaenda mpaka Nyeri, wakakuja mpaka Sagana, and Kanini Kega was doing that. Okay? So I don't think they are so haphazard that we can always criticize everything they say. You know, if you look at what they are saying, even in every campaign, whatever they are doing, you see there's a target. Kila mtu, they have like 2 minutes. It's only like Baba is the key person, but also there are local things, and there's also perception that you want to create. Okay, so you know, like coming, in my view, I think it's unfair to always come and criticize everything someone says. Oh, Kanini Kega should not say this. Oh, Baba should not say this.
I'm not criticizing. I'm critiquing. Critiquing is different from criticizing.
Hold on, Fidel. You cannot have 10 minutes to explain to people what it is. You just have to have a punchline that you are doing. Once you finish with the punchline, you move on. Kanini Kega's punchline, and this is probably for those who want to understand, like you. Kanini Kega's idea, and even Kanini Kega and the other lady who was coming, Sabina Chege, their relevance in the campaign is this, is to tell them and convince the other people that if you thought that we are bad people, no, we are not bad people. We are here to confirm to you that we are also voting for this guy. Because the campaigns before had been that Central cannot vote for this person. So that is the punchline that is supposed to come out. If he brings that out, that's his role. Now, the explanations that you're talking about are things that are done in town halls. Now, remember, campaigns proper haven't started as yet. So they're still going to have those town halls. They're still going to have those meetings. They're still going to push for that. So if we keep coming in and saying, oh, Kanini Kega, oh, you're overcritical of your team until they are like, okay, fine. Fidel should be the campaign manager.
Temba, I'm not criticizing.
Okay, finally, let Jakindu say something and then you proceed on.
Nasema hivi, namwambia nani Fidel, ndio nataka kumwambia Fidel, mbona nimetaka kumwambia Fidel kwamba kuna uhasama imekuweko kati ya hasa Wajaluo na Wakikuyu kwa urefu zaidi, na ambapo kumekuwa na mikutano nyingi sana za wazee ambazo wamekuwa wakienda Nyanza, wanaenda huko mlimani, nyingi sana. Wewe kama hujui, mimi nakujulisha, kumekuwa na mikutano nyingi sana, na wewe labda kama ulikuwa ufuatilizi, zilianza kitambo sana. Hizo mikutano zilianza kitambo sana, hata mwisho ukaona hawa Central wale wanajiita Central, wale wafanyabiashara wa Central walikuja kwa sababu ya hizo mikutano. Usifikirie hii kitu, this thing unasikia Azimio is a long process to repair Kenya. Hii kitu usione tu kwamba ni campaign. It's a very deep thing, my friend.
I agree with what you're saying, but remember one thing, what you're also saying here is hata kama hizo kabila mbili zinakutana zinazungumza behind the curtain, they are not, whatever they're discussing does not come to the public. Vitu ambavyo wamezungumzia huko hatujui. Kitu ambacho mimi nasema, mtu kama akijitokeza mbeleni alafu akasema sisi kama Wakikuyu tulikuwa tumpigii huyu mtu kura, lakini wakati huu tutampigia kura tarehe 9. Sasa yeye anazungumza kama yeye binafsi, yeye amesema yeye lakini si kama Wakikuyu, kwa sababu hao Wakikuyu ndio bado wanaona magumu kumpigia huyu jamaa ambaye anasema yeye mwenyewe atampigia kura. Kwa sababu mimi kitu ambacho
Wakikuyu gani?
What?
Wakikuyu gani?
I mean, when you talk about Central Province still being resistant to Azimio,
what are you saying? Wakikuyu gani? Kwa sababu huyo ni Mkikuyu anazungumza kwa Wakikuyu.
Sasa amesema tu Wakikuyu yeye na Wakikuyu wengine watampigia Raila.
Umetumia ni nani? Ni nani umetumia amesema?
Nani wasemaje?
Nasema unajua, you need to be fair. Amesema yeye kama Mkikuyu na wengine, kwa sababu anasema Wakikuyu tunampigia. He has a support. He has people, isn't it?
Atajuaje kama watu wampigia kura?
Si yako na watu. Haya basi utajuaje kama wengine ambao unasema, tuseme kwa mfano ni nani ameongea, ni Gachagua ameongea. Ameongea kwa niaba ya kina nani?
Gachagua mwenyewe kama akiongea anasema tunaona vile mambo yalivyo. Gachagua akisema eti kuuza Raila Odinga Central Province ni kama kuuza nguruwe katika msikitini. Na tunaona kama Wakikuyu wenyewe bado wagumu katika
umetumia nini? Umetumia kitu gani kupima hiyo?
Fidel.
Yeah, go ahead. Ask me. Yes.
Leo hebu sikiza vile Malala alisema Waluya hawatampigia Raila. So anazungumza kwa niaba ya Waluya wote. Hebu niambie, amesema Waluya hawatampigia Raila simu kwa sababu amewatusi.
Huo ni ujinga wake. Huo ni
anazungumza kama sikiliza. Kila usiteme yake ni ujinga na ya Kanini Kega akisema unasema hiyo vile vile haifanyi.
No. You're missing the point. Listen to me, Jakindu. Just listen to me, because I think we are on a different zone here. What I am saying.
No, Fidel, wait, Fidel. Jakindu is saying apply the same. Why would you wanna believe Gachagua? Why would you wanna think that Gachagua's statement is applying to all Kikuyus? Why would you wanna think that Kanini Kegas is not applying? And why would you wanna think that Malala's is not applying? Yeah, the mjinga.
Okay, listen to me.
The same logic.
Okay. Let me just explain. Let me explain to you. Gachagua says eti kuuza selling Raila in Central Province is like selling pork to a mosque. Okay, that is one aspect. And then what proof does he have? The resistance. This particular call to have Raila into office from Central Province.
Wait, Fidel.
Just wait, and then you can wait. No.
Pole. What are you picking as a measure of resistance?
Sorry?
What is it that you're using to pick resistance?
What am I using to pick resistance?
It's obvious. You guys.
It's not obvious. Tell me something that you pick as a sign.
Okay, what measure? What am I using to as a measure?
To say that there's resistance.
Okay. Let's just go back. What has been happening in the past? There's been resistance. So we know that resistance has not changed. Okay, you see, if we were saying, oh, okay, this has just come out of the blue. 2007, there was resistance from the mountain. 2013, there was resistance. 2017, there's resistance. So it has been consistent, okay? So that has already been established. There's always been resistance. The idea is, how do you change that resistance to favor you? That is what we should be discussing. And what are we doing? What are we doing to change it?
Ni hivi. Una change hiyo kwa wewe mwenyewe. Unaweza kuchange hiyo kwa wewe mwenyewe kwenda kuzungumza na hao watu. Na unajua hizo siku zote ambazo umehesabu, mara nyingi Raila alikuwa haendi kukampeni huko, alikuwa haendi kukampeni. Mahali alikampeni ni huko Meru, na alitoka huko na wajumbe maybe 2 watatu. Unaona, sasa saa hii wewe unasema eti hawachange. Si kulikuwa na opinion poll ingine ilipatikana kwamba Kiambu Raila alikuwa anaongoza kwa 31 to alikuwa amezidi Ruto na 2 Kiambu. Yeah? So unasema Wakikuyu wana resist namna gani?
Jakindube, you listen to what I'm saying. No, ngoja niwasikie kitu ambacho nasema. I want also what you want, but I want it done in a way in which the conversation become more productive. Yani, instead of Kanini Kega kuambia eti yeye na Wakikuyu watampigia huyu simu, inafaa aende kwa Wakikuyu ama waambie watu hivi ndivyo mambo yalivyo. Sasa tunabadilisha.
Sasa fanya hivi, wewe ukifuatiliza Kanini Kega mikutano ile anafanya kwao, kwa sababu sisi tumeshafuatiliza hata zile anafanya kwao. Sasa ukitaka vizuri umfuatilize zile anafanya kwao, lakini kusema eti unataka sijui mtu aseme namna gani, hiyo haitafanyika, kwa sababu kwa hizo mikutano hawapewi hizo dakika ambazo unasema. Lakini sidhani kama kile unasema kwamba wao wote ni resistant. Kuna wengine vile mikutano inavyoenda wanabadilika, kwa sababu hata huko sehemu za Nyanza ulikuwa Ruto kama hakuwa ameenda huko, alikuwa tu amjui. Sasa hizi akienda huko bado anaweza kupata kura zingine, sio kwamba hawezi kupata.
Najua wanabadilika.
Nakwambia hivi, vile Uhuru amezungumza nao, hawa wajumbe wenzake wamekuwa wakifanya kampeni. Mimi nafikiri Wakikuyu sio kwamba watasikia. Kuna wengine watapiga kura, kuna wengine watampigia makamu wa rais, na wengine watapigia. Hawezi kugeuka wote. Unaona?
We want an overwhelming victory. We want an overwhelming victory.
Tunataka
overwhelming. Si mambo ya 40-60. We want to make it 70-30.
Okay.
Hold on, Fidel. Hold on, Jakindube. Hold on, Fidel. Yes, Simon.
Yeah.
Nilete Geoffrey.
Nilikuwa nataka kuongelea hiyo mjadala between exchange ya
Jakindube. Dakika moja, si atuongelele, ni utoe tu kwa sababu Fidel hajamaliza his presentation, ndio nilete Geoffrey. Tafadhali. I'm giving you a minute, ndio nilete Fidel amalize.
Okay, sawa. I wanted to tell Fidel something that which I'm amplifying. The Kikuyus have been educated by the likes of Kanini Kega from the ground, because wakati wanaenda mikutano ya Azimio, there's so many speakers. And those speakers are each given like 2 minutes. Hata hawapewi 3 minutes kama hizi Deba anatupea. So he can only release a statement. Hawezi kueleza kwa urefu. And Jakindube says something very important. If you have been following behind the scenes, the Kikuyu elders coming from different Kikuyu rad is big, coming from different sides. They have been going to even Bodo and other locations that are not disclosed. And they have been talking behind the scenes, because what? Every area, ikona those opinion shapers. Now, sisi Wakikuyu, like other tribes, we believe in our elders. So, wale wamekuwa wakienda to lay the groundwork. Na ndio umesikia rais akisema siasa sasa ndio imeanza. They have already done the groundwork. Sasa ukisikia Kanini Kega anasema ati yeye atavutia Raila na Wakikuyu atavutia Raila, is because of the work that has been done behind the scenes. But it is yet to come out. Itatokea na everybody will see it. And I'm telling you, ndio nilikuwa nasema,
there's work that is going to be done that has not been seen yet. Na ikitokea kila mtu ataona. I'm telling you, the mountain will turn. And whenever the mountain works with the lake, it's always a success.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. You see, we want the same thing as you guys are saying. I want the same thing. The same thing. Now, my problem here is when Azimio is on a platform campaigning, Azimio, which is a presidential campaign, because Raila is more or less like a president already right now, the way Azimio are looking at him. They should, you see, mambo yetu katika same campaign of the presidential campaign, you have MCAs who are competing for time, MPs are competing for time, senators are competing for time, governors. No, that's this. They should subdivide this thing. There's a county campaign and presidential campaign. County campaign, you know, my MCA get introduced, you know, or MPs or MCAs. But it cannot be on the same platform as the presidential. Presidential needs to be given the attention that it requires. You appoint very few speakers to be able to speak, and then you have the main speaker, who is Baba, delivering his message. That's presidential. Lakini mambo, the same campaign platform, unakuta MCA 20 or MPs 30, and there's no time. So the message is incoherent. Even as people live there without knowing what you see, Baba, Baba, oh, Baba. No,
Fidel,
you're overthinking. You're overthinking.
I'm finishing, Temba, I'm finishing, and then you can come later.
MCAs where you get nowhere.
Temba, they need to have a presidential campaign platform where you only have maybe 5 speakers. Men speakers who deliver Baba's message effectively. Now that is where
the presidential campaign is yet to be launched.
That is where Kanini Kega comes now. When Kanini Kega stands up because of only 5 speakers, he is able to articulate the reason why they have not been voting for Baba. You see,
kitu unasahau Fidel ni kwamba hao ma MCA ambao unawadharau hao ndio wanaenda kueneza huko maneno nani kwa wale ambao wako kule, wale wako nyumbani, wale wengine ambao wakufika wao, hao MCA ndio wako na watu wanaweza kuwaelezea watu kwamba unataka kuvote hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi, kwa sababu wao wako na watu face to face, kwa sababu ukienda ukielezea hapo kwenye mkutano, unajua kuna wengine hawatakuwa wamesikiza, lakini hawa MCA ambao unawadharau ndio wanaenda kule kwa mashinani, mashinani kwa watu wenyewe face to face. Kwa hiyo hao watu lazima watambue.
Usiwadharau,
usipowatambua watafikishaje hizo maneno kule?
Mimi nakwambia, ngoja sikiza pia. Mimi siwadharau. Kitu ambacho nasema, mtu kama akisimama kama ni MCA, anasema mimi jina langu ni Fidel Wayara. Azimio, asa, yani, what benefit have you really said?
Ngoja Fidel, wacha tukusaidie, nikupashe habari so that that information will help you. Right now what is happening is immediately after NDCs happened the other week, this first of all Amidst the people tour, that you realize that all the parties have not come to a point where they are launching the presidential candidate, the president. They haven't done that.
Yes, that's true.
So right now is just Amidst the people tour, all right, which will come and end on 12th. On 12th, now they are launching the president for Azimio and hopefully also the running mate on that day. Now from there on, now the official Azimio campaign will be starting, all right? So right now we are still at that point where, you know, Baba's campaign team wants to have a sustained campaign up to the last moment.
So campaigns hata bado ukisikia wengine wanasema yani hata bado tujaanza campaign. So this is first of all, you see right now when they are also building the teams, okay?
Yani hii ni maonjo eh?
They are building the teams, they are building the structures, they are building the different whatever. So they're trying, and you remember even before the NDCs, what was happening? All the parties that were moving towards Azimio were having their campaigns, and they were launching their what? They were picking their people, they were signing all those agreements. So on 12th, the Azimio deal, the manifesto for Azimio, the president for Azimio is now going to be launched officially with all the parties that subscribe to it. Now from that point on, the team now for Azimio now takes over. You get what I'm saying? Now you probably see a better logo for Azimio. You'll probably see better whatever, you know, better machinery coming up. What you guys have been saying about maybe the PA system, the staging, all those things now coming up, because now Azimio has, as at now, we are yet to launch our presidential candidate. All right. So,
okay, thank you.
Number two, before and leading up to all this, there were town hall meetings that Baba held when he came and says that on 10th of December that yes, I'm vying. They were able to explain all these things. They were able to talk to him one-on-one. All right. Now that process is still ongoing. Not that, you know, we say you want to see these people. Now in campaigning, there's what the visible and there's the invisible. Before even Baba comes there, there's already so many things that are going on that you will not be told. If they went to the ground, would you know that they're in the ground? You didn't know. But if you just comment on the rally and all, and you say that they're supposed to be doing this, it's not like they're not seeing that, they're doing. I talked to some of my relatives. I have relatives in Murang'a and Ndani. They are telling me they have these organized groups that they're having that are Azimio people. They are doing that. They're actually calling, they're talking to people. So it's not like nothing is happening. Now, there's this thing that we keep saying there's resistance. It's because of the propaganda that has been said by one person called Gachagua, who has kept on saying that, you know, what was central is just one person talking. All right. Before 20s, the central guys did not have anybody. They are not having any candidate right now. Before they had a candidate. So then they come and they tell you that, you know, Sisi watu wa central. Those are propaganda, and the propaganda has sunk in so much until you have bought it. I'm trying to ask, okay, give me the tangible evidence that this thing is happening. It could be just, yes, there are those people, and in any community there are those people. If you go to Nyanza, there are people that they cannot vote for anyone else, even if Ruto goes there how many times, you know. So I really want us also to be not buy so much into the propaganda. Oh, Central is resistance. Central is resistance. Oh, Nini. When you keep repeating that too many times, then you are not seeing that even a little campaign that you're going to have and the people that you're talking to, there are people who see development for what it is.
Temba, I'm one person who can never buy those kind of lies. But
I mean,
incorporate.
You got it because we have asked you simple question. If you can trust Gachagua when he says that, oh, what was central, you cannot trust Malala when he said what was Luya, and you cannot trust Kanini Kega.
I have not trusted Gachagua because I know all the lies. What I'm trying, I want to decipher all those lies and also incorporate them in the sense that if I do not give them credence, you know, then I end up failing. I will end up failing on the actionable things that Azimio needs to do. You take all those things in consideration, whether they're lies. You take them in consideration, and then you're saying, okay, if it's true that there's resistance, okay, how do I go around and pick somebody who can be able to overcome this resistance? So somebody like Kiraiti.
Fidel.
Ngoja nimalize alafu nakuachia kabisa. you don't pick somebody like Kiraitu Murungi as a leader of your grouping, because Kiraitu Murungi is not a leader.
One time. Okay. One time.
Thank you.
Okay. We are still here. We are still here, so we'll still explore that more. Don't go away. It's good to have this discussion. I mean, the points are coming out, and of course, they're very insightful. Fidel, you have a point in terms of the need to keep working more. Jakindube has a point in terms of appreciating that all these other views of doing it is also important. They say that, of course, every time when you look at information, get it. It's how you use it. So if there's nothing wrong in trying. There's nothing wrong in keeping to push. There's nothing wrong in pursuing the vote. There's nothing wrong in doing that. So yeah, anything that can be done. And always there's room for improvement. You never get there 100%. There's always room for, if you keep pushing, push it harder. So thank you so much. Now, let me bring in Geoffrey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Temba, and on our panelists, Naija Kindube, Stone PK, Princess, Maggie, Fidel, Captain, and Asaimo. Let me chip in a little bit for the discussion yenye kama ndio mnasema juu ya Central Region. Let me say this. This round, Baba has got in-roots in Central. We like it or not, we hear the propaganda. You know, there's no any single day, some 2013, 2017, you could have heard young people talking about Baba in Central. But now they're talking. You know, in anywhere, you must have some people who are gonna use the propaganda and believe in it, that Baba don't have any vote there. But some elite and the young learned people, mostly in the Central, they can tell you that this time they're there to support Baba. And that's a good thing. That's why I say, you know, as time goes by, maybe by the end of next month, I think Brother Fidel will see that there's a lot of changes in the ground. And that's what I'm believing. Why do I say that? Because, you know, it's something like, you know, it's something I call it like a miracle to hear that people really campaigning for Baba. Those people are saying a lot of crazy things about the Baba, crazy things about people from Nyanza. And now we are in the time whereby they're coming out and saying that we have never voted for Baba, we have never talked anything good about Baba, but now we are here telling our people that there's something good we see in this Baba. And that's what we are encouraging to continue on the ground, so that at the end of the day, in August 9th, we need Baba doing this thing in landslide. You know, there's one thing we forget to tell people. Baba has been winning this without any vote from Central. But this time, he's winning big, because our brothers and sisters from Central, they're coming in to support Baba. And that thing we should appreciate, and we should continue to encourage them to go ahead in the grassroots as they are doing, so that they can inform more people about the good thing about Baba, so that we can be together in changing our country. We know that Baba is going to win. We know that Baba has already won. What we need is to increase the margin of winning. And that's what we are campaigning for. You know, when we increase that margin of winning, then we're gonna really know that people are in for the change for our country, and the people want Baba to transform our country, which has been going down to ditches. I and I think I want to say that, you know, the campaigning system in our country is different compared to other parts of the world. And maybe that's what I'll tell Brother Fidel, that, you know, the way campaigning in our country being done, it's not the way you can do that campaign in England or America or Canada or whatever in the Western world. That's a different. You know, it's a campaign whereby everybody, you know, those people, those MCAs, those MPs from that area, that the people after the Baba's finished his rally, they're going to go there in door to door to sell Baba's agenda. Because if they are not going to be recognized on that platform, on that rally, there's no way these people are going to believe them. That's why. That's the only way they can recognize, and so that the people can see them whenever they are on their own campaigning for Baba. It will be easy for them, because, you know, we are people who believe when we see someone you know, sema kama sisi ni watu wale ambao tunaona watu ukiwa kama naona mkubwa na mtambo, huyu ni mtu mwenye anaisimika, lazima tufanye nini? Tusikize yenye anatuambia. You know, that's how we are in our culture. So that's why I'm saying that the way they're campaigning, that's how it's supposed to be, and that's how it has been for a long time. That's why whenever Baba is going around somewhere, it must give those people, it must recognize those people aspiring for different seats. It must give those leaders who are in the presence each time be introduced, so that people can see them. You know, when I come to about what happened in Mount Elgon, about the funeral for John Serut, the former member of Mount Elgon, member of Parliament of Mount Elgon, you know, that's unfortunate that if we could be having such a talk in a funeral and the people start fighting each other, it's unfortunate. I think people should learn that whenever we have funeral in our places, let us not invite these people to come and disrupt the funeral. You know, that's disrespecting the deceased family. When people go there, started talking dirty politics, and then they cause chaos in the funeral. You know, it's unfortunate that we allow such people to do that. I think it's high time people should know that whenever you are going to funeral, just, you know, go there to consult with the bereaved family, not time for politics in funeral. If it were no such a politics in the funeral, we could have had such a chaos there, and people should desist from that. I think Baba's campaign is going on well. We saw what happened in Machakos. Everything is okay, and Baba is doing a good job. Those three governors in Machakos, Mtua, Kifuta Kibwana, and Charity Ngiru, they are doing a good job, and that's what they are sending a message to Kalonzo Musyoka that, you know, if you are not going to be with us, we are here at the ground, and we are going to do the work. We are going to deliver what is supposed to go to Baba, and that's what you want. They are sending a very clear signal to Kalonzo Musyoka that they are capable of going to ground there and look for votes for Baba. Thank you very much. That's what I can say for now.
Thank you so much for that. I can see Maggie. Are you still there, Maggie? Maggie is a waste. Maggie anakuja na link. Hello.
Demba, tusikisiki, mimi sikusikii.
Nilikuwa nimemute. Pole. Nimesema tukuje kwako alafu twende hivi round tena.
Asante sana. Mimi nataka kumwambia bado nitamwambia tu Fidel kwamba kuna kazi ambayo inafanywa kati ya Central na Lake kwa ustadi. Kwa hiyo kwa sababu kumekuwa na damage nyingi sana ambayo ilikuwa imefanyika kwa muda mrefu. Kwa hiyo asifikirie anayoyaona hapa yameanza mbali kiasi, na imekuwa akifanyiwa kazi kila siku. Na nataka kumwambia kwamba vile vile kwamba Azimio asione tu kwa face value. Hii Azimio is deep, ni kitu ya long term, ni kitu ambayo tunataka kujenga nchi yetu, kwa sababu nchi yetu iliharibika kwenye 1963, iliharibika, ilipoteza reli yake mahali ilikuwa inatakiwa ikae, na ndio Uhuru na Raila wanataka kuirudisha. Nafikiri kuna wakati mwingi sana watu walikuwa wanasema Uhuru anadanganya Raila, sijui hivi. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Hawa watu wameangalia na wale watu ambao wanajua mahali hiyo mambo ilifikia, kama mimi na bahati niliona what happened. Naomba kwamba tuende pale, tuzidi kuijenga nchi yetu, tusitoke tena kwa hii reli. Tukikaa kwa hii reli, within a short time nchi yetu itakuwa na sura tofauti kabisa, itakuwa na sura nzuri. Na mnaweza kuona tu hiyo kwamba kuna wakati ule 2002 hiyo muda mfupi ambapo tulifanya kazi nchi ilifanya kazi pamoja, kulikuwa na mabadiliko makubwa sana, ambapo kama Kibaki angekuwa mtu ambaye anaangalia mbali, angeacha angekataa kusikiza wale waliokuwa wamemzunguka, kama vile tu Uhuru alisema wale walikuwa wanamzunguka walikuwa hawataki vile alikuwa anataka, lakini yeye kama kiongozi aliamua na kuona mbali, na akawaelezea kwamba nchi yetu tunataka ione mbali, tunaitaka kwa muda mrefu, tunataka mipango ambayo tunafanya hapa iwe ni mpango itaweka msingi wa kudumu, msingi ambao itakaa siku zote nchi yetu ikiweko. Kwa hiyo ni jambo la muhimu kiongozi kuwaelezea watu wake. Ndio maana nasema Kiritu Murungi inatakikana awaelezee wenzake kwamba watu wake kwamba sisi tunataka twende hivi na nchi yetu tunataka tuipeleke upande huu, na mimi nawaelezea huku ndiko kuzuri, manake kuna sababu 1, 2, 3, 4. Ndio maana tunataka, kama huwezi kuelezea watu wako ambao unawaongoza, then haufai kuwa kiongozi, kwa sababu kiongozi ni kwamba unaongoza wenzako. Na kuongoza ni lazima uende uzungumze nao, waelezee tunataka kufanya hii. Kwa hiyo nafikiri bwana Fidel anatakiwa ajue na mazungumze na wazee, hata yeye alikuweko, na bila shaka kwamba hii kitu ni kitu ambayo ni la muda mrefu na inafanyiwa kazi siku zote. Hata saa hii kuna mazungumzo ambayo yanaendelea, na si kwamba kila mazungumzo, kuna mengine ukizungumza hadharani itaharibika. Ndio maana kuna mazungumzo mengine ambayo huzungumzwa backroom huko nyuma, alafu unaona tu mambo yanaendelea. Kwa hiyo mimi nasema kampeni ya Azimio inaendelea vizuri, na nafikiri itaendelea vizuri zaidi ya hapo. Juu ya mkutano ambao ilikuwa kule Machakos, mi nafikiri ni mkutano mwenyewe ni mzuri na kampeni, hata kama ni mambo ya kupitisha tu kuambia kwamba tunataka kulaunch kampeni, na nafikiri walikuwa wamekubaliana kwamba wazunguke, lakini hii Kenya moja, kuna Kenya kwanza na Kenya moja. Okay, hiyo Kenya
Okoa Kenya.
Okoa Kenya ndio gani sasa?
Hiyo ya Kalonzo hiyo.
Okay, hiyo Okoa Kenya siku ile walisema wataenda kwa mikutano, na mimi sijaona kama wanafanya mkutano yoyote. Sasa wakikutana, siku watakapokutana hiyo tarehe 12, kweli itakuwa, si nilikuwa nafikiri hiyo mkutano mimi kama katika hizo mikutano ndio wangekuwa wanachukua maoni ya watu, alafu siku ile ya tarehe 12 tunapokuwa na mkutano mkubwa, watu watoe maoni yao kwamba sisi tunataka kiongozi gani wa Azimio atuongoze. Sasa wao hawako, mimi nashangaa wao hawako kwa hii mikutano, sijawaona kwa mkutano yote. So watasema wanataka wapewe ama ni kitu gani? Unajua mtu hawezi kujenga nyumba alafu unakuja kusema sasa wewe umejenga hii nyumba, wacha mimi ndio nikae. Sidhani kama hiyo ni kweli. Kwa hiyo mimi nafikiri baba aendelee tu na mkutano, siku ikifika hiyo tarehe 12 tumpatie nafasi aendeleze kampeni, tumpigie kura, tuanze kufanya kazi, tujenge nchi yetu. Hiyo tu. Mimi sidhani tunataka kuwaste time ya kungojea watu ambao hawana haja na nchi, wana haja na ubinafsi ya kusema mimi ndio nataka kuwa president. Hiyo mimi sidhani kama itatusaidia.
Okay, utakaa tu hapo, tutaanza kuchukua closing later. So kaa tu hapo Jakindu. Stone PK.
Thank you. Yeah, my second chance nitaanza na kuchallenge Mtembei because it's a big station. You should sponsor a survey in Central Kenya. At least you target 1,500 people. You sample from Kikambura all the way to Tharaka-Nithi. As Mtembei, do that. It will give you something because you are a platform. You can have some information that you rely on to be able to share to your listeners and whatever. As a second proposal I'm giving you, I gave you one about Marsabit. You did it. That was good. So I've given you another challenge. Call them PK challenge, Stone PK challenge. Then you'll be able to have that because we are basing too much on desk. This campaign is not campaign like any other. I know most of you or some of you have participated in Siasa ya Kenya, and you'll come to recognize. I'll talk like Mr. Atuoli. This campaign is not a normal campaign. As who are here in Kenya, we know. Yeah, today I was in Machakos. I know. Okay, the other day I was in Thika, Ruiru, Kikuyuni. I was in Dagureti. We are interacting, so we know exactly what the ground is. And when we say kazi inatakikana, and even when I went to Orange House, there was a meeting we had, and when I went to Yotha is another very useless wing of Baba, by the way. He needs to dissolve it. That is one wing that is lying to Baba, left, right, and center. And I told them, unajua watu wana meet Nairobi, wanaangalia tu ile pesa watagawana hapo. It is very bad. Now some of them are Baba's relatives there. I'm just telling you as it is, candidly. So those people keep on giving reports. Like, for example, they've been giving a report, feedback report, that in Embu, there was an ODM office for the last 10 years. when two people are sent by Baba directly, they went and found this guy who Baba trusted so much. Because one day I think he saved him when he was in Embu. They were throwing stones to him in 20 whatever. The guy kind of saved him from those youth. So Baba akampa hiyo responsibility. This guy has been receiving office rent, sijui mobilization money for more than 10 years. But he's been lying. Kwamba kuna ofisi ya ODM and the office is painted and all that. Anyway, I'm giving you an example of how people get lied to when you are just in the office. You think things are going on well, but it's crazy. It's crazy. So this campaign is where we cannot afford to go wrong. When issues are raised, we are supposed to take them. I know this platform is not the, I mean, it maybe doesn't have the proxy, but because since we discussed those issues, let's not try and bring them down. Why do you want to have 30 people on a podium and by the end of 4 hours no message has been delivered and even Baba's time is eaten? I mean, really, gone are those hizo mikutano za zamani za kusema harambe, harambe zimeisha. The dynamics are there. Now what you need to do is have a meeting that you give substance. Okay? Don't even give somebody 1 minute to talk. 1 minute mtu ataongea nini. These are things that are changing. Yeah? And we need to really adopt that. Visibility also is key in our today time, because we are talking of raising awareness. Why is Coca-Cola still one of the best brand in the world? It's because every corner you go, you see a signage. Ukikosa kuona hiyo nyota imeanguka chini, utaona kabaiskeli kamebandikwa stika ya Coca-Cola. Ukikosa kuona kabaiskeli, utaona kwa kiosk kamebandikwa Coca-Cola. Feasibility. In politics, it's key.
Let me ask Stone PK.
Yes.
You have said you have gone to Orange House. You have direct contact. You can go there.
Yes.
What makes you not go there and highlight the areas that you want to because generally, actually, here we will raise. We as we have always said here, we don't have a direct, and I don't think Azimio team have their own TV. So probably even if they will come and look at this, they'll probably not pay as much attention. What makes you not prepare that and then go ahead and give the feedback directly to them? Because I doubt it will be useful here, but it can be useful if you have if you prepare a document, or even if you, now that you have said you have a way of reaching them, you can go and highlight, because actually right here it will be like kumwaga kuku kwenye mtama. It might be a very good thing, but all you'll have done will have just done like any other debate, and it has passed. Nobody will go back to it. Why don't you do that?
Only that you did, maybe it passed you. I said I've done that. I've done that. Just a minute, Fidel, a minute.
Okay, if you have done that, then
it passed you. Let me explain why we are talking, about it here. It's because here you are also debating. Yeah, that's why you are discussing those things. If at all they are not useful, then why would we come here to discuss and appraise? For me, it's appraisal. It's not critic.
You know what I'm saying is, this is it. This is what I'm saying. Yeah.
Oh.
When you go to a battle, and you're on a certain team. Yeah, I'm smelling hamburgers. When you go to a battle and you're on a certain team, you want to package whatever it is that's going to work for your team to be directed to a place where it can be useful, and then whatever it is that you bring to the bigger crowd is also something that can be used against your candidate. Okay, because I'm believing that you got especially when you have a direct place where you can go and air that. Like you, I know you have direct contact. You have people. You can access them. So if you have raised it there and then again you come and raise it here, then they're like, okay, fine. This person gave us this thing, and then he's raising it again on another platform. What was the intention? So I'm thinking if you are here and you're talking like someone who doesn't have contact, then that's okay. But for you, you got contact. You have people. You have someone you can take that to, and you can take. I would suggest that probably the feedback that you're having that is supposed to be worked there. I'm just saying, for people who like Wayara and other people who don't have direct contact, them they can talk. You are on the ground. Stone PK. You're on the ground. You go there every day. You know the people to see. Allow Wayara and the likes of Geoffrey and people like us to make noise. They knew you come here.
But
so when I come here, what do I say? When I hear you people, digressing, I should not comment Themba, and then there will be no discussion.
No.
Can I get 1 minute to say something before you answer?
Wait, Fidel, I'm coming to you. It's Stone PK's time. Now, Stone PK, I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm just giving a recommendation. But if you still feel it's okay, you go on. I was just giving a recommendation. So, Stone PK, go on. No, Fidel, tutakuja kwako, ngoja.
I'm just adding to what Stone PK is saying.
Asiwacha malize alafu tukuje kwako.
Yani, what I was saying here is what Stone PK is saying is brainstorming. We brainstorm. When he comes over here and he has gone to the party and he has said something which has not been affected, and atuambia kwamba these are the kind of problem that we need to find a way of solving, So this is a forum for him to be able to, to come and share that particular thought with us, and then we can actually look at different dimensions.
Watch us Stone PK and
Okay. Thank you, Fidel. And also, I know this sometimes is a bit tricky. Sometimes unaangalia mtoto ameshika glass, alafu unamwambia usiangushe glass, anaangusha, inavunjika. Right now we could be excited, we think everything is okay. We debate here every morning, every evening, but I know you individually, like that gentleman called Simon. He said he has called a few people. He has tried to explain to them. Anaendelea akiconvert watu. For me, that's the value, like the value of this kind of a platform. If at least we are adding value to what... Actually, I don't come to pass time here, personally. I come because I think there is a value in whatever. It can be transformed into something. Otherwise, if it was just kuongea tu na kwenda kulala, there could be better things to do and all that. And especially when it comes to Martha's Baba's campaign, I was thinking because we have divergent ideas here, we are able to really consolidate things. Not to sit and say, oh, everything is going on well. I would want us to put tentacles inside, deep. Use our influence there. The people in diaspora, you can spare some energies, with some of your energies, some of your estates where you used to come from. Because, for example, imagine somebody receiving a call from the US to your former college mate or whatever, then you are spending some ample 15, 20 minutes just discussing what should we do for this to happen. Utakuta, it becomes of value. You have invested some good time, and that gentleman also, you have challenged him other than just to me a desk like these surveys that are being done, they are lying. Vitu kama hii inaitwa ati sijui, what do we call this survey, which is cheating people every time. Those are just lies, total lies. I can list them. There are some we blacklisted. It's somebody just going, unaenda Murang'a hapo town, then you are talking to 3 people, then you start giving the whatever. So what I'm trying to say is that we should be of more value, add value to this cause which we are all supporting. We are praised, you may call it critiquing, but again, why do we critique? We critique so that we have improvement. For example, Mzee Jakidube said, yes, the elders have been meeting, but there have been, those are elders. Unfortunately, this process is anchored onto voting. If it was like peace accords, you know, like Sudan, clans fighting and then negotiation of peace and all that, that is a different thing. But this is negotiation to kill the historic enmity and injustices, which will be actualized through voting. That's where the trick is. Wazee can meet 1,000,000 times. Saa hii mzee anaongelesha vijana wake watatu wanamdefy. Wanasema wewe buda kaa huko. Sisi hatuna hiyo story. You see? So apart from the elders blessing the process, there are those who are now supposed to actualize it. And the bone of contention here is, I'm telling every forum, wherever I'm going, I'm telling people, we need to do more. Like, for example, we need to have offices. As much as we have offices in, let's say, Nyanza, in Ukambani now, and offices all over, we should have offices in Central. We should have that red and blue, because as of now it's Jubilee and Azimio, the way they branded the one in Nairobi. We should have that. And why am I saying this? If you look at this other opponent, the guys we are fighting with, of course they have been there for long. They have those offices everywhere. And this means a lot in politics. It means a lot. That unaenda hivi unaona. Those of you who've been here during KANU times, you know what that means. Yeah? Everywhere you went, unaona a small KANU office there. Unaambiwa hiyo sijui ni sub office. Or they used to call it mpaka kule vitongoji. Unaona a small KANU office. I'm not saying Azimio should have those small, but from ward level, you know. And these are things that are very easy to do. I agree. When the MCAs are being introduced, blah blah, it's valuable. It's valuable, but there should be, kind of being introduced and then systems put in place. Yeah. Anyway, I think let me just leave it there, and then I comment on the Machakos I did. It was great. Themba has given it a different description now. It is awareness raising, so it means campaigns are yet to begin. That would be good, but I wonder during campaigns whether we will be able to go throughout the country, because for me, I was believing that first round should be a serious round. The second round we will not be able to cover as many places as possible. Thank you very much. Jakindube, you want to ask me a question?
Sikuwa nataka kuuliza, lakini nilikuwa nataka kukuambia kwamba inatakikana tu katika haya mazungumzo ucompile vitu fulani ambavyo mapendekezo fulani ambayo tunayo, kama kwa mfano governor wa Nairobi, mimi napendekeza Rafael Tuju anafaa kwa hiyo kitu. Anafaa hapo kabisa, Rafael Tuju. Alafu jambo lingine nilikuwa napendekeza ni kwamba wafanye mazungumzo katika sehemu nyingi ambazo Azimio kuna wagombeaji wa aidha wa ubunge au wa seneta. Wafanye mazungumzo ni bora zaidi. Inafanya hakuna vurugu, inafanya watu wanabaki wamoja. Mazungumzo ni bora kuliko kusema ati tuende tu kwa debe, kwa sababu mkienda kwa debe mtakuta mnagawana hiyo kura yenu katika hizo vyama vyenu. So wangefanya kwamba wazungumze, wafanye kwa mzungumzo. Manake ukiangalia kama Nairobi kwa upande wa Azimio kuna karibu sijui watu 3 ama 4 wanagombania ugavana. So kitu kama hiyo inatakikana wazungumze, lakini mimi hao wote ambao wanataka kugombania ugavana, mimi nafikiri mtu Rafael Tuju anafaa sana kwa kiti cha, badala ya kwenda Siaya abaki hapa Nairobi. Anafikiri anaweza kufanya kazi nzuri kwa mji wa Nairobi. Rafael, mimi kwa maoni yangu, Rafael Tuju, hiyo tu nilikuwa nataka, labda kama tunaweza kupatia mapendekezo kama hayo, uweze kupata nafasi ya kuzifikisha kwa ofisi za Azimio. Hiyo ndio nilikuwa nataka nikwambie. Asante sana PK.
Yeah, thank you Jakindbe. That's a very good suggestion. Hata Tuju mwenyewe juzi alipoulizwa alielekeza tu ile kuindicate kwa umbali. That is what even most youth are feeling. I don't know, uko mbali na unashare now, your chemistry has synchronized. That's actually the youth ndio wana propose hiyo. Because one, they don't want him to go and rock the boat huko nyumbani. Wanasema he stands very great chances here in Nairobi. Wamtafutie kiti huko Nairobi. I think he can get any seat here. Then the other thing is, the problem pale kwa ofisi, unaweza enda hapo ukae hapo almost the whole day, because it has become a serious scramble, and that's why we are happy Baba ameappoint hii committee. The committee that he amezindua 2-3 days ago, that is what will save the situation. Because like the negotiation you are talking about, kule kuna candidate wengi, imedelay sana. By now, people should be told so that you don't waste your money. They are spending their money individually. So tulikuwa tunaomba watu waambiwe na wakubaliane mapema, kama hiyo ya Munya na Kiraito, which has devastated us. Kiraito to come and akatapeli, hiyo ametapeli Baba na Uhuru, which is very, very bad for a senior leader like him. To say by this time ati ujui utapeleka Wameru wapi, it is very devastating. In fact, as of now is one of the biggest headache katika kwa Baba na timu yake. It is a serious headache because they had not prepared an Azimio candidate. They had trusted an Azimio candidate would be Kiraito. The other lady they were thinking they could support, amechukuliwa na UDA, which is she's quite strong. Mwangaza is she has a TV station and she's quite strong. If boosted, she can take that seat. But now she's on the opposite side. Sasa Azimio tumebaki upweke. We are now being put on the balance by one Kiraito. Anatuambia tungoje mpaka tarehe 18 na tujui kama atadecide kuja upande wetu. It is a bad situation. So we are hoping that this team that has come, manake Baba amechagua very great team, wataweza kutatua hii mambo yote, and they will be able to listen to our inputs. We even suggested wakuwe na open channel, either through whatever, for people even to post comments and suggestions, na wawe na team ya kuchambua hizo vitu, because to say the truth, you can't overwork Baba now. I mean, even if he was 30 years old, you cannot run a presidential campaign as an individual na uwe unashika na kutatua kila kitu. But we are happy. We were so worried that before there was no serious team around. Watu walikuwa wanahang around tu hapo kwa ofisi wakikunywa chai, mandazi. But now that team, the 3-level team is great, and we hope they will be able to perform. Kama jana wame-meet karibu the whole night, the whole day and the whole night. So because we have no time actually. Hii kazi ni kali. We have no time and it has to go on. Thank you.
So ndio maana nasema hawa watu ambao wanagombania Azimio, wakitaka kusiwe na fallout na nini, wazungumze, watu wakae chini wazungumze, wasema wewe utasimama pale, kwa sababu kama ile timu Wanyonyi arudi tu kwa ile, arudi kuwa mjumbe wa Westland. Ndiye azime huyu Avi, unaona hiyo, that would be good. Alafu nani anataka kuwa huyu secretary alisimama kwa Sifuna alisimama wakati ule mwingine kuwa senator. Kama akitaka kusimama senator, simame. Sijasikia mtu mwingine anampinga, sijasikia mtu mwingine. So
yeye ndiye anapewa senator.
Yeah, sasa apatiwe senator, lakini
Commander pia wants the Senate, so Senate become a senator.
Ndio wazungumze ama kamanda anaweza kuwa hata nani, hata MP wa kule nani Starehe.
Kamanda anaorganiziwa kama IALA or something. It's good, they are doing some very good proposals. Kamanda anaambiwa asiende elective, angoja
Sawa, ni sawa. Lakini mji wa Nairobi, Raphael Tuju ndiye anafana Nairobi, stature yake, exposure yake na vile nafikiria atafanyia kazi Nairobi. Tena ni mtu diplomatic, you see, atafanya kazi na president, atafanya kazi na hata yule ambaye ni opposition, atafanya naye kazi, kwa sababu ana hizo credential ya kwa mtu ambaye ako na hiyo diplomacy nzuri sana. Mimi huyo ndio sitaki aende huko Siaya. Akienda huko Siaya ni kama ametupwa. Mimi namtaka hapa katikati ya Nairobi, kwa sababu hiyo ndio macho ya Kenya. Asante sana na NPK.
Okay, ngoja kidogo ya. I may not agree with PK's approach to and it's okay, but that is not a straight nini for you not to come and share. But personally, my personal submission to it is that especially for those people who would have direct contacts, you have people that you can talk to. You can put that recommendations together, and then because those people receive many feedbacks, from all over. Right now it's a political season, and being a political time, you get interested, so you have to sieve through which ones to implement, which you can't implement everything. So sometimes I find if you have contact that can add value, like here in Mitandaoni, they might get something, but they might not sit along to pick everything that is here. And as you can imagine, there are so many people who have different things that they want to see, but they have a team that sieves through. So I would, for me, I may not agree with the idea of raising. You may want to see here, you can raise maybe 1 or 2 points that you want to see, but concrete feedback that you think can be helpful to the team, you raise it. If you have contact, mail it to them. I'm sure they'll be able to do something about it. And as it were, they might not implement everything, but at least improvement. Like I always say, improvement is permanent. Usiwe in my view, usiwe unagonga sana your team. They might now start seeing you as the other person who is probably never seeing anything good that is coming out of that particular team. Like those people because I can imagine they have brains, they have people that they have employed, and of course people have done these things, and they want to see that everything works well. So I would in my own view advise that if you can have a direct, or better still, see how you can be engaged in those teams, so that you are part of those teams, you are actually part of the process. Like you, Stone PK, you are down there, you are there with them. Even see, you can be a volunteer in those teams. That way, I remember when I was a volunteer at the Baba campaign before, I offered myself to get into the thick of things, whatever it is that I needed to change, I actually became part of that, There are those people who can be out there talking, but sometimes it's important that you go move inside and be part of the teams that are making things work there. So that is just my view, and my very personal view. Because here, we don't represent any. We are not on the Baba Secretariat, and I doubt they come and sit and pick everything that's said. And this thing is almost 7 hours long. Nobody will sit and listen to all these things. But if you have, I can confess, I've never sat and listened to a whole video after we have talked, because this is 8 hours. Nobody will sit and listen to that debate for 8 hours. But if you are one person who goes to the office and even create an appointment, you have people there, someone will give you an ear. And in fact, you can be part of the solution. We can say so much here. We can give everything here. But sometimes these things go to waste. They go to waste. I want to submit that if it is possible, find your way there. Be part of the team. That way, it will be more useful, in my view. Yes, Fidel.
As much as I agree with you on what you're saying about what Stone PK is doing, I think, to me, I will go the other way. Feedback or verifying what you are doing amongst your peers or among the people that you value their opinion sometimes becomes more is needed, in the sense that whatever that you want to prepare or you want to present is not just your own thinking, it's not just your thought, but it's more or less like it's something that has already been people have brainstormed the idea, the thinking, because we want the same. We want this particular. We want to see victory, and victory has to be done in such a way that it's done with quality substance. You know, so whatever that you present is is supposed to be helpful. It's supposed to promote value in the formation that you're supporting. But it's not just one individual who comes with the thinking or idea. Sometimes when you know, I wanted to tell Jakindube, I have been involved I've known about the talk between the Kikuyu community and Luos since time immemorial. I've followed all these things, all the talk, all the whatever. But my thinking, my idea of even embracing that was simply to make it better, not to criticize it, but to make it better, to make the world get to know that whatever that is being said behind the doors or behind the curtain, there's a substance to it, and this is how it's also being reflected. You know, because people can talk, just like what Stone PK said. Elders can meet and talk, but you have to transfer the thinking of the elders into action. It's not just the elders are the ones who are going to vote. No, elders need to go and influence other people that this is what we have agreed as elders, and we implore you to vote according to the wishes of our community. In other words, you'll be appealing to their aspirations and to their conscience. So it's not just the elders are the ones who are talking, and that's supposed to be the end of it. No, you're supposed to transfer whatever elders have said to people who do not even know what the elders have been discussing, you know, and convince them that they need to go and vote according to the wishes of the elders, according to the wishes of the community, which they happen to be living in. So that's what I was trying to tell Jakindube. It's not that I don't know. I know all of that, you know, and the enmity, how the whole thing needs to work together to bring, you know, harmony between the two communities. That's a part of what people have done. You know, we have been praying for it, that eventually one particular time, at one time, that something like that will happen, where Kenya is united as one, and we are moving forward to make a prosper Kenya. So that is the thinking. That is the thinking of what we should all be doing, or we should all be aspiring to, you know, to make a better Kenya, where people talk, people have a conversation. Like I said much earlier at one time that nomination was going to be a problem. Nomination for Azimio candidates is going to be a problem, and it needs to be, the bar needs to be, raised now. That particular issue needs to be looked into. How are they going to accommodate all these parties that are under Azimio, and each one still wants to progress, wants to build their base, and by building their base simply means they need representation, because the money is going to come from the office of the registrar to political parties, and each party is going to need a share, but you can't get your share if you don't have representation. And so that is where the problem is going to be. Like how is Azimio, being a big coalition of so many parties, going to nominate their candidates to be able to vie for positions? And how are they also going to compensate for those other parties that don't get chance to bring representation to the coalition? So that is a challenge, and Baba needs to really be on top of that. I mean, if the committees that he has appointed are going to help him solve this conundrum, then that will be a good thing, if they can be able to solve it. But they need to start looking at it now. And also zoning, the idea of zoning is also going to be a problem. It's going to bring friction, amongst parties or between parties. When you zone a particular region from another party, then you're more or less like dismembering them. They need representation. We need a national party having a national outlook rather than just being zoned, So Central Province needs to be open. But are they going to vote for anybody who is not Jubilee or who is not UDA? So that becomes the question, because other parties will want to have an influence. When you talk about an inroad, ODM making inroads in Central Province, how are they going to do it when Jubilee is the one now is going to be crowing there and saying, this is our zone? The same apply with Nyanza, same apply with Western, DPA and ODM. So those are issues that parties need to look at, and how they're going to do it. It has to be done in a more transparent way where fallout is avoided. How are they going to do it? To me, I still scratch my head, because it's easier to say you're pulling everybody together, but each party have their own ambition, have their own aspiration. So that's a worrisome thought. I think that is something that we should be considering. And if there is a way in which we can be able to come through together and brainstorm ideas and think and thought and present it, that this is how we could do it better, in this way. It's just a thought. I mean, they could be having those think tanks who think that they know it better, but most of the time they don't really know. They don't know it, but some of them are doing it for the money. But we are doing it because we love the party. We love the Azimio. We want Azimio to move forward. Some of them will be doing it just for the money, because at least now they're being employed. Just like what Stone PK said about that Embu office. I remember when the Embu delegation went and met Baba, there was that particular old man who came and said he's the one who is he's a chairman of the thing, he's a funder. He is funding every activity that is happening in Embu. But then you come out and say, well, there's not even a single office. So and I'm sure Baba believed that something has been going on in Embu because this is his friend, So some of these things should not just be taken at face value that they exist, but we need honesty. The reason why we are here, where I'm sitting down here instead of doing something or making my voice, go crazy or hoarse, is because I think my voice is contributing to something, though through conversation, but we learn and get ideas through when we converse. So Azimio needs to verify things that they do, rather than just being taken for on face value that this is what is happening. And I think that's what probably has been failing them in Mount Kenya, because they just go. You hear somebody saying this particular time we are going to get 70%. So you're wondering, okay, how does what parameters is he using to get 70%? So it's we have to be realistic in our approach. So when we criticize Temba, when we don't criticize, when we critique, it's not that we are criticizing, we are making it better. We want better, and we want to win this thing in the first round by a bigger margin, rather than just assuming, oh, things are okay, we should not be criticizing. We're not criticizing, my friend. We're just critiquing. So that now, if they can be able to take at least 1 or 2, 3 things from what we are saying, it will help them, make the party, make the movement move forward in a better way. That's all, my friend.
Okay, thank you. Geoffrey?
Thank you very much, Temba, kwa nafasi. Let me say this. Whatever we are saying here, it's not going down for fame. It's very useful. There's some people watching, especially there's some people watching who are in the campaign team. Sometimes they get some information. There's some other online stations who have some good people with good advice. So they do keep watch and they get something from there. And I've heard they have said so many things which people say here online. So let us keep critiquing in a positive way in order to help the Baba campaign team to use it in a positive way and go down and look for votes for Baba. And that's what we want. For us, we are not paid for that. We are doing it for passionately because we want Baba to win so that they can be able to transform our country. And that's what we are yearning for. The only thing I can say that let us stay positive, that things gonna turn around. You may say that, in central region or Mount Kenya region, there's some lukewarm there. We don't know exactly how the ground is. But let us stay positive. I know people are taking notes on that and people are going there. Baba has been on this journey for a long time and he knows very well on how to do it, for the next, this March, and we have like 4 months to go. Almost 5 months to go. That's why I say that by the end of nomination is when you're gonna see how things go, because right now when we're gonna get in nomination, they're gonna be having some troubles, both parties, and that has been a norm of the day in any election we have in our country, because we know that this is a time things go sour. And after nomination, then you're gonna see how things are gonna go. They're gonna see where they're messed up, and then they're gonna make some changes. But the thing is, let us keep on talking to people on the ground and tell them the importance of choosing Baba as our next president. And the way the other side of UDA, they're panicking. Even you have been seeing what they're doing. It shows that they're desperate. They know that the ground is is getting out of control on their side. That's why they're coming up with so many crime. So it's our duty to continue talking to people wherever we are. Just keep on calling people back home and tell them the importance of choosing the Bible. That's what it will do. And wherever we can be able to reach into leaders on the ground, let us talk to them and give them whatever suggestion we have here so that they can use it where they can. At the end of the day, what you're looking for is Baba to win. Thank you very much, Mr. Temba.
Thank you. Maggie, uko hapa ama bado unatapatapa? Sasa huyu Maggie anasumbua. Julia.
Hi Themba, thank you. I've been hearing you call Becky kutoka mchana. Sisi juu ameenda wapi? Thank you.
Maggie anasumbua anapiga nini huko nilete akiletwa. Aongee. Sasa sitamleta tena hapa, nimemalizana na yeye sasa. Sasa Maggie, pumzika. Usiingie tena kwa studio. I will not add you on. Aya, Julia. Share your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you. Nifikiri mnafunga, sijui kama mnafunga ama mna.
No, share your first initial thoughts, then we'll start taking our closing round. So
okay.
You just take your first thoughts, and then now we start taking our final round.
Okay, I have just been following this debate of our deputy in US, and I was very pleased to hear what many people commented during the day. I mean, people are not happy with his behavior, but I just thought that he created a very bad picture for us in the US, especially the people who were in charge of his, press release, like Hussein Mohammed. When I was asking them by yesterday, I hadn't seen that clip, and then I looked at it later and I saw so many clips, and I thought this is really bad, a bad picture for our deputy president. And so I was wondering if, just like I've heard you people talk about Mount Kenya, it's just that I am not able to reach the people from Mount Kenya, but I would ask them candid questions, like if they could give me good, reasonable reasons why they still think that Ruto should be their presidential candidate or should be their president. Because looking at what happened here with our deputy president and the people and the press releases we were having and the thing of the White House, I mean, we do not expect that from somebody of the caliber of a deputy president. And some few minutes ago, I was just talking with one of the Kenyan Americans here, and he was telling me about how he's from Elgeyo Marakwet. He's telling me how he was embarrassed on behalf of Kenya when he watched the interview of our deputy president in, I think, Voice of America, how he couldn't articulate anything, how he couldn't respond to matters of corruption and all that. So it is this whole trip of deputy president in the US, I think, has not only done him, has not just been an embarrassment to him and his campaign team, but also to the whole country, to us as Kenyans. And I hope that this is not going to happen in Britain. I hope that this is not going to happen because I understand is on transit to Britain. I hope this is not going to happen. And looking at the other comment about what happened in Mount Elgon, this is like DP supporters' behavior or UDA supporters. Lack of decorum, all the statements they give in such meetings or funerals. It is how they behave. So it's my hope that Azimio team will behave differently. I think it's high time to talk about wakati wa matusi, those statements they make, insults and name calling. I think now we should the Azimio team should put on another gear. Like, we are different here. We are different. We do not do things this way. We're talking about policy matters. You're talking about how to change this country. So I think that's what Azimio team should do. So about the DP Ruto, trip to US, it was a total embarrassment to him and to the whole country, that is Kenya, and to us as Kenyans. Now, going forward, I also had the debate about what should happen in Mount Kenya region. Probably Azimio team should ask themselves, why do Mount Kenya, why do they reject Raila? What are the reasons that make them, we should ask ourselves candid questions. What makes them not want to vote for Raila Amolo Odinga, for Baba? Being someone from there, one of them is just mistrust. And the mistrust doesn't have any good reasons. It's just out of maybe propaganda from Raila's opponents. That could be the main thing. So I think someone campaigning for Baba in Central should work to ensure that those people can now trust Baba. They can trust their future with him. That is, I think, the main thing. That's why some of them may not even vote, because they don't even trust Ruto either. You see, they are in a place where they feel they don't trust anybody. So they need someone to convince them that if we go this way, we are safer this way. So we should not give up on them. Let us not give up. I had some sentiments yesterday. Some people were discouraged. They were thinking that Baba is not making any inroads into Central, but it is too early to be discouraged because I think Baba has made some inroads, because for the first time in history, there are people in Central who can say that we're supporting Baba. This has never happened. I think it's even in the days, this is the first time that we have some people in Central feeling that they can support Baba. So that's a good thing to say that. So we can say Baba has made some inroads and we should not give up on that. The only problem is that we don't know who those, like people are saying here, that those who are strategizing for Azimio, I don't know how they're doing it. Now, someone commented that they're not seeing people like Kanini Kega doing much, but I don't know how he's going to do it. But still, they need to strategize. And I think the strategy of using mature people, or people who are, of age, and to reach people of my age and above, that could bear more fruits than going for the youngsters. Because people of my age and above can look back and see where we are coming from. And those people understand what our policies, they understand why why our economy is not doing well. I don't need someone to tell me that they are going to give me money for me to do this. I clearly understand where we are coming from. So people of my age understand where we are coming from. So if we get such kind of people, maybe door-to-door campaign, talking to people, we can get many people doing door-to-door campaign, talking to mature Kenyans in Mount Kenya. I think in that case, Baba will make inroads. So it's still an uphill task, but it is too early to give up. And what is encouraging now, Central Kenya, we can say, somebody can boldly say they are in Azimio, they're not afraid of that. That is good. So that's a good start. So we should not be discouraged. And even if we don't get 100% of Central Kenya, even if we just get 50 or even 40, Baba will have done well. Baba will have done pretty well in Central. So it's too early to get discouraged. Baba is doing well, and I think with time, Baba will do so well, even in Mount Kenya region.
Thank you so much. Ziana, uko na habari ama tupige raundi?
Niko na habari tu kidogo kwa dadangu Julia. Julia, nashukuru sana kwa kutuelezea hivyo, lakini unajua sisi wengine tuna wasiwasi mno. Lakini Temba akanambia tusiwe na wasiwasi, haitakikani tuwe na wasiwasi mno. Lakini ningali niko na wasiwasi kidogo. Sasa najaribu kusikiza vile unavyosema, jaribu kuelewa, najaribu ni mdogo mdogo, polepole ndio mwendo. Nashukuru sana, lakini imiza wale wako nyumbani kule, wewe nawe waambie, jaribu kupiga simu hata mara 10 kwa siku. Nafikiria ukipiga simu mara 10 kwa siku utapata wawili ambao wamebadilika. Sawa dadangu.
Haya. Harun amekuja saizi, wacha tumpe nafasi aseme at least something, alafu sasa tuanze kuchukua. Tuanza na Jakindu, dakika zetu za mwisho, tukuje kwa Stone PK, Fidel, Geoffrey, Julia, alafu tumalize tukuje kwa Ziana, alafu tumalize na Harun our last comment. So Harun, hii ni raundi yako ya kwanza, alafu ndio tuanze kuchukua the last rounds.
Yeah, asante sana Mr. Tempa kwa kunipa nafasi angalau na mimi nipate kuchangia mada ya leo. DP Ruto akiwa US. In fact, Deputy President wakati nilipomwangalia his body language ni kana kwamba he has accepted the reality that August 9 elections sio yake, sababu in fact unapomwangalia is in a panic mode. So mimi ile jambo tu ningeambia Ruto ni ile kuwa sometimes accepting a situation vile iko ni jambo la maana, cause Ruto mwenye alikuwa anakimbia kwa campaign ama kuangalia miradi akiwa juu ya gari from 2018, 2019, 2020 until November 2021 wakati baba alipoingia. In fact sio huyo Ruto wa sahi, cause ile competition ambayo baba amempatia imemfanyia damage ya kutosha to an extent. Sasa hivi lazima at least he has gotten the run of his money. So ningependa tu kumwambia at this moment is supposed to accept hiyo situation vile iko kuwa baba, hii kitu this time round ni yake. So it is high time ajipange kwenda hiyo 2027 ama 2032. Alafu kuna jambo lilinishtua sana. Ruto katika ile interview ya VOA wakati alipokuwa anahojiwa na Madam Esther Githui kuhusu corruption, Ruto alijibu namna hii: corruption should not be a tool for political contest. Corruption should be a fight to protect the resources for Kenyan people. Alaf then nikaona Ruto akipropose kuwa court cases ambazo zina drag for 15 years moso zenye zina deal na mambo ya corruption ama any dispute. Mpaka sasa nikashangaa. In fact BBI ilikuwa na proposal mzuri sana kuwa cases ambazo zina deal na corruption iwe at most 2 years kushuka chini. So mbona William Samoei Ruto basi aka fight BBI ambayo ingedeal na corruption, whereby through hii corruption ndio unaona kuwa people are dying because we don't have enough resources so that in our hospitals we can be able to get enough money to buy drugs. Ushaona sasa, ama zile medical equipments kama ni za cancer and what have you. It is through this corruption. But now unaona William Samoei Ruto wakati anapoulizwa, yani yeye anaona ni kana kwamba corruption it is fighting corruption ni chombo kinatumika kupiga wale ambao wana contest mambo ya viti. So yani wakati nilipoangalia vile alijibu ilo wazo la corruption, hakulijibu vizuri. Alafu then niliona Esther akimuuliza Ruto, why can't you feed Kenyans? Kwa sababu the issue of unajua sababu ilifanya amuulize ni wakati alisema Esther Githui alisema kuwa tunaona mama anaua watoto na yeye anachinyonga kwa sababu ana njia yoyote ya kufanya nini, ya kupeana chakula kwa watoto wake. Then kutoka hapo William Samoei Ruto akacheka, alafu nikasikia akisema kuwa it is unfortunate we dropped the agriculture subsidies to our farmers. So this is somebody ambaye anataka tumpatie uongozi, wakati anaposema kuwa it is unfortunate they drop. Why did they drop kupeana subsidies to farmers so that in fact food production ingekuwa boosted? So this is the man ambaye tunataka tumpatie uongozi. It is very wrong. Wakati alipojibu namna hiyo, then wazo lingine likakuja kwa kichwa changu. William Samoei Ruto yani yeye wakati anapoona, because William Samoei Ruto anajua vizuri kuwa tukipeana subsidies kwa farmers, moso kama ni fertilizers tuwapatie kwa pesa kidogo, automatic hatutakuwa tunaagiza chakula kutoka Uganda ama kutoka Congo, whereby kuna watu wanalima mahindi pale Congo, inapitia Uganda, inaletwa kwa masilos, alafu farmers kutoka Kitale huko Trans Nzoia wanalia kwa kukosa kuuza mazao yao kwa nini, kwa NCBD ndiposa wapate mihela. So hii kitu ameiacha intentionally aitumie kama tool ya kuomba kura. It is very wrong. Na ndio unaona hata mavijana wetu, Ruto has failed them. Hao wenye sasa hivi wamefungua tumbo zao, wanakula handouts, wanafikiria kuwa handouts ndio itawaokoa. Ruto amewafail through IPEC kutowapatia pesa pale mashinani, cause yeye ndio chairman wa IPEC. So Ruto yani is a very cunning politician. Hiyo ndio kitu ambayo nimemuona, cause wakati alipofail kuambia President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta wapeane subsidies to farmers, same trick ndiye ametumia kwa vijana, kutowapatia pesa mingi kwenda kwa county, so that these young people wanaweza anzisha their business in order for them to be able to help themselves, so that they can be able to come out of poverty. So ameiwacha intentionally. Sasa hivi ndio unaona kuwa anataka yani kwa sababu sasa ameacha ako kagap ka kutowasaidia. Sasa anakuja na handouts awapatie, ndio waone kuwa huyu ni Yesu wa pili mwenye ameshuka pale Kenya wa kuwaokoa. Ruto cannot help these young people, hawezi akawa help. That is why mimi I'm advising the people of Kenya this time round. My urge is that let us vote for Baba, because William Samoei Ruto has been there for the last now 9 years. Aja help young people, aja help the people of Kenya. Kazi yake imekuwa ni criticize the government he serves instead of putting hiyo effort ya ku criticize, instead aiweke ku serve the people, anafanya the contrary, which is very wrong. Alafu jambo la chaos in the late Serut send off. In fact Malala ningependa kumadvise ama viongozi, please let us give respect kwa funerals za wenda zetu, kwa sababu hata wewe ile siku utaaga dunia hautataka viongozi wakuje kugonganishwa kwa mazishi yako, matia gas na nini sianze kurushwa. It is very wrong. Malala must be advised. In fact, wakati amepewa chance kwa matanga ama any leader, hakikishe kuwa pale ni kufariji wale ambao wamefiwa, so that in fact wajue kuwa even though hiyo vacuum yenye imeachwa na mwenda zake, God will be there. Lakini wakati tunapoenda kuunganisha viongozi, it is not good. Alafu na jambo la mwisho kuhusu Baba in Machakos. In fact nilifurahi sana because Baba in fact said is going to put measures so that corruption loopholes can be able to be sealed, so that hii mambo ya social welfare program yake ya 6,000 pesa zitapatikana, then kutoka hapo itakuwa ni jambo mzuri sana. Truly in fact looting of high scale ambayo inafanyika kwa government, in as far as our resources are concerned, it is very very big, and this looting has hindered essential services delivery to the people of Kenya. So if at all Baba is going to ensure kuwa amefight corruption to the latter, ile pesa yetu yenye tunatoa kama ushuru, matokeo yake tutayaona. Thank you so much. Back to you, Mr. Them.
Thank you so much Harun, at least hata wamepungua. So we will start with Jakindu, at least dakika 3. Wacha tupatie dakika 2 manake we have about 18 minutes na tuko ngapi? Tuko 6. So dakika 2. Tuanze na Jakindu. Jakindu be. Jakindu be.
He looks stuck.
Okay, Geoffrey. Dakika 2. Okay. Geoffrey, are you there? Okay. Jakindu be yupo?
Kwa wingi tena.
Mbona lengo unaninyamazia? Haya, dakika 2 za mwisho.
Asante. Asante. Sikusikia hiyo. Kama nilikulenga, pole.
Nasema dakika zako mbili za mwisho.
Nasema nimefurahi sana kwa vile mikutano ya Azimio inafanyika, ni jambo la muhimu, lakini mimi nasema kwamba sisi sote inafaa tuvute tukielekea kwa Azimio la Umoja, ndio tupate kumsaidia president, kuisaidia nchi yetu kwa ujumla, ili tuweze kukua uchumi wetu ambao tunataka, tuweze kukaa na amani na umoja. Hiyo ndio jambo la muhimu. Hawa viongozi wengine ambao hawana tunawaambia tuwaje tuende pamoja, wana sita. Hawa ni watu ambao hawajui tuko wapi wala tunaenda wapi, lakini nafikiri ni jambo la muhimu sisi wote kuvuta pamoja, kuunga mkono Azimio la Umoja ili tuwe na mafanikio siku zijazo. Sasa niseme kwamba mimi maoni yangu juu ya hawa viongozi ambao wanataka naomba, yani mimi kwa maoni yangu naomba kuwe na mazungumzo badala ya hizi primary election, hizi chaguzi hizi za mwanzo hizi. Nafikiri ingekuwa jambo la busara wafanye mazungumzo, ndio usiwe na tofauti ya kutosikilizana, labda kuhama chama. Manake watu wetu mnawajua tu, wanashindwa, mara wanahama chama, mara sijui imeibiwa, sijui mara nini. Na mimi napendekeza, kama wananisikia, kwamba napendekeza Bwana Raphael Tuju agombanie awe governor wa Nairobi. Inamfaa yeye, nafikiri anaweza kuwa anaweza kufanya kazi nzuri akiwa governor wa Nairobi kabisa. Hiyo mimi nafikiri ni jambo la muhimu. Bwana Wanyonyi abaki tu kuwa mjumbe wa West. Hiyo nafikiri itafaa. Mimi kwa maoni yangu nasema hiyo ndio maoni yangu. Naomba kabisa waache hii mambo ya watu kwenda kwenye ile ati kupiga kura katika hizo ndogo, chaguzi ndogo. Asante sana Bwana Themba.
Asante sana Jakindube. Julia, dakika zako mbili.
Okay, my take is that it's not all lost for Central and Mount Kenya region. And if I were in the leadership of Azimio, I would use Jubilee to go into Central. I would even have two parties, like I think Munya is in, I don't know, PNU. I would have Munya and the leadership of Jubilee just go into Central, like door-to-door campaign, and talk to people and give them good, reasonable reasons why we don't need Ruto for presidency. Be strategic, be clear and to the point that we cannot have him for president. We cannot have, these people know how they suffered. They have not forgotten the things they have gone through because of this person. So it is not so hard to convince them. Now, people like, I saw someone in Machakos, that this guy from Laikipia, I think he was talking in Machakos. I think now those people should stop wasting time in those big campaigns. Now, we need Baba to get enough members of parliament. We need members of parliament in Mount Kenya region. Even if Baba is going to win, we need members of parliament from Mount Kenya region. So Jubilee should now retreat and go back home and work door-to-door campaign and talk to people. Give them, you know what? When I ask people from my country, from Central, and I talk to them on phone, the only stupid thing they tell me, that Baba ni mchawi. And then I ask them, what else? Nothing beyond that. So they need somebody to demystify Baba in Central Province. That this thing you hear about Baba is not true, is all a lie. And also, we cannot vote for this person because of 1, 2, 3. And I think if that is done, I think we shall see another face of Mount Kenya region that Kenyans have never seen. So it's not all lost. Those who are here are feeling bad that we are not seeing inroads in Central. If I'm here and I'm talking like this, it means there are many Kenyans in Mount Kenya region who have the same view like I have, and therefore we can convince more by just going and giving them good reasons. They can hear the reasons, but they need someone to reason with them. They can hear them, they can hear us talking about them, but they need someone to reason with them, that this thing you hear about Baba, it's not true. It's not true. This is not true. This is a lie. So that's what they need. It's not all lost. We are going places. Thank you, Themba.
Thank you so much. Ziana?
Asante sana Bwana Themba kunipa nafasi tena. Nashukuru wote mlioko hapa. Mmekuja mkakaa mkasema mambo, nimeelewa, mengine nimefundishwa, mengine nilikuwa ninakataa, lakini sasa hivi nakubali. Naona ukweli tukielekea kupiga debe tutafika kule. Naomba Wakenya hata kukiwa namna gani tupige kura katika ile hali ambayo tunapendana kila mahali. Mimi nawahimiza tu tuwe na amani. Tukiwa na amani kila wakati, mahali popote panapo amani, hata nyumba ikiwa na amani, sidhani kama kunakuwa na jambo lolote katika hiyo nyumba. Ni furaha tele. Kwa hivyo mimi Wakenya nawahimiza tunapoenda kwenye hii uchaguzi, wengine wanasema ni kama kifo, lakini mimi sioni kama kifo, kwa sababu tukipendana, ile umoja mnaelezewa, mkiwa na umoja, azimio la umoja hiyo, tukiwa nayo, sitaona ya kwamba huyu ni kabila gani wala huyu ni wa kutoka wapi. Kwa hivyo Wakenya, mimi nawaomba tu tupige kura kwa umoja, na nawahimiza ya kwamba tuna ugatuzi, kwa sababu unaona tunaangalia hii kiti cha mbele cha rais sana kuliko kuangalia kile ambacho kiko chini. Na tumpatie, kama mmekubali kumpatia Raila, tumpatie wale watu watafanya kazi naye vizuri, sio wale wataenda kupora mali. Wakienda wakapora mali, nyinyi wenyewe ndio mtalia tena. Kwa hivyo nawahimiza tuwachague wale watatutendea kazi, sio wale ambao wanaenda kupora mali yetu. Kuzungumza kuhusu makamu wa rais, hiyo hata tuachane nayo. Ashaharibu, ameharibu mpaka tourist, kwa sababu mtu akishasema kwao ni watu wezi, sasa unafikiria wewe utaenda kwa nyumba ya mwizi? Wezi enda huko. Kwa hivyo hata wale wanaofanya tourist iliharibiwa na COVID, makamu wa rais amewaharibia tena zaidi. Kwa hivyo tunaomba akirudi Kenya tumwangalie vizuri. Sijui kama hospitali ya Mathare bado ipo, apelekwe huko yaangaliwe akili, alafu ndio arudi Ikulu mahali yupo. Kwa hivyo nawahimiza Wakenya, mimi nimefurahia pale Machakos. Kwa hivyo niliwaambia tangu jana, Azimio damu inaendelea. Hata ile nani alikuwa akisema Central Gachagua ati ni UDA, ukipeleka mtu pale Kenyatta utapata roho yake. Watu wa Central wote inasema ati ni UDA. Saa hii damu itakuwa ikitolewa pale, unapatia mwenzako, inakuwa ni Azimio. Hakuna haja ya kutafuta damu kwingine. Pale kando yako kuna Azimio. Kwa hivyo nawashukuru sana. Tuchaguane kwa amani. Bwana Themba, chukua nafasi ni yako yote kabisa.
Bado naona hapo Harun, dakika zako 2 za mwisho.
Ni mimi my
Dakika 2 tu, dakika 2.
yeah, mimi my finishing point ni ile nasema kuwa Kenya inastahili to revisit our constitution, alafu tupeane powers to the president to be able to dismiss his deputy president kama atakuwa anajihusisha na mambo ya criticize na kusabotage the government he serves. Kwa sasa kama Ruto's mission in United States of America imefaulu sana kwa kudent the image of the Republic of Kenya. So kama president angekuwa na hizo powers, Ruto tu baada ya kutoka pale kukanyaga JKI namna hii angeachishwa tu kazi mara hiyo hiyo. But now kwa sababu Ruto anajua kuwa hata akicriticize amekingwa na hii constitution yenye alipinga na ujeuri 2010, then ndio unaona sasa jamaa akona kichwa namna hiyo. So for Baba's government, let us wait for opportunity to work and do our businesses, shared prosperities, equal representation, and also sharing of our national cake. Thank you so much. Back to you, Mr. Themba.
Kabla Themba hajachukua, Harun, wewe huyo mtu akili yake sio timamu. Sasa unataka aachishwe kazi, akili sio timamu, apelekwe hospitalini kwanza angaliwe.
Haya, inshallah. Asanteni sana, asante sana. Tuko na dakika kama 5 zimebaki. Asante kwa wale ambao wameweza kujumuika pamoja nasi kwa siku ya leo, and tumefurahi sana Jakindu Bay, Julia, Princess Yana, Harun na wale wote ambao walikuwa kwenye comment section kama kina David Olo, Gitash De, Moses Ogutu na Megi ambaye mitambo yake alikuwa na itilafu za mitambo huko, ameshinda akinichokora huko. Anakuja namuita Haji. Julia alisikia nimeanza kumuita kitambo Haji, alisema kuna shida za mitambo, lakini ndivyo hivyo. I mean, kesho pia ni siku, ama leo baadaye pia ni siku. Kutakuwa na mjadala mwingine, so usiwe na shaka. Tomorrow is another day. If you think you're having a bad day, imagine Ruto waking up to cropped up photos of him in White House. So siku yako si mbaya. Kama unafikiria uko na siku mbaya, imagine mahali Ruto yuko akiona kwamba kuna photoshoot ilitokea ati alikuwa White House. Hiyo it's a very bad day. So yours cannot be worse. If you thought you have a bad day, imagine Ruto akiulizwa swali ya corruption, Voice of America. He couldn't answer. Majibu yalipotea. Mtembei TV kama kawaida tunakuletea very very insightful and very interactive sessions and discussions around politics in Kenya. So this is where you can get all that, and we strive to make sure that we are as balanced as it can be. None of us represent any of the presidential campaigners. Here we are just giving our views, and we are hoping inamwagika mahali ambapo inaweza ikasaidia. So anybody picking the feedback, we hope that tunachangia and someone is also gaining. We all come here to learn, and not only to learn, to share, also to appreciate the various views that all of us hold. None of our views are more important than the other. All of them are important. And of course, nobody has monopoly over knowledge, as we have always said. So share, toa. Someone there is learning and someone there is listening. We might disagree with you, but someone is listening. Someone is hearing. You don't have to make sure that maybe someone agrees with you. No, you just give your opinion. That's what we do, and then from there, somebody is hopefully it will going to make a chance. We say here the maxim is we have to keep talking, because when we stop talking, we start fighting. We don't want to fight, so we have to keep talking. Kama when you Azimio, when you are Oka, when you are Wajakoya, when you are Nani, kuja, share with us. And of course, you need a working gadget, connectivity, something to share, and a willingness to listen. I keep saying this, you need a working phone or computer. You need Wi-Fi or connection. Because it is so bad, umekuja, umeingia, then you can't talk because connectivity imekataa. So make sure you are somewhere unaweza kuwa connected. Then of course something to share. Usije hapa, tunakuita, and then there's nothing you want to share. And of course a willingness to learn, because learning is permanent. Learning is there for a lifetime. We believe that those teams, all campaign teams, have their strategic people, technical people, and they're working on something. We are just hoping that our feedback is able to improve on it. And of course, they'll do that. Thank you so much, Julia, Princess Yana, Harun, and Jakindube. Tafadhali, remember to subscribe to Mutembei TV. We are on our way to 300,000. So if you can subscribe and share so that many people can get to also learn and understand what is going on this channel. And probably we have more people coming to listen to us. We really appreciate. I also acknowledge, of course, Akina Megi, Raphael, Moasia, Masua. If you are it's your first time to come here, kindly be here. We are here every day from 9 p.m. Kenyan or East African time until late this time. Tunaenda tukimalizia. Hii wanga ni wakati wa kufunga. Wakati wa kufunga. So thank you so much. Watu wa Facebook mtatupo nje in the next 1 minute. Right about now. See you tomorrow. Watu wa YouTube tunataka kumalizia hapa, na kama kawaida tunamaliza tukiimba wimbo wa taifa. Wimbo wa taifa.
Hujasema Themba na Lulu.
Jamani, yeah. Thank you, Ziana. I was just about to forget. Kindly go to asante sana. Julia sijui kama amesha Julia amesha subscribe. Kindly subscribe to our YouTube, my daughter and I, the Themba and Lulu and Lulu. Sure. Enda kwa YouTube, you subscribe to the Themba and Lulu show. Harun, usitoroke, najua upendi kuomba wimbo wa taifa, kuimba wimbo wa taifa, lakini leo kaa hapa. Yeah, go down there. If you haven't subscribed, kindly go and subscribe to the Themba and Lulu show YouTube channel. And pia kuna diaspora, Azimio Diaspora TV ambayo iko na kina PK huko na kina Ziana na wengine. Go there, subscribe too. And push them. Suggest you be throwing out those demeaning, insulting, or quelling others. Immediately they show signs. Yes. We usually throw out those people wale ambao wanatusi wengine, wala wanafanya. Personally, I don't want them. Nikiona umeweka insult ama umeita watu majina ambayo si IFI, I just throw you out. That is what we do. But generally watu wengi ni wazuri. Kenyans love each other. Kama vile ambavyo huu wimbo wa taifa utakaoimbwa na Julia utakavyosema. Julia, tafadhali, wimbo wa taifa.
Karibu kwanza Azimio.
Julia ni wa Azimio TV huko. Unakaribishwa huko Azimio TV, wana meet mapema huko. It's Azimio Diaspora TV on YouTube, so you guys can go there and also subscribe. As you subscribe to Mutembei, take Mutembei to 300,000. Take Azimio Diaspora TV, at least subscribe there, and take me. I have just about 20 to get to 500. Can you imagine? Hey. Ukinifikisha 500 tu hivi kidogo to 20. Tafadhali wewe ambao umengoja hapo. So now, Julia, kwa Kiswahili lakini unasema hauimbi.
Okay, sawa.
Ni kusema, yeah.
Hebu tuombe. Mungu nguvu yetu, lete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na udugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Amen.
That was beautiful. At least leo tumepata mtu anaienda vizuri bila Harun amekuwa akitoroka. Harun, kesho kuja jioni tukimaliza, wewe ndio utatuambia.
Oh, yeah, sorry, last time nilikuwa ambush na jamaa yangu ndio uliona nilikata. I'm sorry baba. Last time, yeah, I'm sorry.
Ulihepa, nikasema Harun anahepa maombi. Ziana anasema kila wakati tunasema huo wimbo ni hilo ombi ni nzuri sana kwa sababu tuko na we have symbols of national unity. Mambo ambayo yanatuunganisha. Moja wapo ni national anthem. So we want all Kenyans to appreciate that kila mtu ni ndugu na kila mtu ako na haki ya kufanya uchaguzi kulingana na vile ambavyo hisia zake zinamwambia, kuchagua kiongozi ambaye anamtaka na ako na haki. Lakini juu ya yote ni kwamba sisi wote ni mandugu. Alafu tunasema tukiwa pamoja kwa ndugu, Kenya itakuwa na ustawi. Kwa hivyo tukumbuke kila wakati ya kwamba sisi ni mandugu, licha ya yote ambayo tunayazungumza kisiasa ama tofauti ambazo tunazo za kisiasa. Asanteni sana, tuonane tena leo masaa kama ya leo. Najua Julia anakuja baadaye late. Najua akina princess wanakuja mapema. Tuonane wote baadaye jioni. Asanteni sana.
Inshallah.